Hello and good morning, everyone. I'm Ela Kagel, and I'm here at Supermarkt in Berlin. It's 10:30 a.m. in the morning, and I want to welcome everyone. Those of you who are here for the first time, we will engage in a 30 minutes improvised recap session on what has happened yesterday, on what to expect today. And I also want to provide some general info about MoneyLab for those who have missed it. And as you can see, the chat is already open. So those of you who have questions or want to give feedback or would like to discuss any themes or ideas, just use the chat. And I have it here in front of me, and I'm happy to include all your feedback in the chat. So those of you who are joining us this morning for the first time, let me just give you a brief intro on what MoneyLab is all about. Basically, this is now the 11th edition of the MoneyLab series, which was basically kicked off in Amsterdam at the Institute of Network Cultures, initiated by Gerd Lofink and his team in 2014. And we will have Integ Löhrich with us. She will be moderating the session on social coins and universal basic income right after my introduction at 11 a.m. And Inte is one of the people who really helped building MoneyLab over the years. So just for you to know that it's also nice that we have quite a lot of the people that form the backbone of this program and format are also included in the program. Yesterday we had Gerd Lofink with us on 2 sessions, and yeah. Of course we will share all the sessions as soon as they are edited. We have recorded all of them and will make them available on this website, on the Supermarkt website, and also on our YouTube channel. So what is MoneyLab all about? MoneyLab came into existence, and I think it might have also been a response to the aftermath of the financial crisis in 2007, 2008, where a lot of social movements started off, just like the Occupy Wall Street movement, just like the crypto movement, Bitcoin, started as a response to what happened during these years of the financial crisis. And it's important to say that I think during that time, a movement started where people also try to emancipate themselves from the increasing financialization and the dominance of the finance markets in our world, and also started to use money in a way that goes beyond just a mean for livelihood, but using money as a tool for provocation, for resistance, for artistic production, for creating inclusion to those that normally don't have access to the worldwide markets. And I think MoneyLab was then trying to capture this movement and making space for artists and researchers and finance activists to really share their ideas and viewpoints. And over the years, we've seen many different formats on how people actually responded to the increasing financialization that we can see all around us. What is interesting, in my opinion, MoneyLab started off as maybe more academic kind of conference, but then you see over the past editions, there's also some shift going on, or let's maybe say expansion from mainly academic contributions to a lot more interactive and experimental, and some of them maybe even startup-like responses. And I think that's also interesting to notice that a lot of what has been envisioned in previous MoneyLabs is coming into existence and starts to materialize these days. So we try to capture a lot of that in our program here at MoneyLab. And the theme of our conference is disaster capitalism. It's really interesting. When we started to plan this conference exactly 1 year ago, and when we fundraised for it, and we luckily received funds from the Hauptstadt Kulturfonds here in Berlin. And I once again want to thank our funders for that. We had no idea that 1 year later we would find ourselves exactly in the same situation, not being able to organize an opportunity for physical gatherings, but basically having to find means of being with one another in the digital sphere. And while this is sad, because there's a great need of really getting together and also strategize on some of these movements and ideas, it also provides a great chance for us to really include people from countries and backgrounds that normally could either not travel to Berlin or maybe also wouldn't feel safe in, in sharing the space with people that they would expect to be specialists on money or whatever. I have no idea, but of course this lowers the barrier for an audience to join us. And we could also see that yesterday. That was quite encouraging, that we had people from many different countries in the stream. And I could see that also in the feedback we got in the chat or on the Discord server. So there were people joining us, of course, from various European countries, but also from countries such as Chile or the United States, other Latin American countries, also from Asia. And that's really good to see that that we can actually find ways of organizing ourselves beyond the national borders. And it was also interesting for us leading up to the MoneyLab conference to see how can we actually create a community around the MoneyLab idea. Because those of you who are active in community management, you all know very well that building a community online is not a given, and it's not something that is fixed or that will always stay. A community, an online community particularly, always has this natural flows of ups and downs depending on whether there are physical gatherings taking place in between or not, and depending on many other reasons. So what was really interesting for us to see is that we all still have to learn quite a lot in order to organize ourselves better, to think not only of the tools or the platforms we are using to organize ourselves, but also of the culture and the communication choices that we take in order to really allow people to create a community that is inclusive, that is interesting and buzzing, and that is not something you can acquire anywhere or you can take for granted. So what we were trying to do over the past weeks was opening a Discord server, and we were a little bit nervous about that because, how to invite people on a server where no one is. But over the course of the past weeks, we managed to get people there, and I think we are now at almost 200 people from the MoneyLab community inhabiting the MoneyLab Discord server. And those of you who have joined us today for the first time, please check our website and the program. You find links to the Discord server, and you can simply, there is an invite link that does not expire, so you can simply go there, introduce yourself. The server is slowly growing into a really interesting resource where people not only share their ideas and contacts, but we also have created sub-channels, for instance, a library, where our Berlin partner Trust has created a bot that lets you retrieve each book of their cybernetic library in the library on Discord. And that is really amazing. It's fantastic, the titles they have there. And you can just go there and check it out and get inspired by all the books and the literature that is listed there. And then we have sub-channels such as a channel on NFT and media art. Yesterday evening, our friends from EXA, the Economic Space Agency, they have organized a session on NFTs and crypto art that turned out to be super inspiring, and that was also quite controversially discussed. And they have used that channel to leave all sorts of links and resources and videos and statements on that topic. So this is also becoming an interesting tool for people to just check out the latest research and the latest buzz around these topics. So basically, what we were trying to do here at MoneyLab Berlin was not so much about strictly curating a program in the sense of that we handpicked simply a couple of people, but we rather opened up to the community, and we also responded to requests and to calls from people that showed up and also volunteered to present and to come up with an interesting program. We are lucky enough to have the people here at Trust. It's not far from here. It's actually just a couple of kilometers, based in Berlin-Schöneberg. The Trust team is also running an amazing program on alternative economies, on cooperativism, on shared imaginaries. And they will also present 2 slots later today. First of all, a socializing token panel, which is super interesting. I'm going to talk about that in a second. And then we'll also have Callum from the Trust team introducing the Black Swan DAO, another amazing project that was widely discussed over the past weeks. So what we were trying to do is just to reflect a little bit the state of things in the community, to give people access to these topics. And it's really important for us that while there are probably people that know a little bit more about specific topics than others, you don't find anybody in this space that knows all of it. And it's really important that, especially also the people who join us today for the workshops, like the Circle workshops on building local economy and universal basic income, or the other workshop that is provided by Valentin Seehausen on how to start a community currency as a nonprofit, that people who join these workshops, that they feel safe and that they don't feel under pressure of having to know all of it. It's very, this entire program specifically is for people who are curious, who want to expand their knowledge. This is really about encouraging people and about sharing knowledge. And I will do my best to steer away from too much rabbit holing, even though you can't avoid that entirely. We all know that. And sometimes it can also be really interesting. But yeah, just to try to be as inclusive and open as possible. And this also goes for any questions or feedback you might want to give us, either in the chat or on the Discord server. Please do. There's no stupid question, and I'm happy to pass it on and discuss all of it. So what has happened yesterday? What did you miss? Yesterday was focused on the topic of rebuilding our economy, rebuilding our imagination, because these two things absolutely go together. Rebuilding the current economy around us, and is not a technical task purely, but this is first and foremost a cultural task, and something that really requires a shift of mindset. So we were really happy to having speakers there yesterday that opened up a lot of mind space, I would say, for this topic, such as Ruth Catlow from Furtherfield and Decal in London. We had an amazing discussion with her on decentralized governance and encouraging communities in strengthening themselves for while using collaborative and decentralized tools and practices. And we had the team of the Disco cooperative here. Disco is also one of the very interesting projects that are widely discussed lately. And Disco stands for decentralized cooperative organizations. And that's, of course, it's It's quite close to the DAO, Decentralized Autonomous Organization, but the DISCO, of course, has a really underlines the cooperative aspect. So we had Irene Lopez de Vallejo here and Stako Troncoso, who spoke on behalf of the collective, and that was very amazing. And we received a lot of feedback here in the chat, and we're totally happy about the discussion that they sparked. Later on, we switched to our partners at Trust, who presented themselves, and that was very interesting because we could only see their avatars and a very playful intro into the way Trust operates. And I think today we will also see their actual faces and the faces of people that they work with. And then the evening was dedicated to larger calls, where first of all, we had a discussion facilitated by the team of the Economic Space Agency, EXA, on NFTs and crypto art. And there we could really see how controversial this topic is actually debated. You know, it's like it's a whole spectrum starting from, it can be a chance, it can be a liberating thing, it can really, it can expand opportunities for artists, up to the enormous ecological impact it has, negative impact, of course, and also to, you know, still being placed in a classic and traditional market economy, where people also said, okay, but there is no progression here. What's the point? This discussion was super interesting, and it was especially interesting because the chat was buzzing with opinions. And we have saved the chat, and we will make it available also on the Discord server, where people have started to leave all sorts of materials and resources around MoneyLab. So that is becoming a really interesting resource for you to check and get inspired. Just go there and have a look. Yeah, so we are almost ready to get started with our first panel for today. But before I introduce Inte and Julio and Valentin, let me just give you a brief update on what to expect today. So today is divided into two thematic blocks. First of all, it's about monetary experiments, and we have chosen two projects that will also run workshops. First of all, we will have Valentin Seehausen run a workshop on how to create community currency as a nonprofit, and he will share his experience from his work with the social coin in Siegen in Germany. And then we have Julio Linares introducing Circles, a universal basic income on the blockchain. And he will also work with participants on how to build local economies with Circles. Both workshops are booked, but we will record both sessions and we can make them available afterwards. The workshops will not be live streamed, just for your information. Those of you who want to see Julio and Valentin in conversation, just stay with us, because in 10 minutes we'll start the panel with them. So you'll just have an idea, even though you cannot participate in the workshop, you get an idea of what they are working on and where they currently stand with their projects. This will be moderated by Inte Glurich from the Institute of Network Cultures in Amsterdam at 10 a.m. And when the workshop starts at 12, we will then switch over to our friends from Trust. And I expect a really amazing discussion taking place there. This is on socializing tokens, and they have a panel with Sarah Friend, Matt Dryhurst, Wassim Al-Sindi, Laura Lotti, Arthur Rögenbeer will be there, and I guess also Callum Bowden. And this is a really extremely fascinating lineup, and I look forward to that. So this will go on for 2 hours. And then at 2 p.m., we'll dive into the second or the third block of this conference, which is creating new economies for arts and culture. And I'm super happy that we have, it's some sort of a double slot, where first of all, Yael Sherrill will discuss together with Eric Bordelot and Janina Benuski from LAFT Berlin, which is a very interesting performing arts organization on collaborative tools, on decentralizing traditional cultural organization. And I think this is going to be really interesting. And then in the second half, Eric will shift over towards introducing the sphere and all their ideas about creating new economies for arts and culture. And then we have another switch to trust again. And Callum and Laura will present the Black Swan DAO. And that also fits really excellent into this topic of creating new economies for arts and culture. And they will present their approach, and I'm very interested to see that as well. And then last session for today will be Lenara Werle. She is the founder of Coinspiration. She has been working a lot with cryptocurrencies, alternative economies over the past years. And she will give a talk at a Q&A on the invisible economy. She will also talk about her work with Dada Art. And Dada Art basically will be the ones that will invite you for a drink and draw session after what will be a full and pretty intense day of conference that allows you to just speak to each other via images, via self-drawn pictures on the Discord server of the Dada Art Discord. And you can find the link and all the information on today's program on our website. And yeah, I'm just checking in. Eon, are the speakers for the next session, are they online already? Still waiting? Yeah? Okay. That's okay. Just give me a sign. Yeah, okay. Yeah, but anyway, I think it's okay because maybe I can already introduce them, if you like. Shall we? Yeah, let's just move over, because then I can start introducing the speakers of our next panel. And as I already said, we will have Indrek Löhrich, Julio Linares, and Valentin Seehausen with us. And I know we still have 5 minutes to get started, but let me take the chance to quickly introduce the speakers who are already with us. And I think that is Inte and Julio, right?
Yes, yes. I will turn on my video. Hello.
Yeah, I hear something, but yeah.
Hello.
Inte.
Yes, hello.
Good to see you. Good to see you again. So Inte presented last night in the community call across the time zones her amazing work on feminist economics, the feminist finance scene. And it was pretty late last night, so it's good to see you again in the morning.
Yes, yeah. It's a really full weekend, but that's amazing.
Yeah, it's really full. It just I don't know, it just became full. Because, you know, that's just the way it happened. Mm-hmm. And Julio, really good to see you.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Awesome. Good morning. Hi.
Good morning, Ella. Good to see you.
Hi. Yeah, I was thinking, you know, since we have to end your panel quite on time, because Valentin then will have to move on to open his workshop. So I thought, okay, let's just steal some 5 minutes from my own introduction session and just give you a chance of maybe already introducing yourselves. As I said before, I'm really happy that Inte is with us, because Inte is really one of the people that helped MoneyLab to grow and to thrive over the years. She has put a lot of work into it, but also created a lot of inspirations. And as we could see last night, her own work is pretty much based on the things that have developed within MoneyLab. So I'm super happy that you're here. That really means a lot. And I also want to welcome Julio. And Julio is not just a speaker, but he's also a good friend. We have been working together quite closely on the Circles project in the past months. And it's really a pleasure to see how the project develops and how it grows strong. And we'll hear from you later on what's going on with Circles. And Julio will give a workshop today at 1:30 p.m. to 3. As I said already, the workshop is booked, but we will nonetheless make sure to record it so that we can share the recording afterwards, but the workshops won't be live streamed. And then I think we are just waiting for Valentin to join us, our third speaker. Is Valentin here? Okay.
Not yet, I think.
Still waiting, no problem. Maybe, Inte, can I just ask you to give a quick intro about yourselves? That would be great.
Yeah, sure. I think Valentin is logging in on right now.
Very good.
So as Ela already said, I am. My name is Inte Gloerig. I have been involved in the MoneyLab project since 2016, it's really great to see what Ela also just said, that it evolved during the years from a kind of quite theoretical academic conference with already like experiments present, but those experiments kind of gained in prominence also throughout the years. Hello, Valentin.
Hello, good morning.
Hi, Valentin.
We are live.
Good to see you.
Good to see you. Hi, Julio. Hi, Ente.
Hello. I'm just pinning. Yeah.
Valentin, please don't get nervous. You are completely in time. It was just me stealing some minutes from my own introduction session to welcome those who have already been online. So no worries about. You are still in time.
Hello.
Right on time. Perfect.
Yeah, and it was just because of you, Valentin. I know you really have to leave at 11:45 to open your workshop, and so I thought, okay, let's give a little bit of time for the intro, that there is enough space for you to discuss. And I think I will leave you now. That means the little window on the left next to you will be gone. But before I do, let me quickly say a couple of words also about Valentin. You will introduce yourselves also, but I was very happy when Valentin agreed to participate in MoneyLab, because I wanted to have a look at the project. MoneyLab, I think, was already a place where you presented a first iteration of the social coin, right? So there's already a history that you're having with the MoneyLab format, and I thought it would be really nice to get back to that. And Valentin is also very generously sharing his, ups and downs and learnings from the project, which I think is an excellent backdrop for really passing on experience and opening a space for discussion around community currencies. So, guys, thank you so much. I'm very happy to have you here, and I wish you a fantastic debate. And see you later.
And thanks for having us here, Ela. Thank you very much.
So this is the start, the real start of our own session. I wanted to start with kind of a really brief introduction of why we are talking about community currency, social capital, and basic income as the title of this session is. So this is, as a topic, has existed in the history of MoneyLab, from the start, I think. But I love how it's kind of throughout the years, it's kind of there's been new experiments, there's been kind of new technologies added to it and new approaches. And I'm really curious to hear from both of you, what are the kind of, right now in this kind of really special year, what is the relevance of community currencies? Because the discussions in the MoneyLab community during the pandemic have also kind of centered on this kind of need for like kind of support systems and locality also and those kind of things. So I think that community currencies and also basic income are definitely two strategies that can help with that. What I really appreciate in both of your approaches to this, I think, is really this commitment to also the community. And there's tech involved, but there's also like there's the people and the community, as we heard yesterday. Also, that's again and again that the kind of the point was raised that even though we can use that tech, we always need to kind of start with the community and never leave the community, right? It's not, we have to keep working with and, you know, things have to be built by a community. And this is something that I think would be interesting to discuss with you, but also the kind of bigger kind of economic questions of how do these community currencies, local currencies, kind of bottom-up basic income, how do they exist within bigger economic systems? How do they exist within a national currency system? What do tax offices have to say about what you guys are doing? Those kind of big, but at the same time quite practical issues. So that's the kind of scope of what I want to discuss in this 45 minutes that we have, from the really practical to the kind of socio-economic ideas. And yeah, let's start by, first of all, I want to give you both just a few minutes to introduce yourself and the particular ideas that are behind Circles and Zegan Social Coin. I guess, Julio, maybe if you want to start.
Sure, thank you, Inta. It's very nice to be here, and hi, Valentine. Valentine and me work together a lot on many other things, so it's always good to be be here. So my name is Julio. I'm originally from Guatemala. I'm an economic anthropologist, and also doing work for the Basic Income Earth Network as social outreach. So basically, I come from the world of basic income, in ways of thinking about how to bring it into being, you know, so how to finance a basic income. And that led me into the world of anthropology, the anthropology of money, the anthropology of value, and ways of like rethinking money as a way of creating a basic income. No? So one of the main ideas behind Circles is the idea that you do not need to wait for a national state, a nation state, to provide a basic income, to issue money outwards to people, give it as a basic income, but it's really a paradigm shift in how we create money. So money is produced from the perspective of people. I'm developing a theory now called the democratic money theory, or DMT, which is basically about that, about how can we create a different money fabric whereby people issue promises to each other and go in and out of debts and obligations with each other, as opposed to with a bank or with a nation state. And so for me, what is really important, and I'll talk about this on the workshop, is basically to give people a sense of power, or basically of the sharing power of what it means to create money, of the sharing of power over monetary creation. And this is something that we're really not used to doing, because we're used to feeling as money takers, so to say. We take money that already exists. You know, when we work, there's money that comes from a state, or it's maybe somebody else's debt. Um, but the idea is, okay, how can we get people to feel like a money issuer, and also take control, or take yeah, have a say in how the economy is organized, and organize it otherwise.
Thanks. That's really, really interesting. And I know Circles has also a really particular way of dealing with trust in these networks, which is maybe we'll get to. Maybe it's for your own. It's so practical that it will get in your own workshop. But a teaser for later, maybe. Valentin, what about you? Can you introduce yourself?
Yes, cool. Thank you very much. Valentin, I work on the social coin. And I'll introduce myself with a bit more depth in my own workshop. And yeah, I can really relate to like the 2 points that you said and Julio, because community currencies for me are a way to get practical from a socio-economic theory. So I myself, and I know that I have this in common with a lot of you, of us, of people that are actually interested in monetary issues. I started with a strong critique of the monetary system, and I was wondering, like, hey, how can I change this, I as a person? And of course, like, I could go into politics and I could like play the big game, and all of us know that this would be a very, very tough and hard game. So for me, the other big opportunity or possibility was to, hey, like, why can't I start my own or our own small little financial system somewhere in a local community? And I think this is basically like a big driving factor for community currencies, because it actually allows people, it allows us to dream about a different world, about a financial system that would, from our perspective, it's very subjective, actually serve the people, serve ourselves. And we can create it bottom up. And so with this community currency projects like all over the world, and the number is increasing as we know, we actually create examples. We create examples of like, hey, why don't we like use this specific monetary rule for our financial system? And also we can experiment, like we can experiment with circles, we can experiment with a social coin, we can experiment like with blockchain technology. So there are so many opportunities. Maybe community currencies are something like a small money laboratory. Yeah, so it's good to have the discussion here. I'm really excited. Good to be here. I like it.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, this is I guess getting also already to how I wanted to start the discussion is often we start from kind of big ideas, and then community currencies are kind of this, as Valentin said, this practical way of making a difference based on those bigger ideas. But then we still, I think it's worth kind of putting on the table some examples of, like, if I live in Siegen, or I have the opportunity to join a Circles community, why would I do that? What is the benefit for a person in that community? What can I buy with these tokens? How does that work?
Yeah, right. I think this is actually the one most important question that community currency projects have to answer beforehand, because well, I mean, we all know this theory of the Homo economicus and of the utility maximizing household, which I think is totally flawed, but still there's some truth in it. So there has to be a benefit for people to actually contribute. And for some people, it's enough that the benefit is a good consciousness and the feeling that they contribute to their community, to their local community. And I mean, for other people, I mean, and I think in general, it's totally fair to actually say, hey, what is the economic benefit for people? And in Siegen, for example, this would be, hey, you can drive an electric car, or like an electric bike, you can rent it out and use it. So this is the usage. yeah, this is important. Like maybe we can go into a broader discussion about it like later, but I'll leave it like this.
Yeah, I think that's a really good question, because the thing is, I always say, with organizing things like circles, is like, one thing is the currency and the technology and all the infrastructure and all these discussions around, more like macro things. But the most important part of a currency is actually the social infrastructure. So the social structure that actually connects all these different producers, all these different logistics providers, service providers, care work provider, everybody basically that is part of an economy. I mean, what is an economy, right? An economy is basically a household, an oikos, and so it's not just the four walls that we live in. It's actually the region. So here in Berlin, we interact a lot with people who are building their own cooperatives, their own supermarkets, their own, I don't know, it can be anything, right? It could be a beer manufacturer, it could be a farmer, it can be a cooperative bike fleet of people, it could be working spaces and so on. And so the work is really like connecting them to each other, like transforming the sort of surplus, or many times, especially now in Corona times and in crisis times, the underutilized resources that they have into extra liquidity for them. So an example of this is a very recent example, which is that I was talking to the owner of a beer company that has a bunch of 50-liter kegs of beer that cannot sell for a year because all the bars closed. And the beer is rotting, and he's like, I need to move it somehow. I need to like give it. So I'm happy to sell it for circles, and I want to spend my circles in, I don't know, selling it at the radio show to advertise myself, so then more people can come and buy my beer. And so this is what Valentine is saying. Like, you need to figure out a way where, by connecting people and actually creating these circuits, they get a mutual benefit. It's more mutualistic, but you're actually supporting something broader than yourself. And so, I mean, there are methodologies for how to do this well, so then it can actually go to the broader community, but you need to create a flow of resources first, right? And we can go into that later.
Yeah, but it sounds like the kind of community building work is maybe the most central even of what it means to build a social currency or community currency, where we get lost in kind of technical and rules that we make up for these things. But I think that's a really important point. That if there is not the kind of community trust and network to build on top of, or to expand, then it's not going to work, I think. And how does that, if we kind of break that open to the broader social context, right? These things don't exist in a vacuum. They are part of like national, they are part of countries where there's fiat currencies, where there's tax systems, where there's all sorts of kind of bigger contexts that try to control or try to establish a system for themselves. But you are trying to, in a way, also change that bigger system. There's often kind of ideas about distributing income or distributing wealth within a community. And I wonder if you can say something about how what you're doing on a smaller scale, how does that exist within that bigger context? Is it, for example, is your aim to have lots of little pockets of difference, or would you like to see like the whole system actually change into a more equal? I guess no one is against that, but what is it that you want to do with this strategy that you're doing now? How does that relate to the bigger social context? I see Julio nodding a lot. Maybe you want to start?
I mean, I think it's definitely a political question, right? Like George Simmel, this German philosopher, he was talking a lot about how money is a claim upon society, and the shape. I mean, like in a way, what that really means is that um, the types of monies that we use, in a way, reflect all the structures of our societies in all its different dimensions, whether if it's our imagination or the actual like unpaid labor and paid labor, and all these hierarchies are all kind of reflected in the money form. um, and so, like for me, what is really important is to, like, by going into money and tackling money, and embedding also ourselves in this sort of like political struggles. What we're trying to do is to really challenge the yeah, I guess the hegemony of the monetary system as a whole, but whilst also being really practical. No, so one thing we're doing, and this is something we're working together with Valentine on, is that trying to figure out how to create an international network of local mayors um, that can issue a basic income to their own populations, to their own citizens, no? And then we can provide a roster of many different systems. Circles is just one of them, right? Like, that they can say, okay, these are my local conditions. This is what I need. Here are a bunch of tools that you can use so you can do that, and that can coexist. And that's the political question. It can coexist. It may not coexist with the national systems that exist today. So, and the U.S. is always the case in point. No, there is a federal system, which is controlled by the Fed, but you can have subnational and local systems that coexist at the broader level. So you could have local basic incomes being issued out to potentially millions of people by their local leaders, the local constituencies, in as a way of complementing and putting in line the interests also of sort of the broader political what's going on, right, in the spectrum. So I guess it's also a political question, because in a way you're also challenging uh, you may challenge national sovereignty for some countries, right? So it depends. It depends on the context. It depends on the politics of the place and so on. So it's really like me and myself. This is full disclosure. I'm an anarchist. I don't believe in the nation state and also capitalism. I want to abolish them, but I do also think that it's important to think practically of where we are at the moment and think that these structures will take a long time to fall. And this is what I'm doing, is just helping them to fall faster.
Nice.
Valentine, maybe you want to say something else to this.
Yeah, I really love the disclosure. Like after 20 minutes, that you call yourself an anarchist. As Julio said, like we have a lot of discussions about this in other contexts, and I'm kind of aligned. Like it's a way to change the system, and also it's a way to give this power back to a municipal level. So I mean, we've got these nations, and we've got these international organizations, and well, I'm not an anarchist. Like I think there's a value in them, but also I think that the monetary system serves a fraction of the society, and like of course there are like the 1% and 10% that really benefit a lot, and there are like this 50% that don't really benefit, and then there are like these, I don't know how many, like maybe 5% of the people on the planet that are still in extreme poverty, and like don't have enough food, which is a disaster, like a moral disaster in my perspective. And there's this idea of denationalized money, which was actually proposed by Friedrich August Hayek, which is actually like famous for being a neoliberal, but I'm still wondering like what would actually happen if we would have a denationalization of money, which means like everybody can print money, and like of course if I print my money like and I say, hey, this is a Valentine coin, use it, like you would be like, hey, what the hell, what do you want? But if it would be your mayor or the mayor of Berlin, and like Berlin would start to offer a Berlin mark, Berlin coin, I don't know, and then people would actually start to use it, and this would actually mean that the power to issue money, and with this the seigniorage, which is like the profit that you can make if you own the money, would actually go to Berlin or like to your municipalities or to small villages in poor countries. And I think this is a real this might be the opportunity that the society has when it starts to experiment with local monies. And yeah, about the shift that small projects can have to the broader context. Well, I think Bitcoin is or like blockchain is something that we should really have to be in mind, because community currencies existed for decades, if not for more than like hundreds of years, but they were still illegal mostly. And Bitcoin came, and with the blockchain technology found a way to actually issue money, which is impossible to stop, because like this blockchain is so decentralized, so there's no governmental power that can actually intervene. So what the states are doing right now is they legalize it, they regulate it. They like the states realize, hey, this won't go away. Like we have to actually create rules, like how we can control this, of course, but then on the other hand, it's legal and we can actually use this. And this is why I find, and Indy, you said this, like this year so interesting, because like or like this time, because there are regulations and the states are actually creating this legal framework for community currencies to actually exist. And I think this is a change, well, that I want to see. Like there I'm a lobbyist for community currencies and local currencies, of course, but this is what I'm here for. But these are the policy changes that I would love to see in the close future.
But the social coin Ziegen doesn't use blockchain, right? So you're kind of creating the space that is opened up for your own purposes, if I understand correctly.
Yes, right. I mean, like community currencies use like the technology that was there like all the time. This famous example of Wörgl, I guess all of us know it. Like the technology was like we issue paper things and we stamp it, and then we had like centralized server structures. And the point about centralized server structures is like you can go to the server and like take it off, and then like the currency is gone. But blockchain is just this technology. This is really my point. It's just a technology that made it impossible to track and impossible to stop. So the concept of decentralized money was actually powered by the technology. I personally don't believe in blockchain. Like, I don't think that if we have a world with a lot of like community currencies or like different like value tokens, whatever it is, like we can go crazy and we can go very creative, but I don't believe that we need blockchain for that. But I totally see that we needed blockchain to actually break up these rules, to break up this very strict illegal like these rules that prohibited like community currencies. But yeah, I don't use blockchain. Like I don't see why we should use blockchain. The people trust us, and the people trust our partners, trust faces, trust humans, so we don't need blockchain.
Maybe that's so this idea of there's an open space created whether we want to use blockchain or not. But I want to kind of invite you to also think about, like, okay, we've thought about the practical benefits, the social, the kind of societal context, but also I'm really curious to hear about your kind of most utopian ideas with this. What is, we'll hear in your workshops about where you are now and what you're like concerned about now, but also you have big ideas about what could be in the future, what you want to achieve. And maybe that's a nice point on the horizon that we can talk about. I know Valentin was very excited about thinking through this. Maybe you have some first ideas.
Yeah, I love to be an utopist, and I think utopias are super important. So yeah, I really love this question because um, yeah, there's so many aspects of it. Well, on a national level, like I'm a huge fan of a wealth tax and a UBI. So I think that actually, like on an international level, it would be amazing if there would be something like, I don't know, a world government. I don't know how it would look like, but if if we had a global wealth tax, which is redistributed as a UBI, and so like this tendency of our global financial system, which has a tendency, like the interest rates and like the power structures, like it becomes like more and more unequal. So this is what Piketty also like worked out. So if we could turn around this, and I think like wealth tax into UBIs would be a really great way to do this. I think the society and human beings would like totally benefit from it. And yeah, from a community currency, a lobbyist perspective, I want to have a secure legal environment because this, I'll tell more about this. It's still very complex. Like the legal issues, like we talk a lot about technology, but I think the legal issues are the main bummer in community currencies, and I would love to have some, maybe some Switzerland had something like this. Maybe, hey, you can start a community currency, and if you have got traction which is underneath, I don't know, 1 million euro or 5 million euro, just start it, we won't regulate it, and afterwards we start to regulate it, or something like this, and or you can get this license for, let's say, it could be a few thousand euros. That's fine. It would be fine for me. But yeah, this is something which I really demand from politics.
I think Julio might have a very different opinion about future governments.
Yeah, I mean that's an interesting question. I think it's a lot about political economy, like when we're talking about blockchains, we're talking about the law, when we're talking about technology, all these things. It really comes down to like questions related to power, economic power, and political power. So, I mean, for example, the question of the law is very interesting, right? Because today, legally, the only bodies that can issue money other than the state are private banks. I mean, if you have a bank license legally, you can issue money hours. You can give debt to people, which means you have a claim upon their resources, a claim upon their work, and that's what also creates these unequal power structures. So for me, I totally agree with Valentine that a wealth tax at international level and a UPI would be amazing. But for me, thinking practically as a, in democratic terms, in direct democratic terms, the only way to go there is by democratizing money. So like, if you think of money as a territory, um, then when you're democratizing money is that you're saying, okay, we are relocalizing economic relations, political relationships, ecological also relations between different producers that can complement each other in more regional ways, right? And like this, you can build real decentralization of power. That's what we really need, a decentralization of power. Like in circles, we talk about these four principles. So localism, so local solutions for global problems, uh, decentralization of power, as I already mentioned, um, sustainability, right, through this uh, more regionalization of relationships and finding ways to complement one another in more interdependent ways. I mean, an economy is an interdependent mesh of people. And then the fourth one is, I guess, more related to the political question, which is what not only me, but actually many people call democratic confederalism, which is the idea of you have democratic assemblies or democratic municipal governments that can federate at a broader international level, but the power always remains with the people. So basically, it's just a very practical mechanism to scale up, and this I guess would be my practical utopia, to scale up democracy. So it's not just in money; it's in everything. So what we really need beyond money also is the democratization of life in many aspects. And again, it goes back to the question of power. Today, we are powerless. I mean, most of us are really powerless. We don't have We live in a society where we can turn our wealth into power, and that's why the people who have a lot of wealth, who also cause a lot of the ecological catastrophes in the world, have a lot of power. And so the only way that we can get political power is through the organized masses, and this is what we need to build.
Mhm. I've been reading the chat or trying to while I was also listening to you guys, but I think there's one question that I want to point out and see if you can respond to that. It's about kind of the social reproduction also. How do these community currencies and basic income kind of sit in the social relations and the kind of societies that we want to create? What kind of values? Now I'm adding my own questions to to the question, but what kind of values are represented by the tokens that you that function in your systems, and how does that design actually go with the community? What if there are competing or contrasting ideas about what that should be? So maybe back to the practical, how does that process go? And how do you kind of relate to such abstract things of society and kinds of societies you want to facilitate within something so practical and so sometimes really code-based stuff like tokens? I don't know who wants to jump in there. Julio?
I guess talking about social reproduction, we are living in a moment of crisis right now, a crisis of care, a crisis of social reproduction, where a lot of more care work falls on families, on people in households, and so on, especially on women. Of course, violence is also rising. So, for me, a basic income, also especially given it's a community currency, is a way of giving people the freedom to say no to a lot of exploitative relationships, or at least have the ability to have the basis upon which they can take care of themselves, take care of other people, take care of the environment, take care of the societies around them. A full basic income, as we call it, would be really enabling people to live without having to sell their labor time, to rent themselves for a wage. And that is something that we really need. Today, the money system goes from the realm of production to the you hire a worker, and then they go to work, they bring the wage back, and they give it to the household so they can reproduce themselves and buy the stuff that they need. There is no currency for the commons. This is what we need to build: a money commons that allows for the social reproduction to really thrive, so the commons can also grow. And this is at the fundamental contradiction of the system. I'm thinking in like feminist Marxist terms. Is really not. It's not. And it's taken for granted, I think, many times. Like, if we do not create a system of value where our practices of care, our practices of social reproduction in general can be nourished and expanded, we're only going to be more and more precarious through always depending on all these big infrastructures like Amazon for our distribution systems, like these big food companies and so on. So it's really about creating all these territories that we have to defend, I guess, from our bodies to the land to the promises we make to one another.
Mm. And how about the social coin, Valentin?
Just thinking about this broad picture that Julio painted in my mind, which is really about like how does society actually work and like which role does money play. But to narrow it down, like which values, like I was looking for a name for this currency that we have in Siegen, like the social coin, and I think it's a common currency. Like we have this kind of like commons, which are like this electric car, and we're gonna have like M3 in the future, and like this electric bikes, and like the society I work with wants to distribute this commons, like this electric vehicles, to the local population, and we use the currency as a tool to distribute it. Like we are still experimenting. Like first idea was to have volunteering work, give out the coins, and then they could be redeemable to this electric cars. And now we plan to implement this UBI scheme, like this basic income scheme, which would actually mean every human being would have the same right to consume this common resource. So yeah, what are the values about commons? It's not property. Like it's the opposite of private property. It's commons, right? Or how would you call this? Like, what values are this? It's a really interesting question.
That idea of money as a commons, I think it deserves some more explanation, and I feel like Julio, maybe you can give it like a few minutes. I think it's a very deep subject, but to help us understand a bit more how that could work with money is a personal ownership usually.
Exactly. I mean, there is this nice ancestor, an author called Carpolani, who talks about he calls it the three false commodities, and these are labor, land, and money. And it's very interesting to think of them as false commodities, because it means that they were not always commodities. You know, our labor time, our labor, our work, our bodies were not always commodities. The land wasn't always a private commodity in a square and an apartment with a little Schreber garden and so on. This was not a commodity. And money also. Money is a debt. You know, it's a credit relation. It's a social relation between people of the types of things we want to promise to each other. And through the process of the history of capitalism, it became commodified. It became a private commodity, which reifies capitalism. So today, I mean, if you follow a Marxist definition, you would define capitalism as this MCM prime formula. So like money makes more money. You sell money to buy commodities in order to get more money. So it's always this reification of this or fetishization of this token of value that we call money today, that is just growing for its own expansion. We call it growth, we call it many things, through process of interest-bearing debts and so on. And so this is what actually destroys the planet. I mean, it's the growth of this fetish, of this god, at the expense of the commons, at the expense of the land, at the expense of our bodies, at the expense of what's of planetary boundaries and so on. And so when I talk about the commonification of money, not the commodification, the commonification is basically saying, okay, it's going back to this question of democracy. It's like, okay, how do we create a money where we are all co-owners of it, where there is no private ownership? It's not owned by a private bank. It's not owned by a state. It's actually a common resource that we can issue out and then claim resources and so on for each other, and then decide on what types of resources we want to claim. Today, we don't have this power. Today, we're just stuck. We just have to kind of wait and see what is there that we can actually do. Like, oh, okay, there's a problem with the rent. We have no power to decide over this. And so I think the commodification of money, given as a basic income, is a way of freeing our bodies from wage labor, so decommodifying labor, freeing money as a commodity, and then through this process also decommodifying land eventually. So it's basically transforming money out of a private commodity into a commons, into a commonly owned resource. And I think this is really, I mean, this for me is the key theoretical point that I've been working on for a long time, to really like provide an alternative to the current like capitalist crisis, because we have to really go to the root. And money has been a problem for the last 5,000 years or more. Ever since like this Sumerian ziggurats, you have all these priests giving out debts, enslaving people into debt bondage, and this, that history, this long durée of history, goes on until the Fed and the military industrial complex. No, like the U.S. military is the biggest polluter in the world, um, and it's funded by the U.S. dollar. And so, if we do not claim the power over monetary creation as a people, we're still going to be, we're not going to go to the root of the problem.
I see that it's almost time to wrap up, but I want to give you each a kind of moment to share what you're going to do in the workshops. I know that they're booked full, but just in case people are planning to watch the recordings, maybe Valentin, can you tell us what you're going to do?
Yeah, it's so amazing that it's booked out. I'm really excited. And yeah, well, the workshop is labeled is titled "How to Start a Community Currency as an NGO." And because like we are an NGO, and we start this community currency. And I would like to have a practical hands-on workshop where I will share all the experiences I made in starting this community currency. And just a disclaimer, like we still have a way to go. So it's not a like follow this step and you're gonna have a currency, but like it's just like I share my experience, and I really want to have like this discussion about and learn where the, I think 30 people, like I guess some have practical experience, and I would really like to learn which challenges they face, and then have a discussion about like how could we as a community, and I say like we, and Julio and me, we're also like in the community currency alliance, and so like what could steps be that your project could do, like how can we help ourselves, like this is this discussion I want to have.
Nice, good. And Julio, what about you?
So first, I'm gonna talk a bit about again this question of power, and then talk a little bit about these two sides of money, just to get people a sense of how to think about circles, how circles works in terms of exchange and mutual relation, like mutual obligations in terms of resources and claims to resources and stuff. And then it's basically, I'm gonna run through our handbook. We recently published a handbook that explains what circles is, how it works, some of the principles that I talked briefly about today, and then basically giving people the methodology of how to organize locally in their area. So going from like the circuit of producers, the merchants, to the workers, and also to the community at large, and how to do that basically. So it's just very practical way of getting started in your area. This is what we do with the assemblies when we do them at the last Wednesday of every month. Anybody who's listening is welcome to join them, where people from all over the world come and they, are looking to join circles, and we try to show them this type of methodology so they can also get the sense of how to get started, basically.
This is, I'm really happy that both of you are doing these workshops that are so hands-on and so, getting people started. That for me is really what MoneyLab needs. Like we can talk and talk and talk, and that is very important to think through all the consequences and the critiques we have of what is going on, but also we need to start and we need to build things. So yeah, I'm really excited about the workshops. Thanks for this really nice kind of opening discussion we had with each other. So Valentin's workshop starts at noon, I guess Berlin time, for me also Amsterdam time, and various other times in the world, 12 CET. And Julio is, I think, working together with Blanca, starting at 1:30 Berlin time. That's it for this session. Thanks everyone for joining in, and thanks Valentin and Julio for your great thoughts.
Thank you, Inte. And thanks,
Thank
Valentin.
you so much, Inte and Julio and Valentin. That was amazing. Was a really great primer for many of the topics we will cover today and also tomorrow. Thank you so much. And lots of success, Julio and Valentin, for your workshops.
Thanks for
Bye-bye.
organizing.
Thanks. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Mm.
Yeah, and you all have a chance now to take a 15 minutes coffee break or whatever break it is that you need. We'll start back at 12. And we have, in the meantime, we are transitioning into the workshop spaces, and we'll work on the stream for our partners Trust, because on 12 to 2, we'll continue our live stream with a contribution from Trust, socializing tokens, super interesting panel that is coming up with Sarah Friend, Matt Dryhurst, Wassim Al-Sindi, Laura Lotti, and also Arthur Röing-Beer and Callum Bowden. We are really looking forward to that. And just to give everyone a bit of time to get prepared and to change the settings in our Technik, we'll have a 15 minutes break, and I see you back at 12. Hello back, and thanks for joining us again. It's now noon, and we are about to start the workshop by Valentin Seehausen. As I said before, this workshop will not be streamed live, but it's going to be recorded. So those of you that are interested in having a review on how to start a cryptocurrency as a nonprofit, you have the chance to watch the recording after we will have published it. And we will now have another transition. We are streaming live from the Twitch account of our Partners Trust, and we will see an amazing panel kicking off shortly at 12 with Sarah Friend, Wassim Al-Sindi, Matt Dryhurst, and Laura Lotti, moderated by Arthur Ruing-Bear and Callum Bowden. And guys, I hope you are ready, and we will now make the shift. And I see you back in this room at 2 p.m. Have fun.
Told me to stop, but I keep on. Non-stop ins neue Netz. Wie Game.
And part of MoneyLab Berlin. I'm very excited to be here with my co-panelists today, Sarah Friend, Matt Drivers, and Wassim Al-Sindi. I'll introduce everyone first, and then we can get started with our conversation. So, Sarah Friend is an artist and software engineer specializing in blockchain and the peer-to-peer web. She's a participant in the Berlin Program for Artists, a co-curator of Ender Gallery, an artist residency taking place inside the game Minecraft, an alumni of Recur Center, and an organizer of Our Networks, a conference on all aspects of the distributed web. For the past 2 years, she has been working on Circles UDI, a peer-to-peer community currency that acts like a universal basic income. It was launched to the public in October 2020 in Berlin. Her recent exhibitions include Crypto Manifold at the Kronos House Center in Shanghai, Screensaver Watching Us at On-Site Project, New Tech SF Nexus in San Francisco, and the Art of No Likes residency at Arvine Gallery in London.
Thank you, Laura.
And we have Matt Drivers, Mixed Art in Berlin. He teaches at NYU's Clive Davis Institute of Recorded Music and is co-host of the Interdependence podcast. And we have Wassim Al-Sindi is the founder and host of the Xerox Salon, conducting experiments in post-disciplinary collective knowledge practices involved in discourse, art, and writing. He works on conceptual design and philosophy of token economies and cryptocurrencies, in addition to writing and editorial responsibilities at publications including the MIT Computational Law Network. Previously, Wassim co-founded MIT's Crypto Economic Systems Journal and Conference Series, and developed novel characterization approaches for crypto assets and networks, such as the regulatory epistemology project, Token Space. And then there's me, Laura Lotti. Hi. I'm a researcher investigating the affordances of blockchains for alternative forms of organizing, particularly looking at the relation between economic and social aspects. I'm a member of Trust, and I'm a co-founder of Black Swan with Penny Rafferty from Bowden, and I'm also a friend and collaborator of The Sphere, both of which Black Swan and The Sphere are going to present later today. So I'm going to mention for our MoneyLab participants. So thank you everyone for being here. Before starting our conversation on the potential and drawbacks of social tokens and unravel some of the tensions between incentives and valuation, access and exclusion, and community versus public interest. I want to introduce a little token game that we're going to do today. So all our participants from Twitch will be able to tip tokens to us panelists by typing in the chat our name and the just our names. Yes. So each viewer will have 50 tokens total, and so use them as you please in this game. Just a way to try out or begin illustrating some of these tensions and experiencing them also ourselves as we go.
And what's funny is if you put my name in, you get a token yourself.
Now everyone can know what it feels like to print their own money.
Exactly. Okay, so I guess we can begin. Why social tokens? I'm going to start with asking a question to Mark and opening up the conversation. So I was wondering, Mark, from your perspective, being really involved in a lot of these digital communities, what is the need for social tokens in these communities and how that relates to larger needs within the ecosystem?
It's a good question, right? To qualify what a social token is, maybe first, is that a good idea?
I think so, yes.
It's quite difficult, obviously, because a lot of tokens have social components connected to them. It's not that easy to disentangle the social from the standard deployment of an ERC20 token, which is supporting a project and then the promise that in return you're getting back this strange token that represents a stake in governance in some cases, and also a piece of equity that you could potentially sell for a profit in future. Yeah. The social or community token space generally seems to have been kind of defined as tokens that aren't in support necessarily of a particular company or new protocol, but instead an art practice or an individual. Something along those lines. That seems to be the delineation. What's quite interesting in that, in a sense, is this idea that one of the great promises of the Web3 space is the promise of, let's say, the ownership economy, right? And so when Ethereum pushed out Ether tokens and you got to raise money by disseminating ERC20s, the great promise there is that you would be able to participate in the upside of this thing that you're supporting. And so hypothetically, you could extend that same mechanism to supporting, let's say, the advancement of a writer, right? There's a writer who has the ambition to do something over the next few years. They could ostensibly kind of crowdfund, but crowd equity fund or whatever.
Pseudo equity, let's
say. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, we'll get to that. But you could give someone something back in return, which is quite dissimilar say to the Kickstarter model that most people would be familiar with. Now, quite what that equity represents, quite how if you can indeed take that to the bank, quite how that's going to be abused is something I'm sure we'll get into over the 2 hours. But the basic principle is interesting, right? And I think people are initially interested in it simply for that initial gesture of saying, what does it mean to, for example, participate in a cultural project and have something to show for it that says, if this moons or if this project is successful or relevant in some way, you will be able to participate in the spoils generated from it. And so closer to where I exist, in the music space, for example, this is something that I've talked about for a long time, right? You have a heavy concentration of resources at the top with music space, generally in a more abstract sense, but also formally in the way in which things work, right? And like Sarah, I'm sure you have a lot to say about this in the art world, right? It's like, pop stars are, the Formula One drivers of 100+ people operations that produce these cultural products that are the result of not only the work of like the producers and the art makers and the PR people and so on that go into it, but also the fans themselves, right? And you see this with things like BTS armies or whatever, right? Like there's a lot of labor that goes from the kind of consumer side to make a pop star something. And so the idea of creating economies around that is very, very interesting, if not flawed, right? And so I think coming from like the Web 2 period where a lot of people have slowly, like the slowest penny has dropped, right? That like we've all contributed all this stuff, whether it be directly to projects or indirectly through, passing the word on, like contributing to the social capital of something. That penny is slowly dropping. That you could potentially build economies that were more rewarding and equitable. I am definitely on the fence about it because I could see interesting use cases of it and I could see horrific use cases of it. But that is roughly why people are interested, because there is demand for something that would offer those affordances, that would offer that potential.
Yeah, definitely. I find I'm just gonna share it with you all. Like, I have a problem with the term social tokens because, as you were saying, Matt, at the beginning, tokens or money-like things are social by definition. Otherwise, they can't work, right? And so, my concern, and we see, we're gonna talk about some of these models and examples and what we like and don't like about them. There seems to be this emphasis on the social as something that can immediately be financialized. So there seems to be the term social tokens for me tend to suggest this conflation and take the emphasis away from the problem of organization. That instead I think it's a lot of these digital communities or kinds of collectives or creators, etc., are already very social.
We're humans, right?
Exactly. We are connected by strong social bonds, but then oftentimes there is the problem of organizing in alternative ways, but we're seeing some of these experiments where in fact what is happening is almost just accelerating the tendencies that already exist in the Web 2 space. So just something that I wanted to throw out there.
I think it's fair to be critical of the term, because I was actually thinking about the ambiguity of it, leading up to this panel, which is called socializing tokens. Is the socializing as in what we're doing, sitting around here talking? Is it socializing as in the political tendency? And when we say social tokens, do we mean social as in coming from social media, or do we mean there's something actually community driven about them? Because the idea of tokenizing your sort of individual practice as a musician or artist is actually not necessarily a community-driven operation. It's very individualist instead.
Okay, now that we've taken apart the social part, I thought we could also discuss the token part. Because the word token is also not a new word, right? So people have been inscribing things onto clay tablets in Sumeria for thousands of years. You can think of Kochiloko to describe money as memory. So we can talk about these things as ways of keeping record. And so tokens have always been social. We've always been humans. We've always been exchanging and trying to understand and remember and record our interactions with each other. And I just see this as another iteration of that, for good and for ill.
Totally. And what you're seeing as well, you see, I don't want to, I guess it's a way I've talked about NFTs or whatever, but it's also, if you're thinking about quantifying the social graph around a person or a project, again, to make the comparison with Web 2, this is stuff that happens, it just happens opaquely, right? This is how Web 2 businesses work. If you can quantify the activity around,
you don't see the algorithm.
Yes, exactly. The person or the project, you gather those statistics and you add arbitrary values to them. It's just all of that is happening somewhere in a room at Twitter or somewhere in a room at Facebook. There is this kind of, there's legitimate concerns about how these things can be gamed, how individualist these things might end up becoming, how scammy they might end up becoming. And then there's like a separate concern, I think, which is also just rendering transparent all the interactions and the kind of economic, for want of a better term, interactions around a product or activity or a person, and the future shock of that, where it's like that's kind of also like, you know, as you see that this a little bit in the NFT space, right, where people are like, NFTs are making, you know, art disgusting and speculative, and you're like, no, it's just, you can see now. So, but like,
It just happened.
Anyone who's a professional could have told you that, but you can see it,
Yeah.
right? And so actually, like, there's also the future shock of, you know, shooting the messenger a little bit of saying, well, actually, like, if you did want to, you know, figure out some kind of an ownership regime or an ownership economy, whatever you want to call, around cultural products, you're also going to have to deal with the stickiness of all this information.
And the metrics and so on.
Yeah.
Let's just very quickly say, once we get onto metrics, it's kind of like a particular bugbear of mine. I used to design heuristics for cryptocurrency networks, and there's two things which we must always discuss, which is Goodhart's law, which is a kind of aphorism that is mostly invoked in economics, which suggests that if a metric becomes a measure, it ceases to be a good metric,
Sure.
because everyone will gain for and optimize for it. In the blockchain milieu, because there's more transparency, it just usually means that the nefarious activity of the skullduggery just moves a layer down your technological or your social stack. And the other one is related, Wittgenstein's ruler, which is like the ruler is, you're measuring the operator as well as the, you know, the ruler is a measure of itself as well as the thing you're trying to measure.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's good to bear in mind.
Definitely. And maybe on this point, I wanted to read a comment from one of our viewers, Grace Raj, which is quite pertinent. I think it seems that we need to rethink this idea of labor. If we are talking about social behaviors, non-action is just as important. When we emphasize action, we get a lot of loud, obnoxious people competing to show what they did. Being humble doesn't get you any credit.
There is no reward for not retweeting the annoying NFT takes on Twitter with salty quotes.
This
But
is
maybe
so,
there should be.
it's so true. And actually, if you think about it, I've often said that, like, you never get, how'd you put it? Like, you never get applauded for the opportunities you didn't take. And so there's people, for example, I mean, in the kind of the signal like chaos of Twitter, there's people who can make you know, make reputations for themselves by being very publicly against things, and there's other people who like don't do things, and that you know, that non-participation is also kind of invisible, but it doesn't mean it doesn't happen.
Let's tell Jack to implement slashing on Twitter.
It's funny. I forget what's the native currency of World of Warcraft?
The gold, is it something gold?
The
something
guild
gold?
currency.
I don't know. Actually.
I was literally just listening to Josh Cigarella talking about currency exchanges like within the guilds on World of Warcraft. And the non-participation part reminded me a little bit, where basically there you have a scenario where, you know, so the basic idea, as far as I understand it, is you have a gaming guild that goes to raid against this dragon or something, and they all have to partner together to kill the dragon because no one individually can do it. The dragon gives away this loot. The loot can't be disseminated to everybody in the guild because there's like 40 people and it only drops 5 items, and so they've come up with their own currency that that manages to distribute that loot to those who need it the most.
I remember the article we were talking about before the discussion about insurance pooling. Yeah,
exactly.
It's very much related to that, where like a minor league baseball player might become part of this kind of pseudo union, and because nobody knows who will make it.
Exactly.
And so then the loot of the people that make it get signed by major league teams can be a bit more equitably distributed.
Exactly. But what you need to do, and Josh was explaining in this, is that oftentimes you have players who don't give the most damage. They're not the most adroit or adept players, but you still have to incentivize them to be part of the guild. And so ultimately the currency will be passed to those who, they're not non-participants, but they're certainly like quieter participants than your kind of like A team in order to keep the guild running, because you actually need those people, right? Yeah.
Very interesting. Well, as you're mentioning guilds, maybe it could be nice to, I don't know, try to think of these tokenized communities or social tokens within a larger, maybe historical trajectory of organizational forms, and how some of these, ancient forms of collective organizations, social and economic, like as I understand, also like guilds, for instance, yeah, kind of like to, I don't know, try and challenge the real demystify this like sense of newness and novelty that, you know, I hope I want to talk about anything that's to do with blockchain.
Do you want to start from the start? Because I believe that like the Knights Templar basically invented letters of credit.
Okay.
Pretty much invented banking, right? So
Yeah,
you can
right.
start. I used to spend the winters in Malta, so I went to some of their old hangouts. So I guess it started. It's not new. It's definitely not new.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the things I thought when I was reading the article you posted about, among other things, these baseball collectives, I was like, this is a symptom of the failure of the state to redistribute wealth and care for aging populations. So it's not a new model. It's actually like a completely old model interpreted in a voluntaristic and industry-specific form.
Yeah, there is the, I don't know, the voluntaristic element, actually. I'm wondering, like, to what extent perhaps some of the, I don't know, models, if not, like, token-supported models of organization, like, need to rely on, like, voluntaristic participation. Or, I mean, I guess this is, like,
We're talking about altruism more specifically.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this will lead us maybe to talk about incentives also. Yeah, but I'm wondering if there's also maybe a potential for some of these new instruments to move beyond this kind of like forms of voluntaristic, altruistic kind of participation.
Well, I think Circles is a great example of kind of incentivized voluntarism or incentivized altruism or something like that. You know, it seems to be like in that, at least in that middle zone between the two. I wonder if you could speak a bit to that, Sarah.
I'm curious how you think Circles is incentivizing altruism.
Well, because nobody is selling something, so people are incentivized to participate in the network and participate in the trust formation and bring people that they know into the network, and they're rewarded with this pseudocurrency that's given to them on this kind of like algorithmically defined schedule, but nobody is necessarily buying it or selling it. That's why I'm saying it's somehow it's altruistic mode.
Right, I see. That's an interesting way to describe the fact that no one is buying and selling it for
At least
currency outside of
into
that
the
system.
entry into the system
Yeah.
specifically.
So you could say that taking goods or services that you might sell for fiat and choosing to sell them for Circles on the part of the vendor is an altruistic act. I think that's definitely true. It's interesting that currently the idea I'm most excited about with regard to Circles is actually looking to change that. or kind of to add a layer on top of Circles that makes it easier to develop an exchange rate with fiat, which I suppose is a bit less idealistic than the Circles project as a whole, but it's, I think, much more practical. And also an idea that's a bit related to this panel, because Circles is already kind of a social token in Matt's definition, in that it's a token that a person has that, you know, is only partially fungible for other similar persons' tokens, but it's to add a kind of group token layer on top of Circles where people can burn their personal tokens for the group token. And the group token by size can become easier for people to understand and possibly track against fiat.
So is it a feature that
This is something I like to talk about and might build if I have time later this year. So yeah, it's fun. It's funny that like to critique the whole or to maybe bring up some of the tensions around purely altruistic incentives, like this very altruistically motivated project Circles. Actually, the direction I'm maybe most excited in taking it right now is to make it a bit less altruistic and maybe a little bit more practically useful.
Idealism can only get you so far. I think in this hyper-economic landscape, I think some realism is welcome.
We have another couple of comments with regard to the sports players that I kind of want to relate here. So the idea of tokenizing, Grace Ratch, same person from before, said the idea of tokenizing the sports players is problematic in two ways. One is that the person who ended up making the professional league played against all those inferior players in training. In other words, all the players created the best player, but only the best player gets the credit. Yeah, the problem is that the indentured servitude problem, people are betting on your future.
I shouldn't laugh immediately when someone says the indentured servitude problem. I laugh only because we already talked about it.
We're extremely black-pilled here, so like this is not the first time we've thought about these things.
Yeah. On the optimistic side of something, I was talking to like a group yesterday and used the analogy, this is discrete from what you're describing with the baseball players, but like use that analogy of, again, going back to the pop star, it's like, the pop star is like the center forward in a football team, where like you need one to like score the goals, but fundamentally, like everything completely falls apart if you don't have a team there, and if you don't have a second team there that the team trains with, and if you don't have, right, and so at least engendering that awareness, like I welcome the problem of trying to figure out that economics, and we're so early to this that fundamentally, one of the critiques at the moment that I think is very valid is, right, like, the only people who at the moment have any chance of kind of winning in this space are people who can think of ways to devise their own economies around what they're doing. And of course, in reality, that's not going to happen. Like, in reality, what's going to happen is you're going to figure out, 7 to 10 templates that will expand to hopefully 7 to 10,000 different templates for how to structure something like this with different incentive models in place.
We see this kind of power law thing everywhere. I mean, let's come back to music. Like, look at the lineup of a festival, and then look at who gets paid what. And it's kind of like, there's the white dude at the top, and they get 80% of the money, and then the rest is scraps. Like Spotify works pretty much the same way. Just the parameters of that distribution are slightly different and skewed, but it's ultimately the same thing. So maybe there's a way that this socializing or insurance pooling type model can spread that a little more equitably. But the indentured servitude problem is real, right? If you own rights to a person's future stuff.
Totally, and I think that's also where it may be, this wasn't really on the sheet, but like, again, to go back to problematizing or like rethinking the social part of tokens is, in a sense, like one of the reasons I was most excited about this space was thinking about, okay, like, how could like the smart contract be the institution? Like, how could basically agreements between people enshrined on a blockchain be the leanest institution that you need, right? So if you think about like a gallery system, like a gallery system is very much structured in a very hyper-individualized way, right? Where there's global costs or overheads to the gallery, but like if you sell something for $1 million, I don't get anything. In fact, if anything, it probably ends up hurting me because then they're like, well, why aren't you selling something for $1 million? We should get more people in here to sell things for $1 million, right? So thinking of the leanest possible gallery or representation structure, you could say, okay, we could build a smart contract in here. Now that to me is an inherently social application of tokens. And what you're talking about is creating agreements between people that are pro-social, that incorporate in advance all of the different contributions that people bring to your reputation or to the reputation of the group. That's a very social thing, but that's very distinct from the idea of, say, we're all going to launch a token together and give it to everybody. Those are two very separate use cases, but very pro-social, And the smart contract institution to me is actually far less complicated than the idea of thinking about what if we gave tokens to everybody and like manage this, because the incentive, I'm sure we'll spend like an hour on all the incentive nightmares that you can see start there. It's like, that's a pro-social token usage that doesn't require minting a currency.
Yeah, and also with the word institution, I just want to really quickly bring in this work that Schingler and De Filippi are doing on exstitutional theory. So as a kind of a counterpoint to institutions. So the idea that institutions are these kind of formalized, bounded structures. They seek to protect themselves at the expense of what's outside them. They generate externalities, sounds like crypto networks, right? And so the institution is the kind of the things that exist outside of that, the looser, less formal things. Yeah, it's a nice lens to think with these things. Yeah. It's early days on that particular one. Institutional theory. Yeah, it's a nice conceptual lens for this.
That's very nice. I was actually thinking, as you were talking about smart contract as institutions, and thinking about current institutions already have some form of like, bureaucracy is always some kind of automatic process, and so smart contracts can actually do automate, 100%. Even maybe more so, or like, take away some of the struggle of like, getting things to flow, like, or, you know, unlocking treasury spends for a group, or making decisions together, or whatever. Like,
But you could,
so,
you could argue that the political questions aren't solved, they're merely redistributed.
Oh, yeah. Particularly not when you don't actually, I mean, and this is, again, why I understand a lot of people get annoyed with crypto people, is like, a lot of the hubris kind of doesn't understand what the smart contract of the traditional institution does, right? It's like there's a legitimate critique of all institutions for all kinds of reasons, like centralized power, like bloat, you know, kind of like, you know, inefficiency, bureaucracy, things that don't need to exist, but they also exist for a reason, right? And it's like, actually, it would be really great to be able to like look at all of institutions and say like, well, if you were to write the most lean application of what this institution's function is, what would that look like? And could that be replicated? Because in some cases it maybe couldn't, right? And but I think that that's going to be a useful way to think about these things. And as I say, it's very different from the category of quote-unquote social tokens that will be written about, which generally is like, I'm Matt, buy Matt. Yeah, buy Matt token. By the way, buy Matt token.
I heard they're not printing anymore.
Yeah, no, it's super scarce, yeah.
Vote red.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. It's actually deflationary. We're burning like by the minute. It's totally up with Matt token. You're there first. No, but you see, there's like very different applications of what these things could be.
Yeah. Well, yeah, there is the TCFXYZ that is asking us, are you not afraid that these models, even if they are created, won't win in the marketplace?
Which models?
The social ones.
Social token models, that maybe moving beyond the individual, like, servitude kind of model. Like, or maybe, I guess, what's the relationship between these like tokenized communities and the open market? Like, do they need this to?
This is maybe a great time to talk about friends with benefits.
Mm.
Community token versus the open market.
Yeah.
I have one quick thing before if we do talk about friends with benefits. This is a general concern I have, and I don't know if it speaks to TCFX's. I wonder who that is. Question, but there is a genuine concern I have. When I was talking to this group in Switzerland yesterday, I was saying, look, like the Formula One analysis I give to like cultural figures, where you have this kind of like huge resource intensive person at the top, and then this kind of foundation of poorly compensated people underneath them.
Sounds like a pyramid, Matt. If it was, it would kind of be like I don't know what the there'll be some there'll be some like exactly more a ziggurat, but like the but one concern I do have, which is maybe speaking a little bit to the question, is like, you know, if one were to kind of remove this mythology around like the individual genius, like would it still be possible to create successful, dynamic, kind of growing cultural products? Because most cultural products that we understand, this is more like, that's how we know that they have succeeded in the past, right? We buy into the 20th century myth that the painter did all the work themselves, and that there wasn't, you know, price speculation colluded by a few people in New York at the time to ensure that that was the painter that was going to define 1965, right? Like, we want to believe these things, and the same happens with music, right? Like
or like literally CIA funding to make.
Exactly. It's like we want to believe these things, but of course we've lost our naivety, and like a lot of this kind of like, you know, for better and worse, like a lot of the kind of rendering transparent of the machinations of the culture industry and the financial industries, like we lose a certain degree of naivety in that process, but there still isn't like, it still isn't confirmed that, like, you know, let's say an interdependent system in which everybody gets paid and you're building this big collective project together would succeed as well in the attention marketplace as the kind of lone genius thing. However, I'm pretty optimistic on that, because I think that, like, again, to bring up the BTS army and like, which of course is a very hierarchical thing, but you bring up certain structures like that where you have like, you know, there's this kind of like almost like a drama of participation. Like the artwork is kind of further on the fan side. These things get kind of enshrined with like videos every now and then, but the participation is the art form, in a sense. Like, that is the cultural product, is that you get excited and you go online and you meet other people who are into army, and like, right. I'm pretty enthused, at least, that those kind of squad models, to borrow a term from you all, are pretty dangerous in an attention marketplace. Quite whether they will inevitably lead to utopian outcomes or whatever, I'm not sure. But I think in a marketplace, if anything, they're kind of more adept or more kind of like they're more what's the word, like
resilient or something.
It's more kind of like native to how people participate in culture now.
Yeah.
And so generally speaking, I think it's not naive to think that they might well endure and be resilient.
I think I guess a few things, like the kind of structure that you're describing, where you have this kind of pyramid of workers supporting one very famous person. I feel like it might be reasonable to separate, like, what if that was a community, we were tokenizing this community. We should probably separate fame sharing and profit sharing.
Sure. Yeah.
Like maybe we can't share fame, but maybe like everyone on the bottom makes a living wage. And I think that would be a big improvement already. And regarding, fame sharing and this person on the top, I think there are other really comparable structures, like a company or a brand, maybe to reference something else some people in this panel have written about. But also like an avatar, like a company running a digital influencer, maybe, for example.
Totally.
So the famous name doesn't really need to be like even an actual human. It isn't in a lot of cases.
Sorry. I'm thinking of the hero's journey. And I'm wondering, like, maybe we're kind of going towards some kind of typology towards like how important the hero's journey is in the creation of this social imaginary and the economic infrastructure and whatever else that gets built around it. Is this hero's journey, does it have supremacy over everything? Is it something that can kind of attenuate over time as this community matures and builds? Or is it something that is it scaffolding that we can later remove when we don't need it? I don't think we know the answers to these questions.
Totally, and it's not necessarily like mutually exclusive, right? Because the distinction, in a sense, would be to bring up the a headless brand analogy. What you were referencing could well reference like the Michaela analogy. So Trevor will eventually get to Friends with Benefits. Like Trevor, who also started Friends with Benefits, started Michaela, and like our discussions, which I mean, to be honest, I was sold on from quite early, was the whole idea of being like, no, actually, like having a digital avatar here is incredibly resource efficient, because you have inefficiencies with all of the resources being shared by one human at the top, and also liabilities, right? Like we now live in a time where like you can see entire movie productions or record productions that people have been working on for 2 years ruined because someone tweets something stupid or like is a dick, I mean, like, so there's the great liabilities to these things too. Now the idea of saying, no, what if, and I've got a feeling that our dear listener TCFX will have a lot to say about this, but like, what if swarms of 10,000 people were working on creating a cultural product? It doesn't necessarily deter or like change the hero's journey, but I think it changes your relationship to the hero's journey, right? Because you're not then the kind of prostrate witness to the hero's journey, watching the Rocky movie being like, go Rocky. You're writing the hero's journey collectively with a bunch of people. So you still get to have the hero's journey there, right? But you get to participate in creating that moment. And I think that whatever that aesthetic is, actually, when I was trying to think of like a neologism, I was like, usphoria. I don't know if that works, but there's some kind of like whatever connects BTS Army and the Link Marines and all these things that we associate with cultish behavior and we associate with shammy, shilly behavior.
Euphoria, Y-O-U.
Yeah, well, that's why I said usphoria. Yeah, but yeah, exactly.
Euphoria.
Yeah, exactly. Euphoria, whatever. There's gonna be some term there, but like whatever that is an aesthetic. It's a participatory aesthetic of like constructing something that I think can be as rewarding as receiving the hero's journey when you watch Rocky or Star Wars or something like that, right? And that's the big bet. And that's ultimately why I think Michaela is thinking about fully decentralized. I mean, that's why, like, because if you were to create something as culturally kind of powerful as Disney or whatever in the early 20th century, you would be thinking along those lines.
It's also probably more humane if it's not a human. Like, I don't know about you, but I've often watched, celebrity dramas play out and thought they have the character of human sacrifice. We feed and pamper and ultimately destroy. But especially with, I think I also posted, there's this New York Times article recently about a kind of new era of influencer monetization platforms. And one of them I think was called New, which lets, people on your social media, like literally control what your followers, like literally control what you're doing. Which is like, well, first off, a number of things. Like one, talk about the dystopian examples of, turning yourself into a token. But then also I think, Matt, it was you who described this whole space as bringing with it future shock.
Totally.
And the whole project being called New just seems like future shock to me.
Yeah.
Like we've run out of words. It's new. It's new.
Yeah.
Like,
New is not new enough.
yeah. But imagining doing this to a character, an audience controlling the character's behavior, ultimately a much more humane proposition.
100%. And going into the traditional, like, what people tend to describe social tokens as, that's also one of the big concerns, which is funny, it's not native to the space necessarily. There are people in the kind of more familiar Web 2, like iOS app kind of infrastructure with New thinking of ways to be controlled by crowds, right? Like, and that's one of the concerns in social tokens is like, what are the incentives there if I say as an artist, give a bunch of tokens to people and I'm an artist that's known for doing this popular thing, and then I'm like, oh, I have this support structure now, I'm going to go and have my weird period, and they're like, no, you're fucking not. We all hold this token, you're going to make more of what made us, interested in you in the first place, right? Like, so there's no real way of like escaping that dynamic.
Get back in the hole. This ain't no union shop.
Exactly. You can pour flames on that, but that new thing is like hideous. Again, you don't need crypto to create dystopian scenarios. Let's be real. But, yeah.
So is it a good moment to move to talking about incentives and economic models that we've started already?
Totally.
So.
We can also talk about friends with benefits at some point. I didn't want to cut you off on that point. Sorry.
No, it's just.
I'm sure it will come up.
Yeah. I mean, I know you've been part of the community. I kind of would love to hear your perspective as an insider, because as an outsider, I've had sort of my own kind of observations or questions about it. But, the inside scoop for those non-token holding,
Tell us the
please.
story. Tell us a history of friends with benefits for those of us not so familiar. That'd be, should we do it now?
Wow.
Sure, yeah. So, so basically the idea, so usually kind of twin to a social token, oftentimes people discuss community tokens. And now community tokens, there's more that exist, but basically you can get a pretty good understanding of most community tokens that have existed by looking at the role. There's role, I forget, role.fm or something there, who were recently hacked, which is a whole other story. But basically some of the biggest kind of community tokens, the basic idea is that you have a token that represents your membership in a particular community, and then you get certain benefits from doing that. Now, I think one of the first big ones is called Whale. And Whale is this kind of art vault that was created by this guy called Whale Shark. And basically, you buy into Whale, or you get given Whale for participating in the Whale community. And the Whale community now is a Discord that has like meetups, and it's pretty insane. I mean, and you get to go in there, and like if you contribute some artwork to a Whale messaging thing, then you get more Whale. It's like they're building an institution out
How many
of it.
people are in the Discord, man? Roughly, do you know?
For Whale,
Yeah.
I mean, it's thousands.
Thousands.
Yeah. And you can go. I've been in the Whale Discord, and like there's a lot of activity there. It's not necessarily something I want to participate in, but it's like, but it is legitimately like a community, as one would understand a forum community or whatever to be. Now, Friends with Benefits was a similar idea. So started by Trevor, who started Brud, which is the Michaela company. And it was a basic experiment starting there, where he was like, look, I'm just going to mint these tokens and I'm going to give them to a bunch of people I know. I was one of the early people to be just given these tokens that were worth nothing. And basically what the tokens do is they give you access to a Discord. And then you can go in that Discord and start to, talk in the, in the dark forest or whatever.
So these aren't NFTs, these are like normal tokens.
They're just ERC20s,
Yeah.
The ERC20s. And then the whole idea was, I think initially you needed about 50 Friends with Benefits tokens to be able to participate. And that worked out, I think at first, to be like $30 or something along those lines. But of course, as the social graph grew and more people were like, oh, what are you doing here? And like liquidity providers came in, it got to the point whereby to access Friends with Benefits was like in the thousands, just simply to get access to this Discord, which I don't think was ever really the intention. And now the price has dropped considerably since the hack, but that's a whole other question. But the whole basic idea was like, you're inside this Discord and it's like, how do you build out kind of in my mind, it's somewhere a hybrid between like it's hybridizing like a publication model and what people understand a Discord to be. So, for example, Friends with Benefits tokens were used to commission writers to write exclusive pieces just for the community that were hosted on Discord. Friends with Benefits tokens were also offered to Substacks to basically crowd negotiate subscriptions to things. So if somebody had a newsletter that a bunch of people there voted inside the Friends with Benefits Discord they say they liked, someone on the Friends with Benefits team, because there is literally a team now. There's admins there who I believe are paid in Friends with Benefits tokens, would go to that Substack and say, hey, we have a couple thousand people here, who want to read your Substack, like, can we get a deal or something along these lines, right? And so in terms of access, there's all kind of things to talk about, to discuss about that. But in terms of the actual experiment, that's been my my impression of it. And I mean, the one thing that I've enjoyed about it in a sense is that, Trust has a great Discord. Our friends New Models also have a great Discord. Is it feels very much of the time to kind of have a place to defect away from the kind of, you wouldn't quite say public square of Twitter, but like the battlefield of Twitter, let's put it that way.
Yeah, I remember we were talking in Salon the other day about the dark forest and the digital cozies and the public square, and we have this different gradations of like how bounded a community is. And I wonder, as the access price of the Friends with Benefits Discord server increased, it's kind of like the institutional barriers formed
100%
as a side product of that. Yeah.
Exactly. And this is another big question about access, right? Because like Friends with Benefits was initially an experiment. It also happened to be an experiment conducted by people who happened to have a lot of friends who could probably afford that price to entry, right? Because it was done amongst like business people initially. But of course, this question of access is quite tricky, right? Because like, I've personally been like a bit of a critic of kind of the utopian promise of like, complete access that came with the web and like how that went, right? And so the fact that one of the early experiments in this kind of like tokenized community model things did end up becoming so expensive and in a sense quite prohibitive to access.
Exclusionary.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't necessarily mean that somebody couldn't just fork it or like go do another one, right? Like you could make and see 20,000 of these things, some of which may choose to learn from that and say, okay, well, what we're going to do is just cap the price of this, right? So that basically, you'll never have to pay more than $10 to become a member or something like this. But that's how Friends with Benefits has been going.
It depends how much you let the market decide. So I'm designing some token economic models at the moment where we have kind of two access mechanisms. One that's kind of marketplace determined, another one that's determined with the issuer. And so like if you're the issuer, you obviously have to take on some responsibilities to be that person. It's not decentralized anymore, permissionless. But you can create a floor or a cap for a price by being the buyer or seller of last resort, and you can prevent this runaway exclusionary train.
I think one of the things I've been thinking about, or regarding the run up of the Friends with Benefits token price and subsequent collapse, is that there almost seems to be, with the simple and direct relationship of like only so many tokens get you access to the community relationship, is like they seem to be a bit in opposition, that like to grow a community requires stability, but markets require liquidity. So I think that what happened was that there was a community that was stable and therefore there was like no liquidity because no one was selling. And I guess you would, the class of the average Friends with Benefits hodler might not have been such that the several $1,000 or whatever, entry price was a life-changing amount of money, so they chose to like hodl through it. But that would not be true of like every class of people, and there would come a point in the token run-up where the community would collapse because of profit taking.
But that's one thing that was interesting. So basically, like 2 weeks ago, Roll was hacked, and Roll held. It's like Roll is kind of an interesting kind of like Web 2.5 kind of service where they mint social tokens for you really easily, but they also serve as like a centralized treasury for those tokens.
You could think of it as middleware, I suppose.
Exactly, yeah. And so one of their wallets got hacked, and a bunch of these tokens were converted to ETH, and basically the liquidity providers for Friends with Benefits and other ones were the ones that got hit the most. But one interesting dynamic to that, I do have to say, is that following that on Friends with Benefits, where you do have, it's a pretty widespread. I mean, like, there's people in there who, as I say, like, they're in the crypto upper classes, and then there's people in there who, like, were given tokens, and this is their first experiment with anything like this. I expect that this is probably the first time they ever had a wallet to hold these things. What was striking about all of it is that not really many people were selling, and actually most people held, and in fact many people tried to buy. Tried to buy the dip, like. But the conversation there wasn't, even when the token was at high prices, wasn't like, oh, how do I get rid of this? There was more kind of like discussion about like, well, what does this mean for participation here? Because actually, a lot of people have come to really enjoy it in there.
So there was this ideological bent to the community, as well as maybe like, obviously there's going to be different constituencies within a community. There's not a contiguous entity.
Totally.
But it sounds like there was like a genuine community spirit there.
Yeah, I think.
I remember though that when this roll hack happened, that quite ironically it seemed to be like an inside job at the end.
It doesn't look good, does it?
So, but what happened is that then all these discussions, I remember, like I follow mostly like from the outside, and these discussions with relation to the role of the token in mediating access to a community is when the token itself is called in question because of these external, hacks or like problems.
Yeah.
So, to what extent like you need to have, and I remember like people discussing questions of like liquidity and like need to increase the velocity of your money or allow these tokens to circulate and find discover the price of the market, etc. So again, I don't know. One question that I had there is like, to what extent one would need to bake these kind of economic mechanisms of like buy and sell and create demand and supply at the start of one of these experiments. Because I remember like a Friends with Benefits, what was reading, and what has been so nice, up to now is really a live laboratory of like trying to grapple with these questions like very practically. And so, as I understand at the beginning, it's very much like a Discord with like a bunch of people and without really thinking about all these like economic questions.
Totally. And also doing it in an environment, I think that was part of the idea, to doing it in an environment where there's not so much damage if things go a bit weird. Right, because that's the other side to the access question here too, right? Is that like
keeping
the stakes relatively low, where it was like done amongst a bunch of people who, like, the vast majority of people who participated in Friends with Benefits were given it for free or bought it for like $50 max, the vast majority, right? And then when things do go sour or unexpected things turn up, you're kind of like, okay, like that's why I don't think many people who are participating in that community have any like false kind of pretenses about like what it aspires to be long term, but it is an economic experiment in the space. And maybe it's better in the sense that it wasn't capped initially, so that you can actually see how these dynamics might take place.
But I guess there's a related question is like, it sounds a lot like Friends with Benefits kind of baked an economic model which is reminiscent of many of the models we've seen in the cryptocurrency, blockchain technology space. I guess the question is like, is that model really the best one to use when we're trying to foreground the social and community aspects of these projects?
Totally.
Yeah. So we actually have a lot of questions and like comments from our viewer. There is Mauricio that says, how do you structure successful incentives without some kind of gamification and levels you can achieve? And how does this not eventually develop into another class system? Like the ziggurat that we were talking about before.
The reason I mentioned the ziggurat is because I was working on a secret book project a few years ago, which I suppose I can talk about now. It was a bit controversial. I was looking at the inside asymmetries in P2P monetary networks. And I was using the model of the ziggurats. I was going to build pyramids out of the unfair power structures of all the currencies. I was looking at all their Gini coefficients and all of the obfuscation that happens underneath the surfaces. And the core developers of these networks were coming to me saying, there's a cartel, there's a dictator, nobody can see it. Please help us do something about it. It was so controversial. Nobody would touch it, nobody would fund it. I had to go off and do something else.
I love that you were doing that though. Maybe scrap that part from the documentation.
It was called Dowsing Don'ts, by the way.
Dowsing Don'ts.
I want to suggest that I don't think having incentives always involves levels. I do think most financial systems can be thought of as games, though. So it's hard to get away from that. And I want to add something I've been thinking about, which is like maybe a bit far out, but I've been thinking about incentives in general and the idea of financial incentives as being parts of a system that we can think of as a game that only actually work because of things that are happening off the board. For example, we only want financial incentives because we live in a capitalist economy and we need money to live. If we didn't need money to live, we wouldn't want financial incentives. So all of these games are only working because of what's happening outside of the game itself. And I guess that is to say that I guess the question is about disentangling class from financial incentives. And I'm not sure you can, because if we lived in a world without class, why would anyone want financial incentives in the first place?
Yeah.
But you do have, as a designer of these systems or mechanisms, you do have some power or sway over kind of where the externalities lie, or what things you're pushing out of the system and which things you're accounting for within the system. And we see like there is a bit of a spectrum in the crypto world already about things which have maximal externalities, like you may have heard of Bitcoin. That's like big externality engine, and you have things which are trying to reason a bit more, sense a bit more about their potential externalities. And so maybe we can move towards a more pluralistic mindset, but I don't know if we're there yet.
The question of incentives is obviously really closely related with the question of metrics. And as you were saying, was seen before, like a metrics of sociality, which seems like a lot of these communities, trying to measure and reward meaningful contributions, but the way they are doing that is very much reliant on the type of platform, so where this conversation or interactions happen, and and I guess that I don't know, I see some danger perhaps in creating systems that are so inbuilt or embedded in any one particular platform to then replicate perhaps this kind of dynamics that maybe are not financial per se, but they are very much, as you were saying, related to a financial way of conceiving of the act of measuring the act of participation. Again, as we were saying before, no one has ever been rewarded for not adding to a conversation or reacting.
Maybe here we can mention the Gitcoin spam crisis and quadratic voting. It's also relevant to Black Swan, which we'll be talking about later today, which was a project in funding art projects, and used this new model of allocating voting weight called quadratic voting. Now, because of the way it works, the idea is you're trying to avoid deep-pocketed players pushing things around in terms of governance, so that your vote weight increases with the square of the number of votes you use, rather than linearly, which is the normal one person, one vote thing. So in Gitcoin, which is just a way to distribute seed funding to early stage projects on Ethereum, pretty much, there's a big problem now where the thing has grown so much that people are building kind of bots and automated systems to make more accounts, to do more voting, so that they can have more vote weight at the expense of, the little players. And it seems that this is settled on human verification as the last line of defense. And so, we tried to automate it and it didn't really work. Now we have humans checking everything because the humans still have that kind of finer grained judgment about how these social graphs are interconnected. People looking at pairwise interactions, like you vote for me, I vote for you, and trying to see that as a heuristic of possible collusion and so on. So we always have there's always a new metric and there's always a new problem with a new metric.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and also to speak to that, it's if you're talking about metrics for compensating people, I mean, a lot of the reason why these projects in some cases can come across as quite uninspiring, I think, is also just the reality that only so many measurable things are on chain right now, right? So the few things that are on chain are you can have a token that increase in value based on participation in this Discord because Collabland exists, so we can try this in the Discord because there's this one thing that could put Discord somewhat on chain. You can put a Discord bot interacting with the chain, and you're actually in some kind of insane scenario, you can think of a scenario in which you're incentivized. I've ranted about this a long time. It's just show me, let's start a community of people who are trying to, incentivize people to start restaurants and like paying people across borders using these currencies that are apparently way faster and way cheaper and not impeded with the same baggage as Western Union and all these kind of things. Like none of those, like so little of that externality is kind of like on chain or like able to be analyzed that it's very difficult to develop the kind of core incentive structure that you might want to do, where you're benefiting people in accordance with real shit that they're doing in the world that's actually really great. And so you get these kind of like toy experiments that end up being kind of bloated, and it's like, well, ultimately, because there are a lot of like community tokens that, and the whole idea is like, you can't buy the token, you have to participate to get it, right? You have to go to the Discord and run a session or, run a Q&A or write the Q&A and then you get the token. It's like, that's not a negative necessarily, like a model to incentivize participation. It's just the participation doesn't produce that much value in the real world. It feels very insular and kind of a bit trite sometimes,
I've seen projects that not necessarily social in nature, but they've used those similar kinds of dynamics. So there's a project which is trying to incentivize mesh networking, P2P, internet data transfer, and they are rewarding people, or they were rewarding people to go off and read documentation to RTFM, and then also to run a mesh networking node to provide with. Sorry?
Is this Helium?
I'm actually thinking of Althea, but there are multiple projects like this exist. And so it's not a particular social project, but they're using this similar kind of dynamics to try and build and bootstrap the community.
And then the question comes back to your point earlier that like ultimately, you can't automate everything. So like it's easy for me to say on the one hand, oh, more stuff needs to be on chain. And then you're like, well, okay, well, there's also negative consequences to everything being on chain. Like what is worth being on chain to be able to make these things interesting enough? Do we want to be able to like take like super gamified incentive mechanisms to meat space, for want of a better term? Like, is that positive? Like, do we lose more than we gain from doing that? But these experiments will take place. It's just right now, I think a lot of them come across as like more trite than they necessarily are because there's so little to experiment with. It's like,
I really don't want to say it, but when you were talking just then, Matt, I was thinking about Pokemon Go on the blockchain. I'm sorry.
I've heard those three words.
CryptoKitties with proof of location.
Exactly. CryptoKitty walking services. I mean, it's complicated, isn't it?
So I guess something I like to bring up when we talk about introducing, well, first, I mean, the broad history of like introducing measurements into things that were previously unmeasurable is like not a great history. It's just like people fuck that one up like a lot. Over and over, and introduced a lot of what we might call perverse incentives. So we should always be cognizant of this, but then I guess an example I like to think about of some moment, actually very social, fitting for our subject, where measurements were introduced to something that was previously unmeasured is the rise of social media in general. It's actually already a game. It's full of quantifiable aspects of one person's...
Like and subscribe.
Yeah, I mean, I now have some sense of the follower count of everyone at this table. And, if we were speaking 20 years ago, I wouldn't have had that. And I don't know, I think I personally have mixed feelings about what this has added to the world. I don't know about you.
No, I'm totally with you. I mean, I've definitely so I teach classes generally to 18 to 22-year-olds. And it's really funny, like we've been talking about like NFTs and this stuff for a long time and like social tokens and so on and so forth. And it's really funny because I'm definitely like in the millennial camp where I'm in my mid-30s. And like the people I know who are my age and above who are super naive to this stuff are like, I can't believe that we're metricizing culture and this is the end of the world. And I'm just like, where the fuck have you been? When I talk to 18-year-olds, like they've known their friends' follower accounts since they were 6. Like they've been living under this on our watch, by the way, not my watch because I was a bit too young, but like people older than me who were like, crypto and metricizing things is terrible. I'm like, you were the ones that like saw that, could have seen this coming. You didn't say anything. And actually like how naive in the sense and how aloof that you would be somehow dismissive of the fact that actually you've got 18-year-olds now who were not naive in the slightest bit to the metricization of everything that they've grown under the regime of. And now they're looking at it and they're like, we're not grossed out by that. We just want to fucking stake in it. We want to have some way of managing it and maybe making it more equitable, or maybe choosing to dismiss it. But we trust us, we know it's there, right? And it's like, it's only people that tend to be my age and above that are like shocked by this, because like, you know, TikTok is like something they read about in an article in the New York Times like every 2 months. You know, this is their extent of exposure to it. So you're totally right. I mean, it's like this is for better and worse. Well, no, mostly for worse, I would say. Like, this is how things have been run. And so the question then pragmatically is, well, is it better than to be able to wrangle those dynamics, confront them, and give people some agency over them? You know, because they're not going away. It's not like if we reject social tokens or community tokens or whatever these ideas are, it's not like Facebook's going to be like, oh yeah, guys, sorry,
we'll pack it up and go home.
I mean, sorry. You know. And they tried doing that, right? I mean, like Instagram tried taking the likes away. I don't know if you remember this. It was like for like 5 hours. It was like this huge thing. They were like, yeah, you know, this is a bit too much, guys. And like after 5 hours, they're like, sorry.
Well, academia is doing this as well. Like, so even outside of the commercial space, like academia is parameterized to the hill. We have it in the UK. It's literally called publish or perish. If you don't publish in the high impact journals, which is like a arbitrary metric,
on your own dime,
game, mostly on your own dime, unless you publish in an open access nice journal which is funded some other way.
Totally.
Then yeah, so this thing is nothing new. Then each academic or each researcher also has this thing that we call H index, which is like you live or die by these parameters. And so people are trying to game the systems to get more papers to publish, to get more citations in these more favorable journals, so that they can survive.
And the H index, for those who don't know, right, it's kind of like a way of it's like a metric of influence, right?
Yes.
So it's like it's some way of saying beyond, you know, because you could publish a lot and then nobody would republish. It's kind of like analyzing retweets. Yeah, exactly.
It's very briefly. So if you have an H index of 1, it means you've published at least one paper that's been cited at least once. If you have an H index of 10, it means you've published at least 10 papers, each cited 10 times. So this is actually another like power law thing is going on here. Yeah.
So wait, I've never published a paper, but I've been cited a bunch of times. Is my H index like crazy? Can I like cash that out somewhere?
You're ready for tenure?
in fictitious land, yeah. No, but you're right. That's the thing, is that these things exist everywhere. They exist within institutions, right? There's all kind of arbitrary ways in which work performances is allied, you know. So it's not, again, it's a kind of shoot the messenger thing. Is I don't think confronting these things necessarily is a bad thing, but having them in front of you and being able to be like, okay, well, like which parts of this are useful, which parts of this could be absolutely completely.
So we can at least imagine some alternatives.
Yeah, that's the only way to do it. But imagining some kind of mythic. This is very not dissimilar, I think, to the kind of naivety when you think about the culture industry. You know, imagining that the culture industry was somehow always pure of these things is just naivety. That's just like inherited naivety, right? And so doing the same when it comes to metrics and evaluation of things is also just completely useless.
Let's take a trip back into history, right? You know, you're a musician in the 15th century. How do you earn your keep? Like, you need to know a king, or you know, and their daughter gets married, and you write the whatever.
Like, so to excuse it, but let's not pretend.
Yeah, so like patronage has been happening in different ways. I suppose we have now models for distributed patronage, which some of us are using, but nothing that much has changed in terms of the kind of ultimate structure of that.
Yeah, I mean, like avant-garde, there's corners of avant-garde music that are like almost, you know, like double-digit percentage funded by an Austrian princess. Nobody knows that because
I know the one you mean.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody, and good for her. I mean, like, I'm glad that money gets given to weird sound artists, right? But like, you don't read that in the press releases. That's not part of the official spiel of the culture industry. Like the culture industry, we have all lost our naivety, and there's benefits and there's doomer components to that, right? And then there's benefits to it. Where you're like, okay, now we're not naive anymore. We get to look at all these like this mess and then try and organize it into something hopefully better. And there's going to be 10,000 different competing proposals for what that might look like, but we're in a far more advantageous position to grapple with those figures than pretending they don't exist, which is just ridiculous. That's not pragmatic at all.
Yeah. I just want to make a note that we are already 1 hour into our conversation. We were talking about a 5 minutes coffee break. How are you feeling? We can... we take a little...
I have a final hot take about measurement.
Yes, please.
Which I will deliver in the coffee breaks. This is to say that measurement and fungibility... I've been thinking lately about how measurement and fungibility are related. Because introducing a measurement is actually the process of making something fungible. which I
Yeah.
don't know. I've just been thinking about that a lot. Like we're taking two humans who we might think of as non-fungible, and now we're metricizing them with their follower counts.
Schrodinger's coin.
Yeah, so that's it. That's my final hot take about measurement.
That's sounding preponderable. Like, yeah, like.
Isn't there a great book about measurement? I'm just wondering if you might know it.
I can think of two. That one I read last year called "Seeing Like a State." History of measurement a lot, and then I'm also reading Technic and Magic right now.
Yes.
Which is also actually about this problem in a lot of ways.
Seeing Like a State.
Yeah, but a lot of the great examples of like historical attempts to put measurements into place that did not really do what they were supposed to do come from Seeing Like a State.
Wow. All right, 5-minute break.
Yeah,
Right.
let's do it.
The sun came out, so we can actually. I might get some actual thing.
Cool.
Mm.
See you all in 5 minutes.
Cool. So.
More now than ever.
We want it to be a blockchain, but we want to take away all of the problematic new features that you've added.
On screen.
We're back. We're back after our little break. Is it a good time to do a scores check of? Oof.
Sarah's just killing us.
Sarah is a whale.
We're going
Compared to others.
to have to call you Sarah Friend with Benefits.
Yeah.
Oh no. I guess so. You know, knowing this information, I was a little skeptical of this financializing our panel.
It's
As
starting to look great now.
maybe, well, no, I want to say, and maybe it's my privilege to say this because I am currently the whale, but I'm not sure this is going to help have a productive discussion. Like,
Wasn't one of the questions that we're going to get to about adversariality? Like, I feel like this might
am I
be-
going to be attacked now? Wow.
DM me and I will announce your project on the stream.
Oh.
Yeah.
Every clout has a silver lining, as they say.
Not if the tokens release it. These puns.
Well, yeah, I guess one of the like goals or like aims of this experiment is precisely, I guess, for us. I mean, not that we are new to this world of like self metricizing and like putting ourselves on display in this kind of ways. But yeah, like I think I am also personally quite wary of this kind of individualized metricizations. Yeah, which is something that again we see like.
But maybe it's inevitable. Like, I'm just thinking now about the quantified self movement, the Silicon Valley bros doing all this kind of like, you know, microdosing so they can bang out more code or whatever it is. Like, you know, maybe this is like another kind of symptom of these cultural trajectories that we see.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tricky. We just did a.
I think it's different to quantify yourself but have those measurements known only to you than to be quantified publicly by others.
So then there's a political question: who is doing the quantifying?
Yeah.
Totally.
Well, definitely, and maybe this is a point to enter a question of access and exclusion, as we're thinking about who is doing the work. And yeah, I mean, we already touched on to like questions of access and exclusions. Like, I had a few points or a few questions and reflections also coming from my work with Black Swan and like some of the things we've been thinking about a lot, particularly like looking at how a lot of the tokenized communities or social tokens that we see create like are communities that emerge around a token, are communities that oftentimes didn't really exist before these mechanisms were put into place. But then I think the questions become, or there's a different set of concerns to take into account when we're trying to apply these tools to communities that already exist. And, you know, again, groups of like creators, artists, and I guess, yeah, there's a lot of, I don't know, different sets of concerns. And the first one is, for me, the question of cognitive and economic barriers to entry into this system. Like, particularly if we're talking about blockchains, it's not very easy already to, you know, familiarize oneself with MetaMask, with like the different tools that are needed, like even understand exactly where the token's coming from, etc. If you're not already like, you know, initiated to this
There's
system.
an inherent asymmetry there. In
Yeah.
favor of the people that know how the things work, and that's very often the people that built them or designed them or developed them. And so, like, it's very hard to get away from that.
Well, exactly, and the question of an economic question becomes then also directly related to these, particularly as we're talking about using Ethereum as the main blockchain of a lot of these social tokens, and we know that Ethereum fees at the moment are like quite high, and yeah, so it's you know, how do you explain to someone that hasn't really that is not familiar with blockchains why they would need to spend, I don't know, the equivalent of $50 to sign a transaction to even get the tokens to participate to enter these kinds of communities. And yeah, I think, I don't know, there's these kinds of questions. There is the question of the open access of the content and like outputs that are produced by these communities. That is what often makes them like great, versus what happens when you put a token at the entrance of these communities. So I don't know, these are more like I guess ongoing like live issues like for us. And I don't know if any of you has any recommendations or suggestions.
I have a devil's advocate position on this, just because it comes up a lot, and I think that to state my priors or whatever, it's like, look, like access ultimately is a good thing. Nobody wants this to turn into like a country club, period, right? Like that's my like position on this.
Yeah.
However, I do think that like there's something truistic to like a lot of critiques that come in. There is kind of like there is a knee-jerk constant push to be like, well, is this accessible enough, right? This kind of like a question that's become very fashionable. And I was starting thinking about it. And I was like, well, if you think like, in a sense, this is probably the most accessible rollout of an internet that's ever existed, right? Like the initial internet, there were all kind of attempts to make it accessible, but nobody even knew that an internet would be a thing to want to invest time into. So you needed a certain amount of pre-knowledge about it to want to take it seriously. And of course, the stuff there was like completely abstract to anyone without a computer science background. Web 2, came out of like an open source community, but like the difference between like running an open source project, like even pre-GitHub, versus installing MetaMask is like leaps and bounds more accessible than that was. Not to mention the fact that like all those Web 2 projects that were incubated and ultimately mandated by a very small group of people, mostly in Silicon Valley, were not participatory at all in their inception, right? Like you didn't get to interact with it in any way, shape or form. Right now we live in a time, it's unfair to make a comparison because now we live in a time where you have the YouTubes of the world, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But like there is an argument to suggest that this is exactly the most accessible rollout of the web there's ever been. Now, of course, when you do that, what's kind of paradoxical about it is that, again, when you have the future shock of confronting people all of a sudden with a lot of alien interactions and concepts they haven't previously encountered, and you say, here, look at that, in a weird way, paradoxically, you can feel more excluded from something that is happening than if you didn't know it was happening in the first place. So weirdly, accessibility paradoxically can create feelings of more exclusion than non-accessibility, right?
Maybe there's like a financial inclusion, exclusion access, and a technical inclusion, exclusion access, exactly. And we're kind of trading off between these two things.
Exactly. And I only say this because one of my bugbears, because a lot of times it's like it's become this kind of truistic, very like centrist liberal position to take, where you're like, think about accessibility, and oftentimes when people do that, there is often like a conflation, as you said, between financial access and technical access. There are a lot of really technical people in the world who aren't very wealthy, right? And I get annoyed about this because there's this assumption that the only people that understand this stuff are the wealthy. And I'm like, no, like there's more engineers in India than there probably are people in Germany or something like that. Don't quote me on that. But like, but there are. I mean, there's a lot of very, very technically adept people who do not have wealth, material wealth. And so sometimes I feel like the sometimes condescend people, because there's a lot of people who, for example, aren't like middle-class artists or whatever, who see emergent things and they say, well, no, this is worth me putting my time into because I see that this is going to impact my life, my family's life, my community's life, and I have the capability to try and to hunker down and like try to understand this stuff, right? So accessibility, I think, often gets reduced down to these kind of to conversations amongst people who generally are quite well off, and I feel that actually people who aren't well off often get condescended to.
I feel like there's two extremes on the side that I want to hear from Sarah on the circle side with inclusion for obvious reasons, but I also just wanted to mention that I had a previous project where I was banging the drum for Bitcoin as a tool to liberate against political oppression, basically, to empower people in the most straitened of circumstances. Now, the transaction fees went up, and then little Timmy in the mountains of Afghanistan can't do that anymore. Yeah. But there was this emancipatory promise in the early days of a lot of this stuff.
Sure.
And there's kind of the financialization of a lot of these networks. First Bitcoin, now Ethereum, is pushing out a lot of the non-financial use cases. Yeah. And so like the financial exclusion barrier is getting more stringent, even if the technical one is falling.
Totally. Yeah.
Yeah, speaking from a circles perspective and to like a very practical response to your initial question, Laura, this is an issue for circles, absolutely. We felt that the full onboarding ramp to crypto participation was too much for the user we wanted to target. So we put a technical solution in place. We pay people's transaction fees. Do we run on Ethereum? No, we cannot afford to run on Ethereum. We run on XDAI. And we we have a relayer service, so users pay us in Circles token. It's symbolic at this point, but there's a promise, I suppose, if the project ever became monetized against fiat sufficiently, that relayer might be sustainable financially. So that's what Circles chose to do. I guess that's not for every project, but if it's like really, really important that you make this crypto on-ramp easier, I think that's one of the better ways to do it.
So you can access everything through the web browser on your mobile.
Yeah.
And it's great, like, subsidizing fees. It's almost some kind of like welfare function that the new Web3 institutions would need to eventually like embrace or like begin considering, I think.
Sure. UBI for your UBI.
Exactly. Luckily, the fees on XDAI are low enough that it's in around $100 for an estimated year. So it's very, very low.
But that comes at the price of permissionlessness, you could argue.
It does. And I think that projects have to consider what their adversary is. And for Circles, we considered that probably no one really, the
people
the decentralization stats and parameters of the XDAI network were probably fine for the type of project that we were rolling out.
Yeah.
It's a question of priorities.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, it's a trade-off, right? And you see a similar thing where it's like conversations around, gas fees inherent to minting an NFT or gas fees inherent to participate with Ethereum. And it's like, well, no, the easiest thing to do is like be more like Flow. And you're like, well, there's trade-offs there, right? Because like in the short term, if your focus is on these specific fees, right? And like the throughput or whatever, and you're like, yeah, but then there's considerations of decentralization, there's considerations of censorship resistance and all these kind of things that like in the short term, if you're not super well educated in the space, you might think, oh, well, we just do it on Tezos, and you're like, well, actually, when you make that decision, you might be opening up more problems than you thought, because it's going to be easier to mint your NFT, but what happens X, Y, Z, and it's like, and the great bet I assume that everyone's making. I mean, I think again, it's a really complicated conversation. It's complicated in some dynamics to such an extent that I don't think I fully have a position on it yet, because because there's a lot to consider. But it's like, I act in this space a little bit under the assumption that some of the issues with like gas barriers will be resolved. And if they aren't resolved, then that is enough of a competitive disadvantage to see other chains emerge that will have solved that problem, right? Or address that problem. So it's like, you kind of have to suspend judgment. I'm suspending judgment a little bit when I talk about this stuff hypothetically, because I'm saying, look, I just assume that over the next 5 years,
everything's still an experiment here.
Exactly.
Yeah. There's still like new kind of gas mitigation proposals being implemented. People are doing things off the base chain. We talk about layer 2 as things that happen kind of off the chain, then settle later in batches to save those transaction fees, to save that precious real estate in the blockchain. So there's many different approaches being tried. Things that go outside proof of work. Ethereum is meant to go to proof of stake. I've been waiting for 7 years for that, so like, I hope it comes.
Which feels like a long time in crypto, but again, when you're thinking about like the broader scope or the ambition of the network, 7 years is nothing, right? Like, I mean, so we'll see. But yeah, exactly. This is where we start getting into belief, like fundamentally.
Yeah, but maybe again on the question of like how to onboard people, or like how to onboard these existing communities onto in this new space. So like maybe that's the right question of like how do you maybe gamify that kind of onboarding and make it fun or interesting, at least to try out and learn something along the way, like and open up to this new space. That's maybe something that to think about before, like I don't know, social incentives rather than on-chain kind of mechanisms could be a way of looking at it as well.
Well, like referral schemes have existed since time immemorial, right? And they all kind of look like pyramids as well. So let's try to imagine a bit better.
Yeah.
I think, again, I still think the ownership meme will be the onboarding mechanism for better or worse. That meme will endure, and it's like, this is more coming from like music native kind of universe. I'm like, equity was the one, I've been shouting this for years, but it's like equity was the one kind of meme that could be pushed that can't be pushed by the centralized powers that come to dominate Web 2. It's the one thing they cannot offer. It's the one thing they can't like tie into their service.
They can offer you a fake version of it. So I heard this week that Robinhood is planning to build a platform which will democratize access to early stage investing. Previously only open to accredited investors, blah, 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 blah.
Okay.
I'm like, well, but they are doing it.
Yeah, sure.
So who are they?
Yeah. So it's like the coinless model, but with, okay.
Definitely.
Um,
I have a note from our stream direction that says that there is a campaign in the chat to balance out the scores. So very nice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sounds like we're going around in circles.
Let's just say Sarah won, and then this is our attempt to make it more simple.
Now we move into the utopian imaginary.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. We want equal outcomes here, please.
Definitely.
I have a couple comments about accessibility. One of them is I really appreciated the disentangling of the financial cost of participating in the network from the technical inaccessibility of diving into the project of creating smart contracts. But I think there's also actually another inaccessibility or terrain for accessibility, which is financial literacy, which is very real and also very inaccessible.
Yeah.
A type of technical knowledge that is not software related necessarily. And I guess a second kind of point is like, I do think though the in terms of the technical accessibility of Web 3 versus Web 2 versus like Web 1, I think that the complexity of the tech stack required to get started with a Web 3 project is actually, like, to build it, to DIY it, is actually significantly bigger than the complexity to build a project that is not a Web 3 project. Like in the early days of, I've talked about this a lot with Ruth from Brewfield, who I think spoke yesterday. You know, in the early days of web art, right-click view source was a really, really like accessible way to learn about what was going on inside the websites you were using. And that is like not available. Like the right-click view source of Ethereum is like a big hex string on Etherscan, you know?
This reminds me of a concept that I think it was Tim Roughgarden wrote a paper about. It's basically about packet routing in networks, but in a very general sense, and it's called the price of anarchy. And you're kind of comparing having a totally P2P bottom-up emergent system versus having a centralized top-down, everything's directed. And like the price is the difference that you pay for that inefficiency. And again, we can talk about that price in financial terms and in technical terms. I think that very much speaks to what Sarah seems to.
Yeah, it's a great point. I mean, it's also an unfair comparison. The only point being is just saying, of course, in that period of time, you wouldn't then be able to go on YouTube and find 16 people to like who maybe had addressed that question or something like this. It's like it's a really difficult thing to calculate, but in terms of accessibility, we are seeing basically the beginning stages of a new internet happening in real time, where you can actually access those people, and a lot of them do publish, and a lot of them are but it's really difficult to compare different epochs in that way, or unfair to the previous ones.
Yeah, and the question of financial literacy is it's really important. Like we were talking about equity, but I guess so there's like quite a bit of equity has become this like nebulous or like meme. The real equity is probably something that we don't get Web 2.0 Web 2 companies like giving equity to their users because they literally couldn't by law. So in this space, there is this.
So you have to disentangle equity from equitability.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, I didn't realize this recently. I was listening to something recently, and they were saying that like equity is in like amongst the Democratic Party becoming like a huge word politically. Like I've completely missed this. But of course, then I'm going on Twitter using it as meaning like, no, you have an ownership share in that project that specifically that you can cash out at some point. And somebody could be reading that and being like, oh yeah, like Kamala Harris is talking about them. Like, I have no idea what Kamala Harris is talking about. But allegedly that word is trending right now. Like, that's the thing.
All right. Cool.
Yeah, I guess. No, I think the financial literacy is also a big point for me, is like, for better and worse, like, I do not come from a particularly financially literate background, and the crash course in this world has like been incredibly educational to me, for better and worse. Like just in understanding the movement of money, and also being grossed out by like in some cases how simple it can be for people to make a whole ton of money. Like I feel, I feel that has been a gift of my interest and participation in this space, is all of a sudden being like, oh yeah, now things make more sense.
You see how it is.
Yeah, because you aren't given this training. I mean, and you could say the same for technical training, right? Like it's not just an age thing, by the way, because like I have a brother who's 10 years younger than me who was not taught financial literacy in school, was not taught like to program in school, was not, so these are real problems. And this space I think has contributed to knowledge about that for better and worse.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
And maybe since they're gonna cut us off in 20 minutes,
Oh,
I know. Like taking the question of equity versus equitability to maybe open up the question of community versus public interest. And so is there any potential of these technologies to create some alignments between communities and public interest? And this was more something that I thought, particularly in relation to what Sim, since he's very knowledgeable about attack vectors and exactly what are the dynamics in the space. Like, how does the adversarial mindset of a lot of these protocols play into relations between token-based communities and a larger public interest that is outside of this?
I mean, I suppose we should call back to the institution-execution thing we were talking about before, where we kind of can see then there's kind of these boundaries to these networks of networks, or these tribes, or these cryptocurrencies, or blockchain networks, or whatever you want to say. And I would also say that hard baked into almost every cryptocurrency project, by virtue of its like common genesis from Bitcoin, you have this kind of zero-sum mindset by putting markets at the place of everything. So markets are a conversation between buyers and sellers, and there's like winners and losers from that, and like next to zero or close enough to zero. And I do wonder sometimes if by building these networks with the zero-sum mindset at its heart, at least economically, you get these kind of socio-political penumbras of this zero-sum mindset. Yeah. And I critiqued this quite voraciously recently with respect to Bitcoin, which I regard as a new form of cryptographic necroprimitivism, where it's easier to imagine the heat death of the universe than it is to replace proof of work. Everyone is sufficiently incentivized that they cannot imagine, they refuse to imagine an alternative.
Have you considered gas flares also?
Well, speaking of that, people mine Bitcoin using the waste gas from fracking wells, and they say that's helping now. But then that might actually mean more people frack more, so that they can get more of this waste gas to mine Bitcoin. And there was recently an article in The Independent which caused some furore, but it's nothing new. Somebody hooked up an oil well directly to a Bitcoin mine. Directly to it. So like, there's not even like sense of abstraction between like the energy source and the use. Just plug them in together. And the point of going back to the ecological externalities is that Bitcoin doesn't have a sophisticated sensing mechanism. Neither do most proof of work networks. So rather than it being a good or a bad moral argument, they just can't care about their externalities. Yeah. And that's one of the common problems with everything having this origin from Bitcoin, is that we have this culture of not caring. And I remember something that somebody at Trust said about events that used to happen here before I showed up, which was that when there were events that were regarding P2P, peer-to-peer technology, people would always clean up afterwards, put the chairs away, put things in the trash. And when there were blockchain events, the place was a complete mess. And so like, read into that what you will.
And I believe I'll add the detail of the blockchain people did not put the €1 in the beer donation jar when they took the beers from the fridge.
Sense the sense for it.
Because there's no QR code.
The person I heard that story from is in this room.
Oh, this protocol isn't algorithmically enforced. Oops.
It's also an issue too. Like I was chatting on a working group with Jaya Brecker recently, who is great, and this was one issue that came up. Ruth was there too, actually, with Catlo from Furtherfield, and this is one issue that comes up too, where it's kind of like you have an asymmetry of time, where it's like a lot of the people who are working the most on some of the space are also insanely busy. There's a lot of activity happening. They tend to be like inwardly focused, right? There is, and so in many cases, I think when you're thinking about like the application of some of these things to public goods, there is a lot of potential there to think, and these are things that should be deliberated. You see the same challenge with AI, right? It's just like there are these powerful tools that you can use. I think that any commonsensical reading is don't just like let them run amok in the real world, because they're not, there's a great deal of responsibility that will come with that. But there are some applications where they could indeed help, right? And so we were talking, you were talking about like quadratic voting. We were chatting to Audrey Tang on the podcast recently from Taiwan, and she was talking about how like quadratic voting is being implemented in certain cases related to the dissemination of public funds. I can see that, we were I was talking to a group yesterday about like, in the States, people thinking about Europe, and they're like, oh, well, Europe is this utopia where everyone gets funds for their art projects, and you're like, well, there's, you might think that, but then actually you get here, and I love the fact that the state does apportion funds toward public stuff, but in actuality, those are very centrally controlled.
And there's a metagame going on.
Yeah, totally, and there's entrenched power, there's entrenched concentrated power that keeps getting the same grants over and over again, and then the person who's running it is like, in their 60s, and like they don't get the new project from the 21-year-old that would be really cool. And actually, these are mechanisms when you talk about like matching funds through quadratic voting, etc. Like Gitcoin grants have been running. You can see really kind of low risk kind of ways in which these mechanisms can be deployed for the public good, to allow for more people to participate in where funds go, in a more democratic fashion than currently exists in democracies that we have, right?
You can mitigate a lot of the attack vectors if you know who the participants are. So if it's a time when everyone's voting, we know who they are. In the Black Swan working group, we knew who everybody was.
Exactly.
But if you have a system that's open, like the Gitcoin one, then you don't have that necessarily. And then that's where the problems come with the Sybil attacks, people sock puppeting and so on.
Yeah.
But the point is that there's not a lot of time spent on those particular issues, and there could be, and that's important work, because these things could be quite useful.
Yeah, and there is perhaps also like I don't know, within the crypto space, quite of a limited understanding of the concept of public good. Like again, everything is an experiment. Things are really early on, so all these. Experiments need to be celebrated, I think, more than anything. But it's something that we've been thinking about with Toby and Sam, Toby Shorin and Sam Hart, with the other internet. We're starting to think, to grapple with the question of public and public goods and public funding in this space. Obviously, I guess, on the internet per se, there is not really a public space that could define as such, or there's like a user base.
It's more like the clubs of the different gradations, I suppose.
Yeah. And so, like, I guess thinking about how to support, how to interface, or how to even conceive of a public that is not just the user or the holder of your tokens. It's already, a challenge, or like a exercise of the imagination to open that up a little bit. Like, would be really interesting, I think, to put together, I don't know, DeFi, decentralized finance, and all these like yield farming protocols, and see what happens. The moment in which someone really begins offering a service to perhaps, leave like part of your yield, or route part of your yield to the support of the development of projects that can be considered public. I think there's like interesting things to be played out there. But I
notice we've only got a few minutes left, and we haven't talked about BitClout, which I think is very much the story of the day. I feel like we should at least reference it with regards to this. So shall I just say really briefly what BitClout is? So BitClout is a kind of a pseudo social network that some people have built, and it's each person on the website has a profile. Whether they put it there or not is another matter. And I know some people in this room have profiles there that they didn't put on there. And then each profile has a particular coin attached to it, and you can buy that coin. Even if you're the person, you're kind of expected to buy the coin with Bitcoin. And some people got airdropped this stuff, and there were some VCs and investors that were kind of had a head start before this thing went public and already have their pockets full. And so they put, for better or worse, a bunch of the prominent lawyers in the crypto space, regulators in the crypto space, preloaded their profiles onto this website, gave them a market value and all this kind of stuff. And then the takedown letters have already started appearing and so on. So it's very interesting. I'm so curious to hear your thoughts on BitClout.
Sarah?
I'll start. I discovered I was on there. And I suspect I'm probably not the only person in this room who is, but you have to join to find out. So there was someone who was posting a thread where they had joined and they were willing to check if you were on there for you. So that's how I found out.
Shout out to James Prestwich for doing a lot of that digging.
Yeah, I didn't get help from him, but someone doing the same thing. I guess, you know what really surprised me is the physical feeling of being nauseated when I saw my own profile. It felt like actually like a pretty big violation to have my photo, bio, and name up there, non-consensually being used to sell something. Yeah, I didn't expect to have the visceral reaction to it that I did. Yeah.
I don't want to check that.
I think a lot of people had that reaction. If you go by, like, just from the Bitcoin sphere of the Twitter world, I was following the story at 2 a.m. one night this week, and there was a lot of this similar level of horror.
Yeah.
And I think it speaks to something about, the boundaries of what's acceptable.
Yeah, totally.
Like, you're being tokenized against your will here.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's kind of like a hybrid of like kind of domain squatting, right? Like that kind of happened before where it's like, I'm going to buy Madonna.com because Madonna's going to do this.
Go to the moon.
Yeah, exactly. But then you do it, as a network. And so you get, rather than buying your domain, your participation is already giving them their returns. It's gross. It's annoying to me. Projects like this are like, it's an idea that, to be honest, I had heard probably 100 times. Or this like low-hanging fruit of like, oh, you could do this thing, and that wouldn't that suck, and like get a lot of people really mad, and like someone did it, and you're like, oh, really? Like, is that like, why are you wasting?
It wasn't just somebody did it; somebody that was backed by some of the biggest VCs in this in the crypto space.
The shocking thing about BitClout is how many people that must have gone through who were like, yeah, this is a good thing to spend our time and energy doing.
Totally.
Like.
Yeah, I mean, in that sense, it's almost good that it happened and you received such a big backlash because
But the backlash also created attention, which also goes for better words. So a lot of people have sent Bitcoin to BitClout.
Yeah,
you can follow that on the blockchain. It's a lot of money. I can't remember the figures right now. You can all look them up. It's a lot of money. Yeah. So this thing actually worked. This visceral feeling and the reaction, the kind of immune response online has actually worked in their favor as well.
Well, totally, because then you also get the FOMO component where it's like there is. I mean, this is like part of the doomer scenario. Like, it reminds me. I mean, like 2017, like ICO craziness, where like I remember joking afterwards that like had I like invested in everything that made me nauseous, I probably would be on the beach right now, because like literally like 1-to-1, like everything wrong, like that's disgusting. Like you should not do that. Yeah, people jump in. Yeah, but life's too short, Life's too short. Like it's just such it's just such an obviously bad caricature of an idea. I get, but I hope there are some reputational repercussions too.
I've seen lawyer letters, they're going around on Twitter, like it seems like repercussions are like imminent.
Because there are other ways that you could do that in the sense, right? Like there are ways where you can like, rather than allowing people to speculate on things in advance. I've seen this with like ETH domains, for example, like in ENS, there are people who've like reserved domains for people and are like, oh, hey, like if you want this, I was holding on to this for you. Like there's all kind of like benevolent ways that you could somehow like mark someone's place in a system and say, okay, and protect them and fortify them against speculation on their identity.
Ethical squatting.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I mean, that happens with like IP squatting, right? There's some cases like you claim the IP so that someone can't hoard it.
It's defensive. Right? This is defensive IP strategies, right?
Exactly. And like, so it's not necessarily a bad thing to preempt that actually something might be valuable to somebody, but to then do it and then like speculate on their reputation before they You know, that's
Yes.
just like
You would have to. Oh, you had to pay to contact their support as well. You had to buy.
You're joking,
Really?
really?
You had to pay Bitcoin to buy BitClout to contact their support.
So it's basically like WannaCry or something. I mean, it's like it's ransomware.
Yeah, they're building
it's ransomware.
multiple social graphs out of it as well.
Yeah, so it's ransomware. That's
One thing that's kind of interesting is I remember, and I don't remember the name of the company, but there was a similar controversy about an AI startup just a couple months ago, I feel, who had scraped all the photos from
the
Twitter.
Australian guy, right?
Don't remember.
Yeah.
Don't remember. But done something similarly, non-consensually scraped social media data
Yeah.
and was using it, I think, to train facial recognition. And there was an outcry about it, but it had a different character. And I almost wonder if we're irritated by BitClout just because we know.
Yeah,
I guess
so-
this is to say that who knows how many people have scraped our photos and Twitter bios and used them internally.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the ethics of that stuff hasn't been worked out. I remember that project, and it was like they were selling like basically just like private data sets of categorized things. I mean, it's weird. Like I'm married to someone who's a semi-public figure. Amazon has record of her where you can hit at certain Amazon APIs and get that clip. So like the new OpenAI project right now like has her as an archetype.
Wow.
So you can generate her
Wow.
in certain cases, right? And all of this was done non-consensually.
You married to an avatar, Matt.
Yeah, well, somewhat. No, but I mean, but all this was non-consensual, and it's like, and it's you know, again, Wikipedia was also non-consensual, so it's a difficult thing, but there's clearly wrong, like taking the ransomware approach. Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost institutionalized ransomware. Yeah, that's a big cloud.
Yeah.
And weaponized as well. So the latest seems to be that the backers, the deep-pocketed backers, are inching away from this project, trying to minimize their tarnishing with the reputational storm that's coming with this thing. But the big question is like, how did it get to this stage? Right? They must have obviously been willing this thing, and now it's launched. This is kind of like their exit moment. So they're trying to get away with their gains.
Yeah, but it makes sense. I mean, I remember a lot of ideas circulating a few years ago where it also fits very much into a dynamic I haven't seen emerge, but I feel is very native to the kind of crypto libertarian space, which is the bounty, right? Where like I remember there being ideas floating around for a period of time where it was like, we want to see, which I don't think is a terrible idea per se, but it's like, we really want to see these two public figures debate. So what we're going to do is we're going to like put a bunch of ETH in wallets that can be unlocked once they agree to participate in this tournament that we have set up for them.
Blockchain deathmatch.
Yeah, exactly. But it's like those like kind of bounty dynamics of being like, how do we make it so tempting for you to want to unlock the BitClout account? That feels like an idea that's not new to the space. It's just kind of like maybe this is one of the shittiest ways.
I see this in regulated projects that are being developed now, some of which I work on, where we're working on systems that people are trying to incentivize people from outside their network or institution or whatever you want to say to bring something in. Could be information or something like that. And then you have the question of like, you have political questions and the economic questions and the asymmetry with literacy and all the rest. And I haven't seen a good way to do it yet.
Yeah.
Which is a problem because I it has to build one. I don't know how to do it. And like all the options are bad. Yeah, they're all bad.
Yeah, we had a question from before. Would you hold friends with benefits tokens if they produce public goods?
Yeah.
That's yeah.
Yeah. No, I think that stuff's interesting. I mean, again, a lot of that stuff, like, you're going to need humans to verify. And I think actually Circles has been one of the experiments that I think has been most interesting for that. Like, this kind of like, it's almost kind of like key exchange, key signing, kind of like human verification system. You can see systems like that being used in a non-crazy way to verify off-chain activity that happens. And you could imagine there being some kind of a social or community tokenized community that can verify that stuff and then reward people back there with that kind of like human interface layer built in for certain public goods. I would love to see that stuff. I mean, it's just it's as I said, but it's just about finding like something that would be quantifiable enough that you could like actually say that this has made a difference in what it's doing. But I think the Gitcoin grants, we're also seeing a lot of DAOs, for example, that I think are going to start like opening up, like, you know, trying to fund things that you will be able to vote on, and you know, and so more of those projects sound really cool.
Yeah.
Just doing them, you know.
It's hard. I mean, like Black Swan will speak to this as well. Like, you know, Black Swan is kind of a pseudo DAO project as well. So, like, and that's something for later.
No, absolutely. And we have 1 minute left. I think this is the
Hey,
read the scores.
damn.
Whoa.
Sarah's still winning.
Really? Thank you to my supporters.
Like and subscribe. This is after the attempt for everyone to rebalance it, so heaven knows how much Sarah would have won by.
You already have 1 minute. Yeah. Like, there's nothing what seeing you and I are like tie.
I mean, it looks
Oh,
great.
actually, not anymore.
To paraphrase, there is no clout, only other people's egos.
Very nice. And well, thank you all very much for participating and having this conversation. It's been really fun.
Thanks, Dara.
Yeah, and well, thank you, Trust. Thank you, Arthur and GBN.
Stuff to trust. Stuff to trust.
Yeah,
More of this.
yeah.
Like and subscribe.
Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly.
And thank you, MoneyLab, of course.
Thanks,
as well.
MoneyLab.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers,
and-
MoneyLab. Have a good weekend, everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stay safe out there.
You too.
I just realized when I'm looking at you, I'm actually just looking.
Hey, that was amazing. Thank you so much, Laura Lotti, for moderating, Wassim Al-Sindi, Matt Dryhurst, and Sarah Fran. That was an amazing panel. And I think not only myself, but also lots of other people have really enjoyed watching you. So that was incredibly, thanks so much for generous knowledge sharing while being super inspirational at the same time. This was really cool. Thank you. And I hope you all have a good afternoon and evening. Yeah, it's my pleasure to announce our next conference block. So we started off today with monetary experiments. And now we are entering the second and largest block of this conference. And this is all about creating new economies for arts and culture. And I'm super happy to announce our next speakers. We have Yael Sherrill here. And she's a colleague I have been working with quite a lot over the past years. We've also done events together. And Yael is, I think, one of the best people to really to explore that realm between artistic production, cultural policy making, and this entire space of decentralized organizing. So therefore, I'm extremely happy to be having you here, Yael. And with you is Eric Bordelot. Some of you might know him from School of Disobedience at the Volksbühne in Berlin and many other super inspiring projects he's part of. Today, Eric will later on in the second half of this slot will introduce us to his current project, The Sphere, which is also an amazing and inspirational endeavor because it combines circus and finance. So two of the things you would rather not really put together in your mind, but that's also something we talked about yesterday, right? This is all about rebuilding our imagination when we want to rebuild our economy. So I leave the floor to you and have fun, and thanks for being here.
Thank you so much, Ella. Maybe I'm just going to say that in this session, Eric and I will present together and we'll be joined by Janina Benduski at the second part of the event, but it was published differently on the website, so just so everybody knows. I want to start by thanking MoneyLab. Sorry.
I'm so sorry. I just need to jump in once again because
yes,
I completely
please.
forgot to introduce Robin Hotz. And I have to, because Robin is the person who created the wonderful artwork around MoneyLab. And I'm so sorry. I didn't really think about it properly. But of course, Robin needs to be introduced. Thanks again, Robin, for giving us this wonderful graphics. And today you will also be here for this session, and we'll see some of your work as the session proceeds. So I shut up now, and I leave it up to you. Bye-bye.
All right, so I want to start by thanking MoneyLab, Supermarket, and Ella Kagel, not only for bringing this amazing series of conversations to life, but also cultivating an ecosystem characterized by care. In the preparation for this session, we felt we needed to shortly introduce the field of publicly funded art before we dive into the subject of digital tools for participatory governance, since, as Ruth and Ella mentioned yesterday in their opening conversation, the technology is not yet sophisticated enough to facilitate the complexities we deal with in this field. And so this presentation ended up having 4 parts. I will start with a problematization of publicly funded cultural work, followed by Eric Bordello, who will explore imaginaries of ecologies of cultural funding that raise up to the challenges of the age of the Anthropocene. We will then have a conversation with Jelena Benduski, member of the board of BLAFT, a prominent Berlin association advocating for cultural policy for the independent performing arts. And then we will open the space for inputs from everyone, everyone who is joining us today. Sorry. Our conversation will be followed by a short break and then a session in which we will dive into a project called The Sphere, which aims to facilitate processes of self-organization and initiating new funding strategies for circus arts in Europe and beyond, joined by the initiators of the project, which are actually partly also present here with us in this session. And so I jump right in. I'm an independent curator based in Berlin, working in the field of public art. My motivation to work on this subject is intrinsic. I belong to the sector usually referred to as the independent art scene, which perhaps should more appropriately be titled interdependent or maybe even dependent art scene, as these are values fundamental to our work. The sector is characterized by collaborative practices, producing non-commercial art, very often producing work which falls outside of the existing frameworks for intellectual property law, and are more often than not disinterested in establishing new forms of proprietary ownership structures. It is also a sector that is still, sometimes partially, supported by public funding, while usually having other sources of income and day jobs. Cultural workers in our sector write grant applications many times a year. These applications, and thereby the individuals writing them, are being regularly evaluated and allowed or restricted from participating in the cultural playing field. I want to quickly share my screen. Just a second. Now you will see my text and this. This is a copy of a quote from a colleague published about 2 weeks ago at 5:49 in the morning. And this colleague just shared her impression of the last round of applications for scholarship for visual artists this year from the Berlin Senate. And she mentions that only 2.5%, 11 out of 452 applicants have been chosen. And she finishes with the sentence, the whole life is a game. And so insider conversations regularly revolve around the individual private frustration with insufficient funds, intransparency in the allocation procedures, the unpaid labor of grant writing, discrimination, stagnant hierarchies, and disbalanced distribution of resources. While these are all urgent matters, they seem to be symptoms of an underlying pathology. The far-reaching effects the mechanism of allocation of public funds have on the social fabric of the cultural sector are less often publicly discussed. The system, in its current design, contributes to the already existing social fragmentation. It enforces a social scarcity where there is none. The repercussions of the grant allocation machine expands far beyond the private and public and economic realms into the social and psychological, undermining the sense of belonging, collaboration, and commoning. These have been elemental values held by the majority of independent art movements of the 20th century, which are the legacy of today's independent art scene. These values have been articulated in artists' manifestos, from the surrealists through the situationists, all the way to more recent Occupy Museums movement, to the Occupy Museums movement. And although precarity is the one most commonly cited problem in the art sector, though I personally don't believe it's worse than in other sectors, the dwindling sense of solidarity among practitioners, as well as isolation and unhealthy competition, are urgent matters that need to be addressed. The cultural sector is fragmented, which makes individuals less resilient. The manner in which the system is currently designed undermines the political incorporation of the art commons. We need to urgently ask the question, what kind of artistic knowledge flourishes in an environment where a major part of the root system is being cut off? But before diving into an investigation of the system and a meditation on potential reforms, I want to offer a disclaimer. My choice to work with European, municipal, federal, and national funding instruments is based on a deep admiration of the phenomenon of publicly funded art. To simplify, citizens, mainly in the post-war era, have agreed for their governments to collect taxes, to pool resources, in order to, among other things, fund the activity of artistic knowledge production as a common good. In that sense, the arts have been prioritized as a fundamental right all citizens benefit from, similar to subsidized healthcare, education, or the preservation of national natural treasures. And so, as a cultural worker whose work has been funded in this manner, luckily, and after many years of unsuccessful grant writing, I'm invested with this awareness. This makes me reflect on my practice as part of a greater societal mechanism. It affects my understanding of what art is, what is my role in it, and how I do my job working with other stakeholders. The second disclaimer I would like to offer, which is obvious and superfluous to say in this forum, but I feel needs to be stated, is that there is no money without invested interests, no matter if it is donated by philanthropic foundations, public funding, angel investors, or Patreon. And so in that sense, the choice of working within the publicly funded art sector is not fueled by the common misled belief in the freedom of the arts. Furthermore, public funding in the European context is, of course, the product of a long history of colonialism and extractivist capitalism, as was also well deconstructed in one of MoneyLab's board members' book, Max Haven's Art After Money, Money After Art. Now, after these words of praise for this phenomenal system of publicly funded art, which very rarely gets any, I want to go back to the questions we want to raise here today. How can we keep advantages European national democracies achieved in supporting cultural production and artistic research while rethinking the institutions which facilitate these? Can we imagine new institutions which re-articulate the power relations between them, government, gatekeepers, and us, artists, cultural workers, cultural institutions, and the public? Can government share power with its citizens without falling down the rabbit hole of populism? Can we find inspiration in the democratization facilitated by decentralization technologies to upgrade the systems we are part of? And lastly, how do we not reproduce the existing indifference and animosity towards public funding of the arts while maintaining sufficient independence where artistic knowledge production can flourish? The answer to all of these questions seem to be a transition towards a public governance system fundamentally based on values of care and reciprocity, which is designed to maintain the health of the art commons. And now I'm handing it over to Eric.
Thanks, Yael. This is such a powerful survey of the situation of the public funding in the arts. So maybe just let me add a few side notes, because basically this is quite a monster to tackle, a monstrous task to tackle, to try to reform or to transform a system that has been existing for so many years. So what we want to foster, what we want to grow and cultivate are new senses of and for the commons, perspective organs of and for the commons to cohere collectively in new ways. Can we imagine ways of funding milieus rather than individuals? Is UBI the only solution? Yael and I met around a project that tries to transform the way we conceive of funding in the performing arts called the Sphere, inspired by the recent innovation in the field of distributed ledger technologies, blockchain, and peer-to-peer contributive economies. The Sphere is about facilitating processes of self-organization and initiating new funding strategies. The project is just one example among many of how artists are getting involved in the blockchain space and are generating different types of cooperative endeavors with an artistic tool set. The Sphere, I mean, speaking from experience here, is funded, luckily so, by a Creative Europe grant. And somehow, by investing in us, Creative Europe is perhaps hoping to renew its own mode of funding for the arts. We don't really know. They haven't told us, but still, we're happy.
Eric, I just wanted to jump in and say that I don't think that people see your screen.
Sorry, I thought you did.
Am I right? I'm not 100% sure, maybe.
That's it. I thought can we have a confirmation from the tech side? Yeah, I think we do, actually. Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so yes, cheers to the grant writers. I can't even start describing the strange and wonderful geniuses, the genius of the people who have assisted us in interfacing with the bureaucratic requirements of Creative Europe. So, I mean, trying to be a bit meta-reflexive here, but like basically the joke among us is that grant writing is an art form in itself, or it has become an art form in itself. And that maybe is symptomatic of the type of problem that Yael was pointing at before. So the irony hasn't escaped us. I guess that's one of the many reasons why, as we try to imagine new ecologies of funding for the arts, we playfully coalesce around the idea of Staatskunst, which is probably my favorite German word. Staatskunst roughly translates as statecraft or the art of governing. But the word also suggests something like state art, of which the art of grant writing is no doubt one of the greatest expression. The Staatskunst of grant writing is necessary for the time being, but what if we want to go beyond art creation via grants to enter the realm of self-created economies? From the Staatskunst of nation states to novel ecologies of funding, generating new types of incentives to create modes of collaboration, up to the challenges raised by the Anthropocene. So how do we do this? Is it a vain dream? Are the current institutions, with all their imperfections, the lesser evil we should learn to live with for better and for worse? It is really interesting to observe how the promises of blockchain have triggered a new institution building imaginary. Blockchains, to put it succinctly, are governance-making machines. The protocol is the institution. And as such, they allow for the formation of all sorts of digital membranes, economic enclosures, and eventually, or hopefully, beyond enclosures, new types of digital commons or commons 3.0. In the Utopia of Rules, David Graeber writes, all bureaucracies are to a certain degree utopian, in the sense that they propose an abstract ideal that real human beings can never live up to. So again, I really like how Graeber is kind of like reversing the table here. I like that he presents the state as actually animated by an utopia, by a certain form of aspiration. It's not about the irrealist blockchain dreamers against the realpolitik of the state. No, the state also dreams, and that is something we need to explore. This is basically what brought us here today. Some sort of ethnographic desire to understand better how the current system is functioning, which is also to say what the current system is dreaming of. This question matters because only who dreams can accept the modification of its dream. This is a formula from Isabelle Stengers that I really like, which is kind of a methodology for if we want to engage in fruitful conversation about transforming the ecology that we are evolving in, we need to address ourselves from the point where there is a potential for modification. But for that to happen and not to be jaded on each other's in each other positions, well, we need to feel a little bit what our aspiration and dreams are about. One last thing here, because we are at the MoneyLab, so it's a quote that has been really inspiring for me over the last few years as I'm exploring the blockchain space. So it's coming from Geert Lovink, and it expresses the experimental and somehow fighting spirit gathering us today. So he writes, "One thing is clear, the time for merely complaining about one's precarity is over. We need not only to demand to be paid, we need to push for drastic measures in change of governance, on top of and in combination with new models for small networked units to generate income. This is the age of monetary experimentation."
Right, and I think there is a question if we can share the document that we are reading from. I think we will discuss this after, and maybe this can share it in the recording of the event. I'm not sure. Eric, do you have a proposition here?
Yeah, we can definitely do that.
Okay. I'm extremely honored to introduce to our conversation now somebody that knows a lot about cultural policymaking. So we invited Janina Benduski to talk about the interface between the community of independent performing arts cultural workers and cultural policymaking. Since 2009, Janina has been a member of the board of LAFT. LAFT is a Berlin state association for the independent performing arts. She is also the co-founder of Ehrliche Arbeit, a production collective for the independent performing arts. She is a program director of the Performing Arts Program Berlin, an initiative for the structural strengthening, professionalization, and networking of the independent performing arts in the city. And since 2016, she has been directing the Performing Arts Festival. In November 2015, she became the chairwoman of the BFDK, the Federal Association of the Independent Performing Arts. Janina, I think now we are moving to the conversation part. Aeon, if you don't mind changing the screen view to a gallery view for everyone, so we can feel a little bit less blocked in our little cubes.
Yeah, just give us a second. Okay. I think now it's working.
Okay, right.
I think it's working.
It's working.
It's working right now.
I think I see you. Yes.
Okay, because I really don't see.
Yeah, maybe you go in view and click gallery view.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. I have like 3 different screens on my. Okay. Janina. So maybe you can first share a bit of background about LAFT. So people in the audience who are joining yesterday, there were people from all over the world. So to get a little bit of understanding, and who is it represented by? Who is represented by this organization? What are some of its main missions? And what is maybe the internal governance structure? Just very shortly, insights. And also maybe an insight into what led to its emergence.
Thank you, Yael, for having me here and also for getting engaged in that sort of communication about cultural advocacy, because I think it's not addressed often enough. Right at the moment, I'm in the middle of a preparation of things going on around the World Theatre Day, which is also today. So there are a lot of things happening at the moment, but I'm glad to be here and to be talking to you. What can I tell you about the LAF Berlin? The LAF Berlin has been founded in 2008 or 2007, we're never sure. It was a group of artists who actually decided that there was no voice raised in the topics that were interested to them. So regarding the organization of the independent performing arts in Berlin, regarding the funding system, regarding social security status of artist workers. So they decided that there was no organization that is actually representing their issues, and so they decided to form one. So what do you do in Germany? You found an association, which is the eingetragener Verein. So that's really sort of where everybody who has a certain criteria can become a member. They elect the board of representatives, and then there's a juristic form of the Verein. And I think the Verein is really typical for Germany. So, so what do? You found a Verein. And up to today, the Verein has 420 members. And it's not individuals only, it's also all the venues of the independent performing arts scene and also the bigger companies or groups or collectives. So there are some members which you might know even in other parts of the world, like the Radialsystem or the Haus or the Fienseele, or all the bigger venues of the performing arts. They are members of this association. And also companies like the Mini Protocol or Shishi Pop or Gobsquad or everyone is members of the association. The criteria is you are professionally working in the performing arts field in Berlin, and you are not publicly owned. So it's only private organization forms in the juristic sense. So Staatstheater like the Staatsoper or the Deutsche Theater in Berlin, they're not allowed to become regular members. They could become associated members to support the association. And actually the Parkau Berlin, for example, the big children and youth theater is also an associated member. We don't have any money at all by ourselves, except for the membership fees. So people pay a little bit of money into the association to support it. And we use that money to organize cultural political discourse. So we try to organize working groups, do little small events where people get into contact, raise opinions and write papers. It's a lot of paperwork because what is not written is not counting in cultural advocacy. So you have to write it, you have to put it onto paper so that you can give it to decision makers inside the administration and the policies that should clear. We do get fundings ourselves, because also besides the political work, we decided quite early that we want to help people who are actually working in the field, that we really want to offer also counseling or just a little bit of workshops and to help people how to better improve their working atmosphere. And so we decided to apply for funding ourselves for those kind of help that we can offer. So that's where the Performing Arts Program came into existence. That's also mostly European funds. So it's the European Fund for Regional Development and the European Social Fund. So it's not artistic funds, it's about funds for structural work. And those are quite complicated, but we managed to do it. So we run our projects by project money ourselves. So we also know inside the organization, we know quite well what it means to write grants, what it means to get the funding and to do the proper paperwork that comes along with it. The Left Berlin, and then I stopped talking, we also engage in other networks. Because as Yael told you, there is a strong networking also with the other art forms here in Berlin. So there is a coalition of independent arts, where we work together also with the people from the literature or with the people from the visual arts or the music regarding issues that are common questions for all of us. And we are a member of the Federal Association, as Yael told you, where I'm also president of. So the Federal Association combines all the regional associations of Germany, like with the Bavarian, the Hamburgian, North Rhine-Westphalia. We're working together on the federal level. And that's where we start talking about the complexity of the systems, because it's a big country and we have a federalistic system also of cultural fund distribution. So local, communal level, regional, state level, which in our case is Berlin. So you would be in the region of Mitte in the supermarket, and then in the state of Berlin and in the Federal Republic of Germany. And in all three levels, there are funding mechanisms that are quite working differently. So yeah, you do get a lot of special insights after all these years in cultural discourse, but I could not say I've understood it all.
You could not say if you what? Sorry, I didn't listen to the last sentence.
I can really not say that anybody is able to understand it all. So because you have all those levels, all such like different systems. You have the regional, the states, the national, the European level. I haven't started on international funding structures so far. I don't know if they exist. They should be there. But no, it's so complex in its complexity. And I do so well understand the wish for a solution. And after all these years, I started a little bit doubting that there is a solution in the way of one solution. But now we can start talking.
Yes, amazing. We are already diving in. Eric?
Yeah, maybe I would follow up with another contextual question with regards to the situation that we're in right now. It's with like 1 year in COVID times, it's been like a real hard blow on artists and especially live art artists. So I don't know if you'd like to share a little bit with us what you've been involved in and how LAFT is faring in these difficult times.
Yeah, it's been a hard year, I think, for all of us. And it's been really a hard year also for association working in cultural advocacy, because there has been a lot of discussion. There has been also a lot of emergency programs. And the discussion is still going on about how this is working and how we can help the live arts to survive in the crisis. I think Berlin is better off than most regions. Let's put it this way, because we have a strong interest of the city of Berlin and also of the Cultural Senate in the situation of the artists. The city knows that a lot of the Berlin infrastructure is actually depending on the creative industries, tourism, the artworks, that the Berlin identity also is a little bit constructed of these fields of work. So, and we have a quite engaged Kultursenator. So Klaus Lederer is actually really engaged for supporting the sector. So the Berlin situation is better than in a lot of other cities worldwide. I think I've learned at least two things. First of all, there's really an urgent need to talk about the questions of social security versus artistic funding. So, because there has been a lot of confusion regarding these two areas. There was inside the Republic of Germany, there has not been a proper answer regarding the problems of the Solo-Selbstständigen, like the small freelancers, and to help them coming through the crisis. And because that has not happened, artistic funding systems has somehow, some of the responsibility of securing social security has drifted to the artistic funding system, which is actually a question of social security measures. And so we got a big confusion about what is actually what is the main responsibility of an artistic funding? Is it really to secure social security of the single persons, or is it funding artworks or the production of artworks? First, so that is something we will have to talk about a lot in the future to change maybe some. I don't see the answer at the moment. I just see the question. And the second thing is that how to say that? Because of these questions, there has been a lot of things being done in the grant system. There's a lot more of grants inside the system because a lot of people answered with grants. So, for example, in North Rhine-Westphalia, there has been 15,000 grants of 8,000 euro for autistic workers. So all these people received that. Here also in Berlin, we had an 18 million special money giving by grants to the artistic community. So for the first time, people are actually paid for what they normally do unpaid. Research, preparation, after. So for the first time, a large number of people get money via the grant system. And nobody knows what's happening now. Because it has never happened before in this large amount of numbers. So we will learn a lot of what a grant system really means to artists, because you will really see what kind of results will result from the way of working that has been changed considering 2 years before. Maybe those 2 questions.
I think that this actually touches exactly. I mean, I think the subject of UBI, right, like universal basic income, is completely standardized already in the conversations amongst artists, and it has been already present before the crisis. And I think now it goes without saying, right? It's always like the underlying assumption is like we should be going towards UBI, and that would be sort of like the solution, and also would be able to make maybe a stronger differentiation between, as you said, artistic funding and subsidizing social existence. And but otherwise, this is a differentiation that is quite difficult to make for artists who are, as I said at the beginning, who are not artists that are bound to objects, right? They're not like visual artists that produce paintings or sculptures. So there's not this like end monetization, financialization of their work, but actually the processes are what needs to be subsidized and supported. And the processes is life. Is basically their life. And so I think it's a really interesting situation that counterintuitively in Germany, the Corona situation actually brought that very strong to the forefront and made it very clear that there needs to be a transition towards funding processes rather than products, at least. I mean, I would say at least in the performing arts, but that's, I think, true also for other art sectors as well. Because the grants, like the scholarships or stipendiums are not only for, they were not only for the performing arts. So maybe like to follow up on that, so as you said, like there's a pretty good open channel of communication with local government. And we just wondered, like, from your experience, what are some of the hurdles and challenges in translating the needs of the community that LAF represents to policymakers?
Maybe I can raise a few questions also about funding structures itself, because I think that also reflects in our communications. The first thing I'd say you have to think of is the question of complexity versus accessibility, let's say, put it this way, because also artists and everybody who's working in the art sphere is always asking for a certain really specialized type of funding for a certain way of working. So the circus people want something else than the puppet people, and you need something else for a venue than for a single artist. So we have a really differentiated system of funding structures that become so very complex that people who are new to the systems do not understand it. And so they demand simplicity. So we are constantly driven between the need of a differentiated, complex system of funding structure that really has an answer for every need versus really a reduction onto a single system that is understandable by all and accessible by all. And that's two poles of this discussion that is really hard to combine also for ourselves, because our membership has, of course, all the single views. So we have the really large structures who say we need experts who know what we are doing, who can actually judge what we are doing, who can decide on how much money is in the system. And we have the single artists who say, I do not understand this at all. What are you doing? Can't we have like a more accessible approach to the money? And both sides are right. And that's really the hard thing for an advocacy association, to combine those sort of situations and to give this complex way of the single voices of the community over to the next level. So most what we do, I think, is translation. The second thing that we do in this area is, and that is quite important, is transferring knowledge about the way the system works. Because so often people complain about a certain situation, or they complain about not getting money. And to say that really in a really clear way, I do understand the complaint, but sometimes I ask, what have you asked for in what grant system? And then they tell me, well, I have asked for money for traveling to Norwegian. And I said, well, in this program, there's written no traveling costs. So there is no need to ask them for that, because but the person did not know this before. And I think that is a really, that's a simple example for a bigger problem, that the way of getting knowledge about how the system works is not accessible enough for everybody. So you do not get enough insight into the structures and the power structures behind the structures. And as long as you don't know how the system works, you cannot participate. And that's something that we really like to do, that we'd like to strengthen. We like to give people more knowledge about how the system works, so that it's less emotional and more in a way of informed frustration, and then the frustration can be turned into political work. And that's really what I believe in. Personally, at the moment, I'm more interested into funding criteria than into funding decision structures, because I think the criteria is the thing that comes before the decision. Because first of all, you have to decide in a democratic society based on what criteria you want to distribute the money for the arts. So is it about a big audience? Is it about the best innovative artwork? Is it about the structures of the art institutions, how the people are treated that are work inside the institutions? Is it about developing a bit more diverse, a more fair, a more inclusive artwork? And those are the criteria that you have to clarify in before. And then afterwards, there is somebody who's making the decision, either a jury or a democratic system or an expert or whatever. But I think the part of finding the right criteria for me actually is more, at the moment personally, more interesting than how to make the decision based on this criteria. And the last thing, it's still about how much money is available in the end. And I think as long as we try to discuss based on a basis of need and on frustration because there's just not enough money in the system, we will not find the next level. So It's still about getting more money into the system.
Right. I'm so happy. Sorry, Eric. I just gonna comment for a moment, because I'm so happy you brought up the question of criterions, because I think within the blockchain world, there is a lot of work around system design, right? And quadratic voting, for example, it's kind of like hyped and explored as this invention where voting can be not only about yes and no questions, but also about the intensity and quality and so on, which are very basic, I think, considerations or criterions in the existing system. The existing system, when a jury sits in front of an application of an artist, there are so many super complex considerations that go into the criterions. And I think that there is a lot of intransparency about that. And there's very little discussion around around that aspect of the system. And maybe also a question of inviting the communities that are supported by these systems to really engage in the conversation around what are these criterions? What would you like your work, or what would you consider valid criterions to evaluate your work according to? I don't know, maybe these can be like starting points. And I'm saying this also for us when we are designing and thinking about our experiments, right? It's like we're all doing experiments, trying to maybe find some kind of solutions, partial solutions, of course. And then, and I think that there was an interesting case study that we ran into while preparing actually for this event. And for me, it was interesting that in Estonia, there is this, totally hyped, all the governance is transitioned to like e-governance, and they are also like advocates for other countries in the European Union and outside of moving to e-governance. And there is an interesting difference between e-governance and e-democracy. And they are making that differentiation and saying like, we're dealing right now with, just translating the existing bureaucratic system into, like automation and so on. And then they do say that there is a discussion around e-democracy. So like, that's like the next level that we need to reach in our like where we're aiming for, also within the digital sphere. What does it mean? It's not only about automation. It's not only about simply taking the existing systems we have and making them more effective. It's also about rethinking the way that things work. That was just a comment for me. Eric, do you want to follow up?
Yeah, I don't know if Janina wants to comment on that.
I again lost the view of the.
Yeah, now we have Robin.
Yes.
Yeah, this beautiful interactive diagramming. So.
Maybe. Yeah.
Yes, Janina.
No, please go ahead.
Maybe if you want to answer to what Yael said, and then I can follow up.
Yeah, I think I agree because I think this is a question that I meant with regarding criteria and versus decision making. And I think that the e-government, like also how a grant is applied for, how a grant is like, how the decisions, the information is collected, is already on its way to the e-government solution. And that will not, it will not help at all, but it will also not hinder at all to discuss about a democratic way of finding criteria and making decisions. It's just not the same question. So, yeah, I agree. I just wanted to invite you all because there's one thing I've forgotten. Because of the crisis, there is a little bit more money for evaluating funding systems. Okay. So right at the moment, there are quite some scientists on the federal level. There's a small board of experts run by the Fonds Darstellende Künste, and where we are also a part of a small study of 12 studies regarding the funding system. And also the cultural political aspects of like what is, for example, a Kulturentwicklungsplan. I don't really know how to say that in English, it's a German word, how to make a planning for cultural development of a region. So, and also how this is working and how we want to improve with that. And there will be a big conference in September, starting 14th to 16th of September, where we will have first results of these studies presented here in Berlin at the here in Berlin. I don't know if the venue is confirmed yet. So everybody is invited to join us there at the Bundesforum and to have a look at the funding systems in Germany at the moment of the crisis and how they have improved or how they have not improved and what needs to be done in the future.
So I really appreciate and find fascinating part of what you were describing in terms of like how you act as an interpreter of the system itself. And I guess my question, like addressed to you as a cultural diplomat, is how do you navigate between what I understood LAFT mission? LAFT is independent with regards to the state apparatus, but at the same time, you are spending so much time interpreting and interfacing with the system's affordances. So there's a moment, I mean, I don't want to bring it to a too personal level, like how much you feel like the state is creeping in you, but like, how do you negotiate that boundary? And also maybe on the other end, what type of trust building mechanism is being created over time? Because I guess you have proven to be an interlocutor of value for the state.
Yeah, well, the thing is, sometimes both sides don't like you. If you want to hear that on a personal level, the dramatic situation of a translator is always that you go like on the other side and to the other side, and both sides say, "Hey, what are you saying?" But that's okay. I mean, it's still a sort of it's not my. I try to on the personal level. I try to see that work as a sort of a dramatic figure and not as a personal human being. So, and I think that helps a lot in political work in whatever aspect you're on your way. But so I don't feel engaged as a person. But there are some small rules that I actually agree on with myself and also with other people. So I don't do artistic jury work. I just don't do it because it would be changing the sides again, and I can start doing it so I don't do curational work myself. I don't. So also in my projects, we have people who are actually choosing the program of the main events, and so I don't do this myself. So that's first rule. Second rule is stick to the truth. It's quite easy. Be polite, but stick to the truth and say if you don't like it. So and surprisingly, most people like this. Also, and I think that a lot of artists, a lot of also artistic associations, a lot of cultural political associations are not aware that it's completely okay to say what they think, as long as they do it in a polite way. I think there's a lot of also this myth of you have to write something else in your grant than what you want to do. It's in most systems, I know it's just not true. The juries and also the decision makers, they want to read what you want to do. And the plain speaking is of more use than most people think. I don't know if that was a question.
Yeah, I mean, I can maybe because trying to imagine new ecologies of funding, new relations with the state, and we know like it's such a thorny issue because then what if it's not the state funding, then what is it going to be? And then like for so many art expression, there's no market for them. But like one thing that I have in mind is like how, like the question of independence, basically, like how is that relation built between the state? Like, would you accept if in the future the state says, hey, we want to unload a little bit like a big society English style. We want to unload part of our responsibilities when it comes to funding. Would you guys accept to take up the responsibility of distributing this fund so that they don't have to bear that responsibility? Would LAFT, for instance, accept such challenge, or like would that threaten the independence of the organization?
Well, first of all, I think that there is a big discussion how much distribution of money a critical association should do. Some of the other regional associations of Germany, for example, in Nordrhein-Westphalia, also in Hamburg, they are distributing funds, but not really like the big ones, but the smaller ones mostly, like the projects funds and not the structural funds. The LAFT Berlin so far has decided not to distribute funds because we like to be the adversary, like the critical part outside of the system. And we think that inside a crisis, of course, everybody has to help, So I think we would be ready to distribute emergency funds, but in a structural way of thinking, we think it's quite nice that there is one association distributing the funds and one association criticizing the association distributing the funds. But so this association could also not be the state itself. I mean, for example, we do have a Projektfonds Kulturelle Bildung that is run by a Stiftung, as like cultural education funds that is run by a Stiftung, which is not the state of Berlin itself. And they also run the Projektfonds Urbane Praxis about like works in the urban sphere of Berlin, which is quite new. And that is a Stiftung. The Stiftung is owned by the state, but still it's a different structure. And I think sometimes it's quite a good idea to think about a decentralized system of funding. And it might also be possible that the artist itself, represented by an association like ours, can become part of a structure that is distributing the funds. So that would actually be a really nice image that we would be part of a council, and that council is like controlling is another structure that is distributing the funds. So that is something like maybe also the Kulturstiftung des Bundes on a federal level is something that is actually owned by the state, so owned by the community, but working in a different system and also in a different control system than like the BKM, the state itself. But that's really a high level of abstract discourse about funding systems. What I really do think is that the check and balance system is really important. So that you really have one side distributing, one side controlling, one side proposing ways of distributing money, and the other side that's saying, no, not this way. And you have to keep on talking, keep on changing, keep on talking. So there's not the one structure that would fit all. Then maybe it's good for 2 or 3 years, and then we have to start talking again because the reality is changing, the world is changing. And so the funding system has to constantly change. And as long as you accept this, you can sort of relax and say, okay, let's go to the next level, and then the next level, and then the next level. And that's not like a hierarchy, but also a try and error of evolving systems. This is the way of the atmende Fördersystem at the moment, so the breathing funding system. So that it's not about the fixed structures, but about a fluid and breathing system that is actually evolving. And that's an image that I like.
I think you're describing super important aspects of the complexity, and this is why also I think in the beginning I was saying like there really is a lot. It's very often in our circle of let's say the crypto world and so on, where like the state is very heavily criticized, of course, and there's like a very strong urgency kind of to detach from the state structure and move on to new forms of incorporation. But the complexity that the system from its maturity arrived at maybe still is worth a revisit, right? It's like don't throw away the baby with the water. This is something that we've been saying quite a lot in our project. I guess we're really close to finishing, I think, or am I correct?
Just let me say one thing. I'm still about criticizing the state. It's not about not criticizing it. It's just a question: what is the answer? And I mean, state institutions are democratically controlled. And so I do prefer them to a lot of other structures. And if you see like the sort of the TikTok funding for diversity, I mean, that's a sort of art washing funding system that really makes me mad in the end. And I mean, they give money to artists promoting diversity projects, but they want like 48 videos for the money. 48 videos. So actually what they are doing, they are buying videos for their social media work with not enough money at all and the project on top. And this is meant to help developing a diverse culture. And that is a sort of, that makes me a lot more angry than other points.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So I still strongly prefer the funded system by the state. Sorry.
Right. I mean, I guess that you were saying about the way that the members of LAFT, like maybe, or generally the members of the independent art team, if they could nonetheless, we can find a structure in which they have a room to participate in criticizing even the existing system. And I wonder what if LAFT was to imagine in the future, what would be LAFT of the future for I know also working generally with futurability is also criticizing itself, but I wonder nonetheless what would be somewhere that you would think LAFT needs to go.
I mean, I think that in the end, it would be the nicest, absolutely nicest image that it wouldn't be needed at all. So it would just disappear because all the problems have been solved. So that's the final utopia of an advocacy association is actually not to exist because it would not be needed anymore. But I think that's impossible at the moment in the capitalistic world. So I think what we have to tackle is, first of all, that most of the work we are doing is not paid at all. So the board is a voluntary board. The work I'm doing outside the project is voluntary work. So it's really to always have your actually way of earning your own money plus the advocacy work. And that has to end in the end. We need to have a small basis of people who are actually paid for what they are doing, so that can become a stronger structure. And I don't really know how to reach that, but it's really important because otherwise it will always stay weak and vulnerable because it regards on the good intentions of the people who are doing it. So all the cultural political work I do is voluntary work as well. So there is no funded structure to support this sort of advocacy work. Second thing would be, and that's really a little bit linked to the first problem. Second problem would be really how to transfer also the money of advocacy, like the knowledge of how to do advocacy work to other people. Because we are so busy of reacting to crises and to fight for the funding system that we don't really have the time to understand, to explain to everybody else how you do that. So how do we give this knowledge to the next generation, let's say it this way, because this association exists for 13, 14 years by now. So there are people who have learned a lot, and how to give this to a younger generation that starts working at the moment. How to not build up human knowledge resources that do know everything, but are not able to spread their knowledge. Yeah, and the third thing would be how to better get in contact with the other areas of the society. I mean, the artwork is complex in itself, the art sphere, but we do have so many topics that have close relations to other parts of society, like the care workers, the knowledge workers everywhere, like the social security of everyone who's a freelancer. And there are so many topics that need to be addressed outside the artistic bubble, that need to be talked about in all fields of society. And that is something we are at the moment not available to do that because we don't have the resources, but I'd really love to go on fighting for a better world and not only for better artwork.
So there is a question, and there is also a diagram that was shared that I think could be interesting to share with everyone. So the question here is from Tobias, who says, I really find it so interesting what you're talking about. My English is not just good enough to follow. How do you see yourself acting out of German funding, talking about German funding in English? Which community do you want to address? How do you see yourself excluding people, especially they don't have the English level to discuss it? Well, I mean, my apology, because I'm definitely one of the culprits here. I mean, MoneyLab is an international conference gathering people from all around the world. Yet I really appreciate that we're going granular in the structure of funding here in Germany. It was also part of the initial intent that Ella shared with us. If COVID situation was solved by now, we would have had a decentralized event that would have made all these initiatives, post-capitalist initiatives, appear on the map. So maybe this discussion would have happened at Haus der Statistik, and in person, I'm sure we would have been able to accommodate translation issues better. But this is a very welcome point, actually, especially as an expat that struggles to find time to learn German properly. I don't know if there's an unidentified diagrammer out there that is sharing a diagram. I think we could check it out, and then maybe Robin could present his screen so that we see what he has diagrammed across this whole session. That would be really nice, I think. So let me share my screen. And going back in there. Wait a second, because I need to. Damn it! Wait a second. I'm gonna open the file. I think now it's gonna work better.
Maybe in between, I will just.
Is it working now?
No, I think not. Is it? No.
No. Damn it.
I wanted in between also. We actually haven't reached. I'm not sure we will. This session, we haven't managed to reach discussing the commons, actually, the art commons, which was because basically the commons would be a political structure that that answers a lot of the issues that we've been exploring here. And I just wanted to know in which way does that strategy is that in any way present in the kind of underlying mission of LAFT? Is that articulated to policymakers? Because I do know that in LAFT there were a lot of events that actually dealt with collaborative work and commoning and so on. So.
Well, first of all, regarding the language system, we most times do have the problem the other way around, because most of our events or papers are actually in German, so most of our information work is taking part in German. I can talk wenn ich Deutsch rede, wird das Ganze meistens noch komplizierter als auf Englisch, wenn mein Englisch nicht so gut ist. So I see the problem most of the times. I see the problem of transporting all this knowledge to the expats world, who do not understand German.
Interesting.
So we started thinking about what we can translate and what we can also offer in English, and then we noticed that sometimes it's not good if we announce a grant in English, and then people start to look at the information, but then in the end the application is only available in German. So they have a disappointing system is a little bit later. So it does not help them that we let them know that it exists in English if they need perfect German to work on it. So it's really a hard thing of how make this knowledge about this accessible. But in most our cultural political discourse events are in German, because also politicians do not speak English in public. They don't like to speak English in public. So I really invite you to other events of LAFT Berlin that are mostly taking part in German, and where we try to have sometimes try to have a translation, a whispering translation into English. So it's actually hard for me to talk English about this topic, because it's such a German framework, and a lot of the words don't have proper official translation into English. So, but that was not the question, but I think it's an interesting part of accessibility also about the language system. I don't really know how to answer this question, to be honest. I like thinking about the structures of organizations. I mean, you in the beginning you talked a little bit about that I do have different spheres of work. So in the Ehrliche Arbeit, it's really a collective in the absolute radical sense of the word. The left is an association, so it has a certain form set of rules governing that association. And the project I work in, like the festival and the performing arts program, there are project-funded structures that really have to follow also with the regulations of the money. So I just try to experiment with the forms of organization. And I think as long as everybody agrees on that we try to take care of each other in the structures we work on, and that we try to make things, how things are working inside the association as transparent as possible, then it's not the one choice I would make for the future of an association. But maybe I did not understand the question.
So I don't know if you could see the screen that I shared before, but otherwise let's move maybe to Robin. You've been following the discussion, and I see you've acted your magic. I don't know if you'd like to walk us through the rendering that you gave around the participatory governance.
Yeah, sure. Thanks. So maybe the tech support can just spotlight me for everyone, so the image is a bit larger. Yeah, it was interesting listening to your conversation, especially in the context of this conference. So I think that was also a little bit the lens that I was having, and really looking at the more systemic issues. You've been talking a lot, of course, about the funding system of arts, but yeah, I was kind of like listening more to the deeper kind of themes of how can we actually participatory design a new system that is so like together in the bottom of the image, the people like holding a new structure or system that can enable new ways of supporting each other. And yeah, so I was really listening solution focused. I think there was a lot of emphasis also on the problem. I think I haven't really noted that down. I'm sorry, but yeah, I was really looking. Okay, how like what values do we need in such a new system? How could that look like? Picking up words like social security, sharing knowledge, inclusion, accessibility, and then out of that, maybe designing new social systems, which I think this whole conference is about, especially on the monetary side. Yeah, that's basically the essence of what I got. Thank you guys for sharing all of that. I give it back to the moderator.
Thank you so much, Robin, for emphasizing that. I mean, a picture speaks 1,000 words, and I really think that you're focused on the fact that it's not only enough to think about like what this system that we're thinking about needs to look like, but the way that system will come into existence, even to begin with, might be a much more an earlier question that we all need to ask, and like how can we organize to collectively imagine a dream about what is this. And I think that we focused on the problematization because also maybe a little bit to reflect where the system is currently, because of the need to answer to very immediate needs and the survival kind of state in which we are existing, and these organizations like LAFT functioning in. And there, the space for dreaming and the even engaging with ideas of where do we want to go takes a back seat. And yeah, I think this is very well pointed at. I'm going to turn off my microphone because my dog is barking for a moment.
Now I see the image. I have not seen it before, but
Okay,
I see the image. Yeah.
A very nice breathing diagram here that I think summarized pretty nicely the spirit of this conversation. I'm really, really happy, Janina, that you accepted our invitation. I think it's super fruitful, and I'm thinking here for the people that are on the monetary system design, people that are very much interested in the arts, sometimes in different ways. I don't know if the NFT wind blew all the way to you, but it's been a big topic on this side of the world, and it's good, I think, for people that are not so familiar with the art world to understand that it goes much beyond the commodification of artworks themselves. If we want to have a real impact on the ecosystem of art funding. So, like, really, thank you very much. It was really, really appreciated.
So thanks for having me here, and also thank you for addressing the topic, because I think it's quite important that people do speak a lot about how the money is distributed, because really it is a society, it's also a responsibility of the society to talk about it, and not only of the artists to talk about it. So if people from other spheres come together also to think about it, that's more than welcome. I will just put the link to the Performing Arts program into the chat, because for everybody who's now wondering, how do I get help if I try to find my way into the funding system, the Performing Arts program has a Beratungsstelle, so that's really where a lot of workshops and also individual counseling is possible for people who are trying to understand the grant system for their own artwork, because we've been talking on such a meta level regarding cultural advocacy. So if people were actually looking for explanations how to get funding, that's better there. And there's a large program of workshops and offers for help. So thanks for having me here. And I will try to talk Italian next, so I get completely confused into the languages today.
Thank you so much. We look forward to our next conversations.
Next conversation, maybe we can also continue that conversation on the on the industry get together or wherever.
Yes.
So thank you so much, Eric. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thanks everyone for joining us as well today.
So yeah, we're taking a 15 minutes break and back in 15 minutes for the second half of this program.
Yes.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks so much, Yael and Eric and Janina and Robin. This was amazing. I really enjoyed the conversation. And again, you brought up so many topics. I have the feeling we all need some time to digest. So let's go for a 15 minutes break. Let's have some coffee, some fresh air before we dive into the second part of this session around economies for arts and culture. Thank you so much, and see you back in 15 minutes.
Okay, so I guess we're starting now. There's no special introduction, right? Or just wondering if Ella. Okay, perfect. Okay, so welcome for this second half of the program. We're going to be now presenting, maybe guys from everyone else, if you can show up, turn on your camera, would feel a bit less lonely here. Thank you very much. Oh yeah, Jen. So yes. Welcome everyone to this second part of the session that is going to be about the sphere, this wonderful little project that we have all here present co-created. So maybe just to give you a sense of how things are going to be going. Okay, Ule seems to have a little bit of a problem showing his camera. Yael, I guess, is relaxing. And Lene is not there yet. I don't know if she's stuck outside. Let's see. Okay. So let's get going. So basically, I've carried everyone here into this this session, Tut mir leid. So I'm going to take responsibility for that and try to introduce the sphere as best as I can, and then maybe give a few coordinates of like around the challenges, the aspirations that we're entertaining as the Sphere Collective. And then it's going to be a very open session where everyone's going to take relay and present perspectives on the Sphere, and let's see where it goes. It's a fairly open time. We have plenty of time. We're going to try to make sure that we have an eye on the chat, on the MoneyLab stream, so that you can participate also in the discussion. But maybe before I go on, maybe if everyone here would like to say a little something, just to introduce yourself, and yeah, that would maybe help, because it feels lonely, you know, in this little square. Oh, Lenny arrived. Great. Hey.
Sure, I can start, Eric. My name's Joel Mason. I'm the Anarchive research lead at the Sphere, kind of co-designing with everybody, different aspects of it. Good to be here.
Yeah, I'm Olle. I'm a Swedish circus director and artist, and a lovely crew member of the Sphere. And yeah, I will speak more later, but yeah, I'm in the lovely sun. Love it.
Should I go? I'm Jim. I'm a Curve Labs Sphere hybrid. Yeah, weird tech and economies at Sphere. This is the context of the skull.
Hi everyone, my name is Sarah. I'm also based in Sweden, Stockholm right now. I'm a production manager, producer in performing arts. Have been so for the last 25 years or so. I work with Olle. So we are the like the founders of the Sphere in a way. Nice to be here.
Yeah, my name is Lena Fallhart. I'm a multidisciplinary artist and filmmaker based in London at the moment. And I have the pleasure to work with the Sphere members on videos and communications, especially.
Okay, so Beth, do you want to say a little something, or
Sure. Hey, I'm Beth. I work at Gnosis, which is a DAO company, and yeah, have just been doing some different projects with the Sphere, like exploring like DAO and NFTs and all of these things. So
great. great. So let me share my screen. Let's see if it works. Okay. Okay, so just make. Okay, can you see my screen? Okay, great. I'm in this wonderful website that we have created not so long ago. So let me try to be a little bit formal here and introduce the sphere for people who have no idea what it is. Inspired by the recent innovation in the field of distributed ledger technologies and blockchain and peer-to-peer contributive economies, the Sphere is a transdisciplinary research creation project funded by Creative Europe for the development of a digital infrastructure for self-organization in the performing arts. It allows artists, cultural professional audience, cultural organizations, a wide range of sympathizers, and other potential stakeholders to initiate creative collaborations and implement new funding strategies. So the Sphere aims to become a place of mutually transformative exchanges and development between artistic processes, art flows, and funding practices, economic flows, pragmatically experimenting with new modes of funding in the arts and beyond. So this is for the formal introduction of what the Sphere is doing. There's a lot going on right now on our side. The project starts back a while ago, like Sarah was suggesting. Sarah and Ulle attended an EXA, Economic Space Agency, open office back in January 2018 in Stockholm, and it's been a love story from then on, basically. We applied for different fundings, we got some, we missed some others, and we landed this big Creative Europe grant that really makes it possible for us to launch this collective vision and deploy it over the next 3 years. So I'm extremely proud and honored to work with you guys. It's really a pleasure. I was thinking the best way to introduce ourselves and to introduce the Sphere is maybe this little video that we created a few months ago as we were, here we go. As we were presenting the project to the Creative Europe. So Aeon, if you are there, it'd be a good moment to launch the video Undo Business as Usual.
Hi, my name is Olle. I'm an artistic director, a circus artist, and one of the founders of the Sphere. Right now, at the end of 2020, the need for an alternative organizing system for the art world is more obvious than ever. We propose a system that distributes power differently between actors and stakeholders and incentivizes artistic inventiveness rather than stifling it. The Sphere is a radically innovative P2P community platform that enables the performing arts ecosystem to initiate creative collaborations and implement new funding strategies. With the Sphere, we want to create a space where the circulation and experience of value is felt differently. A space that allows us for common risk-taking, trust and collective compositions beyond what is deemed possible. In the Sphere, everyone is already an entrepreneur taking from the in-between and an entrepreneur giving to the in-between. We are always already at stake with each other, partnered all the way down, artist and audience brought together to share the risks and opportunities of making art. But how do we transform the traditional modes of value capture and open it up for the benefit of the community? How do we transform economic loops into social and artistic flows and back? One thing is clear, the time for merely complaining about one's precarity is over. With blockchain technology, economy is now a design question. This is the age of monetary experimentation. The financial class doesn't have the monopoly over risk-taking practices or the craft of its instruments. The economy, as we know it, needs a full reset. Everyone knows it, but no one seems to know how to proceed. We need to undo business as usual. We need to undo the economic forms that hold us mesmerized and captive. We need to make our economy weird again.
Really, do you have any impression on that a couple of months later?
I mean, this context for this one, the like presentation of the different projects in this very stiff situation, and that we managed to do the live stream version of this. I'm really having a great fun time, an awkward moment looking at it, but it's yeah, I'm proud.
It was so funny, like every other project that got the funding, we're basically reading slides, and then we came up with that crazy video, and and one of the EU administrators at the end said, "Oh, it doesn't end well, does it?" So anyway, that was a good one. So let me read a little bit. Basically. I'm going to open up a few dimensions that I think are part of the work that we are doing together. Yeah, and then land with a performance from one of the great friends of the sphere, Jay Gilligan. But yeah. So, as we said before, the sphere offers an otherwise circus production aesthetics with self-organizing propositions that create a new mode of exposure and circulation for circus performances. A key component is that the way the sphere integrates the creators, the public, and the producers into a burgeoning ecosystem, facilitating the synchronization of interest and purposes. The name of the project captures intuitively this all-encompassing intent. So how do we conceive of the becoming machinic of the social and the becoming social of the abstract machines we are part of? A bit building on the previous conversation with Yael and Janina, where we tried to probe a little bit the state system as it is. And then when we start opening up the design system possibilities through blockchain, like what happens, you know? So there's this whole idea of a becoming machinic of the social, a becoming social of the machinic, that is kind of a leitmotif for the stuff we're doing. And that leads to the question of organization. The question of organization is fraught with innumerable difficulties and surrounded by endless cliches, all the more so when it is framed as a governance issue. The voluntarist injunctions to better organize resounds anxiously and triumphantly across corporate consultant speak and socially progressive milieus alike. How many times have we experienced the intimate, almost impalpable, yet very real sense of deterioration and impoverishment of our relational vitality following yet another call to organize? How many more times can we afford to be pseudo-professionally handled as unorganized or disorganized or not organized enough by the various upholder of generalized governance and management mystique? The concept of governance relates to the structuring of decision-making processes for enterprises, and as such is consubstantial to the depoliticization of social relations. Franco Bifo Berardi has a quite sanguine take on the question and kind of drives the point home. He says, governance this word, which has totally invaded the field of political non-thought, was first proposed and deconstructed by Luhmann in the 70s and 80s. Governance is the automation of thought, the automation of social existence. Governance is information without meaning, a dominance of the unavoidable. And yet, I would say, organize we must. Governance is a highly contested term, yet it is likely to remain unavoidable when dealing with question of organization at scale. As Lovink and Rossiter aptly suggest in Organizations After Social Media, it is better to recognize that governance is not a dirty word, but one that is internal to the logic and protocols of self-organization. In a world moving towards a crude social fragmentation, the way we create new techno-social modes of coordination has indeed become crucial. The challenge is to terraform new metamorphic passages between the micro scale of collective presence and the macro scale of media aggregations. How to understand organization, write Lovik and Rossiter, in times of neoliberal clouds, personalized networks, and advanced forms of non-commitment. We urgently need new forms and cultural imaginaries to conspire. How can we envisage the radical or post-think tank as a form? So this is from Geert Lovink and Ned Rossiter, and this, for me at least, really helps structuring the bigger picture. Like the Sphere is one project tapping in the affordances of new distributed ledger technologies and addressing that type of question of what does it mean to organize in the 21st century, and what does it mean to scale organizations in the cultural field and beyond. So I don't know if the Sphere qualifies as a think tank, but we sure are engaged in artistic knowledge production. I guess we could say that the Sphere can be described as a contributive learning site, a process of digital cosmo-localization, following the idea that a problem is always a practical problem, never a universal problem mattering for everybody. That is, learning is always local. And from that perspective, the challenge then becomes precisely about how to produce such situated learning localities, digitally or otherwise. So that's like really something that I think is fundamental when we talk about organizing. Organizing is not just about creating rules that we then abide by. I think that a lot of the organization happens through the co-learning processes that we are part of. And especially in a context like the Sphere, where, I mean, every other day we're discovering something new. Jem brings in a new possibility on the tech side, and we're all like trying to catch up asynchronously and as best as we can. So these learning localities, to say it a bit abstractly, is one way of conceiving what we like to call digital souls. You can think of a soul as a recursive mechanism or a looping movement. What is called a soul is this very capacity of coming back to oneself with a memory of a difference. So a soul, maybe the formula would be memory plus difference equals soul. Soul in that speculative context is definitely not a substance, even though you can lose it. I think that we all agree that we could lose our soul, or that losing our souls is something that happens at times. But a soul is not a substance. It's more like a weirding power. It's like a minima of belonging, a threshold of locality, a differential vulnerability, or let's say a sensibility for the potentiality to come. Sometimes there's this feeling that, hey, here is where things might be going. Here's where we should be going all together. And as an emergent collective, the Sphere has a quite intuitive way of navigating its playground or a play tank. So how do we create the conditions to make us think and experiment as an emergent ensemble, to make us able to risk and speculate together? And I guess my point here, and some of you have heard it already, but I think it's worth mentioning again. My point here is that let's not take our capacities to aspire and conspire for granted. These are precious resources, and yeah, super happy to share that with you guys. I thought I would maybe share my screen on that one, just because there's a quote that I find really beautiful, really inspiring for what we're trying to do. Let me see if I manage. Yes. Okay. So this is a quote that comes from the very last book that Henri Bergson published, The True Source of Moral and Religion, and he says, "Men do not sufficiently realize that their future is in their own hands. Theirs is the task of determining, first of all, whether they want to go on living or not." Okay, it's a bit dramatic. There's the responsibility then for deciding if they want to merely live or intend to make just that extra effort required for fulfilling, even on their refractory planet, the essential function of the universe, which is a machine for the making of gods. And I mean, this quote is a bit overkill, but I really like it because the question of organization has some sort of godly power to it. What does it mean to organize? If you're readers of Anti-Oedipus, or I mean, just Deleuze and Guattari, you know that the whole thing about the body without organs is to defy the judgment of God. The judgment of God is the judgment of organization and the production of organs. So what is it here? Like, we want to be flowing, but at the same time, we are constantly talking about, hey, we need to organize, we need to create something, you know? So that's a challenge, you know, that we're in. And yeah, that challenge we tackle in different ways. And one way, I guess, is to say that our civilization, again, Monsieur Henri Bergson says, our civilization is aphrodisiac. So love as an organizing power, I guess. So what does that mean? And I really like the way that Peter Sloterdijk interprets that idea that civilization is aphrodisiac. He says that we live in a world made of virtuous circles of creative self-intensifications, a volatile and spirited world aspired by aspirations, constantly uplifting itself into existence. So he calls that spheres. He calls spheres these virtuous feedback loops that generate the cultural atmosphere that we live in. His sphere trilogy, made of bubbles, foams, and globes, foreground the essentially climatic dimension of our being in the world, paving the way for a new approach to our environmental and cultural surrounds. The trilogy reads as a differential and perhaps cosmo-financial ontology of media flows, developed under the sign of the fecund foam, that is to say, under the patronage of Aphrodite. In Greek, aphros means foam. So the aphrology, or aphrogenetic, brings us to interrogate not only the mode of procreation of gods, but also the origin of the human from the perspective of the aerial, the suspended, the mixed, and the inspired. So to bring it back to the spheres perspective, or from the animation of the spheres perspective, what is most fragile is also what is most real, or again, what is most vulnerable, the most valuable. The spheres, and specifically here our sphere in the first place, are about simultaneous processes of co-immunity and schizofragility. And we can go into it later in the discussion. I know Jem has coined schizofragility as a concept, and he always says that I kind of misunderstand it. So I guess it's a good moment to check it out. And the question of co-immunity is something that we discuss a lot also with Curve Labs, and more specifically with Curve Labs co-founder, Patrick Rawson, who has written amazing stuff on the question of co-immunity, bringing in a blockchain-informed perspectives. Like, what does it mean to create the containers, the blockchain-based containers for new types of organization? And he's tackling the question very, very seriously. So co-immunity and schizofragility. The schizofragility is maybe where the art starts to matter in different way and escape a little bit the hard grasp of the technological itself. So when discussing the political art of air conditioning of our symbolic spaces, Sloterdijk likes to draw our attention toward a conception of ourselves as atmosphere designers and climate guardians. And what is actually hinted at here is a way of conceiving of our intimate and collective capacities to aspire and conspire as something inherently fragile and that should not be taken for granted. This is about the weather within and underground, a place where strangely the infra-individual and the macroeconomic trends tend to meet with one another. And that made me think when I was writing that of the circus artists these days who can't perform, and some of them just became day traders. You know, like that weird mix of co-immunity and schizophragility of the circus artist and the day trader. Yeah, because we live in really weird times, as you have already figured out. So the difference introduced by the theory of the spheres that I'm interested in here is that it makes us more attentive to, I quote, moments of upward movements, of excess and of free drift within the anthropogenetic islands. Anthropogenetic islands, you can imagine the sphere being one of such digital locality or island drifting. Every Telegram chat has this Afrogenetic island quality. In fact, in a polemic contrast with strands of transcendental miserabilism, Sloterdijk goes so far as to say that, I quote again, without an explicit concept of upward movement, the original Afrogenetic activity of the human being is not expressible. So that's kind of like, it's something that I like to call a proof of celebration, or like anything that like underlines the fact that we enjoy coming together, you know, like in a way or another. And it matters. The way we care for our modes of enjoyment really matter for the vitality of the spheres or the digital localities or the in-person localities that we're generating for ourselves. So this upward movement can be interpreted in different ways. Following Deleuze and Guattari, we can think of it as surplus value of code, or what Brian Masumi in their wake calls surplus value of life. The focus on what exceeds and overflow is key here. It is the key for a renewed interpretation of the entanglement of art and value flows through a perspective and updated understanding of gift economy for our time. But I'm not going to go further into that gift economy thing. Maybe it pops up later in the discussion. But basically, it's a tough one. But like, how do we think of our economies and upcoming economies from the perspective of excess and abundance, and not only from the scarcity informed perspective? So maybe one last thing about this question is that our capacity to aspire and conspire, well, they're not evenly distributed. As Arjuna Padurai has noted, it is a sort of meta capacity, and the relatively rich and powerful invariably have a more fully developed capacity to aspire. The capacity to aspire presents itself as a navigational capacity, a little bit like what Janina was describing before. How do we even reach the level at which we ask the right question to the state so that we can get money from the state? I mean, it's just like one example, but like this capacity to aspire and to then navigate with it is not a given, you know? And yeah, that I think the discussion we've had with Yael just before is quite interesting in that sense of like the limits of the systems that we're operating in. So the capacity to aspire is a navigational capacity, I would argue. The more privileged in any society simply have used the map of its norms to explore the future more frequently and more realistically, and to share this knowledge with one another more routinely than their poorer and weaker neighbors. So this meta capacity, the capacity to aspire and conspire, is a collective asset. The German word Vermögen is, in this sense, quite evocative. Its semantic range simultaneously includes wealth, property, or financial assets, and the idea of a shared faculty or power, the capacity to know or to act. The antonym Unvermögen signifies incapacity. So the active potentiality suggested by the term Vermögen reminds us why Karl Marx's masterwork is called Capital and not simply money. So last but not least, I want to say just a few things about this strange alliance of circus and finance, because I think it's super productive and there is a lot that is up for grabs there. So these considerations around the care for our capacities to collectively aspire and conspire leads me to that final point. What kind of claim on the future of circus, of performing arts more generally, are we interested in making? How a better appraisal of the power of performing arts could contribute to bringing ourselves up to the challenge posed by the great ecological transition awaiting us. So that was one of the questions that we share with Yael and that we wanted to address as realistically as possible with Janina. It's like the art system as it exists post-Second World War was designed to address a certain idea of what art is about. And I believe, and that's kind of an open discussion here, that the way we found art also conditions the type of art that we are calling into existence. And I think that in that sense, the sphere, like part of our discussions, and I guess we can open that up, is about the way of reconceiving the relation between the art production and the funding, thinking of the new challenges awaiting us. So finance is traditionally understood as the transformation of radical uncertainty into manageable risk. But as it prospects for ways of generating surplus value, the virtual body of capital generates highly qualified relations to futurity that challenges the very limits of our cultures of knowing and forecasting. This speculative movement calls for new ecologies of knowledge to account for our economic abstractions. How can we leverage our own capacities to take risks and enter into metastable collective compositions beyond what is deemed possible or insurable? Like that's a question. How to leverage our capacities to take risk and enter into metastable collective compositions. So that's a bit of a technical language here, but basically another thing that I want to put on the table is that finance is about risk management, and it's a defensive position somehow. I mean, it's prospective, it's predatorial, but it's also about hedging. And as a Francophone, I didn't hear the H in hedge fund. So I always thought it was edge fund, you know, as like a pure shark procedure, but it's actually about covering, you know, it's about securities, it's about protecting something. So it's quite interesting to see like this whole risk management grammar and then try to tweak it through a lived understanding, or let's call it a lived abstraction of what it means to vibe together, what it means to enter into metastable compositions. So communities can be conceived of as, I mean, it's a very partial understanding of community, but they can be conceived of as risk-generating spaces and practices. It's easy to consider, for instance, the circus community as one that is bounded by a corporal economy where risk counts as its own reward, where, and I'm quoting Randy Martin here, a risky move is granted immediate value by the creative ensemble. And also an economy in which the flows of life are reappraised as a kind of abundance. And this is this is something that we learned with the work of Robert Vosnitzer and the Wealth of Society project, more generally, back in the EXA days, where we were introduced to the financial value of the invention of skateboard. Like skateboard didn't exist, and then one day it existed, and it followed a drought in California, and then following the drought, the pools were empty, and then the empty pools for certain trained eyes and bodies appeared as a potential for playfulness. And then from the surf to the skateboard, I mean, the rest is history. But that moment of invention is extremely crucial. We can't take that potentiality for granted. You know, like there's a problem where looking at everything from afterwards. We can be critical about the invention of skateboarding or whatever, but like, there was a moment where it meant that it was an invention for certain people. And that matters. That makes a huge difference, I think. So what better than circus to make felt a renewed sense of enhanced shared volatility in these precarious times? During our Digital Commons Lab event back in November in Stockholm, and God knows that some of us took risk to travel to Stockholm back in November, Jay Gilligan created a new performance that I find so compelling to open up our imaginaries of how we could organize otherwise. The whole performance lasts about 40 minutes. And Lene, who's here today, she just as like of today, this morning, created a beautiful edited, shorter version of about 7-8 minutes. So basically, that's where I would end. I think that this performance is a fantastic document, or what we like to call, with Joel and the rest of the team, a fragment, a lived or live fragment that is parts and parcel of the coordination of our wider collective, even though we don't know exactly what it says. Like, in what way does this fragment or this performance offered by Jay helps us coordinate is still a bit of a mystery, but I let you judge. So Aeon, maybe if you can present the second video. I don't know if Aeon has heard us.
Hello from the children of planet Earth.
This is a new and strange environment at first. This suddenly finding yourself in orbit.
In Discovery Houston, we've got a good picture of Steve. Godspeed, John Glenn.
Roger, 0G, and I feel fine. Capsule is turning around. I have the fireflies.
Oh, Roger.
And God bless all of you on the good earth. Picture here. Stand out here in the wonders of the unknown, and here we come to realize there's a fundamental truth to our nature. Man must explore.
from the children of planet Earth.
This is a juggling machine. It has no feedback, there's no cameras, there's no sensors. It's just a mechanical movement that will recreate the act of juggling. And that's not entirely true. Actually, this machine has eyes, it has ears, it has emotions, it has intentions. But it just so happens that all those things are inside of me. Oh, maybe it's people coming in here to... No? No. That's it. So, like I was saying, what we have here is actually a time-traveling cyborg. Cyborg because it's a human machine, and time-traveling because the calibration takes place before the machine actually juggles. And this means a few different things. Number one, it means that, well, just like any human, this can go very wrong. But number two, it also starts to point out that the 3-ball juggling pattern in itself is a time machine. We can see in the 3-ball pattern the place of any one ball at all times. One ball was just caught, one ball will be caught, and the other ball has been thrown. And this way we can say 3 balls is time travel. So with this time-traveling cyborg, we do actually have some time travel, if it works. To that end, I'm a little bit sad that Shim's not here, because this is for him. Because he likes things that are destructive, and that die, and that are bloody, right? And this is for him. Because it just so happens that on my juggling machine, we have this big red button here. And this is not a theatrical joke. This is actually a kill switch. When this button is pressed, all power to the machine is cut. This was done because my friend who made this, when he was working on it, sometimes had to press it so it would stop moving and stop it from breaking. But since he added this under the control box, I thought it was really nice that when the machine is running, I'm going to place it right here underneath the pattern. And if I've done my job incorrectly, one of the balls fall, the machine will kill itself. That's why I thought Shim would like this, but I'll have to watch the video later. So, to get this going, let's see. This is, by the way, the first time anything like this has been done in the history of the world. And that's not a joke. Previously, there's been juggling machines, but they use optical feedback, robotics, a computer processor to analyze where the objects are going. And this is the first time, maybe, in the history of the world where we have a fully autonomous juggling machine without any feedback. So let's see here if this is going to work.
Okay. I mean, guys, it's up to you. I think I've said my part. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Derek. It's been a treat. I mean, it's very interesting to follow this video and Jay's performance. I will make like a very, very short introduction from myself. I mean, I'm also a juggler and an acrobat. And as a juggler, when I was around, been juggling for a while, I was around 17 years old or something. And then Jay became my mentor also in juggling. So we have been like working together for several years. And it's so great to see his kind of awkward, lovely stuff get presented into a different context that also, I mean, only for that, I would say that the range of experience in the public watching him doing this particular presentation was really heartwarming, because I feel like he's been also delivering like amazing concepts and ideas that has like really a difficult time navigating like and landing in the perfect landing site for the different experiments that he creates. And I feel that that for him also to have been a part in all the discussions we had before and after this presentation has been like a awakening or re-evoking like our juggling practice together. Also for myself, I haven't been active like as a juggler or performer for over a decade, really. Like, of course, I've been doing some stuff here and there because it was my whole life before. But this something new started, and just a few weeks ago when we had a little tryout for our upcoming archiving lab that will come, then me and Jay was starting to improv together with juggling balls and started to create like derivative spin-offs a little bit in the same mode as like the skateboard or the cipher mode, like just being a spectator and then someone that can actively, that is literate in this very discipline and can actively then create derivative work of the suggested patterns or the visual patterns of the objects being thrown and catch. So this was like I'm always super happy to think about this, and now we have this neat, weird 7-minute version of it. It's great. So I started out like at a very young age doing like circus, and juggling was my entry point to circus when I was like 10 years old or something like that. And then I've been like developing juggling and acrobatic skills for since then, with kind of the wish for performing around the world and so on. And yeah, so I did that, but after going to what is now the Circus University, the embryo of the Circus University here in Stockholm, I broke my neck. So I was paralyzed from a neck down doing a triple back somersault. So I had to kind of pivot a little bit in terms of what's possible. So my plan B for acrobatics was juggling, but I had I couldn't move my arms and hands and so on. So I had to kind of refigure a lot of stuff. And I think that trauma threw me away from like being a practitioner for quite a while, made me zoom out and reflect a little bit on a larger scale, which was sad in one way. I can nostalgically miss just being inside of the juggling studio all day, every day. And now I'm an artist, but artist also means like I have like this on the one side of me, like, and then some of the neat stuff here, but this is burdening, like mother. And then anyway, nowadays I work as a circus director, and also I'm a founder of Saloranta and de Wilder, or a radar-styled novel that me and Sarah that was presenting herself, and she's here. So we've been trying to find different like formats and shapes and ways of looking at circus and the circus practice, and circus also as the meeting point, like a multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary art form in itself, that you cannot really find the core in it. So it happens in the meeting between, like historically also it's been like these different circus disciplines, they're only connected by being connected in this thing, in the circus building or the circus context, and therefore we are working together. So we have to all the time navigate between different experiences and preferences, and this is this is so interesting as a director also. Why would a circus need a circus director, and the whole identity crisis of like this art form and where it should go, and the feeling of that it's hard to grasp and organize around something that is very abstract. And we try to find definitions because we want to please a certain formal aspect, like we want to be accepted as an art form. We are now in Sweden more or less like part of the grant system and so on, but still we're fighting with what is it that that connects us, and this very struggle itself is so it makes so much sense then when I see the J video here, for instance, it's like it makes a lot of sense. Just to be very brief, I am a part on one side. I was a chairperson of Manegen, which is really the place, almost a little bit like what was discussed in the last or in the session before the break. We had Manegen works as a national member organization for circus, variety, and street performance. So I've been working with those questions. And the members there are artists, producers, creators, students, and also small and large companies from the whole country. And then also I'm sitting in the Arts Grants Committee in the group for dance and circus. And the Swedish Arts Grants Committee is a government agency, and the function is to support artists who work with areas of visual art, design, music, dance, circus, theater, and film. And they award grants and allowances and promote international cultural exchange and so on. So I've been like on that side of it, but also my heart, the reason why I engage there is of course because I want to be able to spend my time being a creative and in the meeting with the audience, with the public, that also should have, like, there's a lot of issues between what should happen in the art scene, in the performing arts scene, and in the circus field, especially with the super great lack of infrastructure. But that's also something that opens up for many possibilities. So that's where I am right now. If I would introduce myself, it would be this messy and kind of fragmented a little bit. And I would that's my like spontaneous reflections on looking at Jay and then trying to introduce myself from there on. Now, if someone else wants to pick up, I can then go through some other things, like looking through the website a little bit and talk about different stuff. But I mean, you were just looking also the first time for this presentation of this video of Jay, and I don't know, any thoughts?
I have a few words about something Eric sort of mentioned, or at least like it's something that we have been juggling with, but I think it became much more clear in my mind, sort of like almost the economic recursion that's taking place behind the scene here. And it was about play as sort of this, or not at least, not play, but, oh, hello. Yeah, I was just telling them.
Yeah, I heard about the recursions.
Yeah. So, no, I think it was very nice that you brought in this, element that we want something to come back to, like we want something to keep playing. Otherwise, like if it dries up, like then there's nothing that will make us, reactivate this mechanism, etc. And I think, that's a great contrast with like, bureaucracy as organization versus play as organization, just to put like the, spectral spread there. And I think that's something that we have been doing pretty well, I think, but, obviously we have some way to go towards like actualization in terms of like, grounding all these, joyful elements, etc. See you in the screen. Yeah, I thought that was great because, it ties to this element, which is something, it ties to this element of attention, which is something that is super scarce, and it needs the stewarding in terms of like community design and cultivation, right? Like if that is not loved, then, you see the deterioration in, many experiments that are taking place in the world, either IRL or in crypto. So I think that focusing on that attention is like basically the community telling the individual, this is how much time you want to allocate to me, and that's really dynamic. It's not like same for every community, etc. And I think if you have seen Trust's presentation, they have a really amazing way of bringing that to the forefront with technological excitingness, with novelty, etc. So I think we have a nice sort of mirroring of that spirit on the Sphere side. I just want to make those comments about your marvelous poetic summarization, Eric.
And I love it. I think it's so spot on. And and I like that we have recursive backgrounds, communicating rooms, because I mean, it can't only happen online. There needs to be some physical meetings at some point. I don't know if Lenny, you want to tell us a little bit about the editing of the film, and maybe go on with other techniques that we generate, not to name the newsletter, or and Joel, I don't see him now. The camera is off, but yeah, could be. I'd be curious, because you've put up that little trick so quick with the editing. I love it.
Yeah, absolutely, with pleasure, Eric. I mean, I think I just chose those little segments because I think they can show like various facets of circus, which for me were pretty new. Like I literally didn't know anything about circus before coming to this project and joining it. I think I had a pretty outdated idea of what a circus is. And I think looking at those little elements can reveal a lot about like different tactics of drama, really, and of the spectacle, which I think are pretty interesting also because they like challenge you in terms of what you maybe are expecting to see as a spectacle, and so new surprises are happening and so on. I mean, I could go into like details of looking at it conceptually, but maybe this is not the right framework right here for the MoneyLab. So what I could speak about is the little collaborative tool that we have created all together, really, inspired by a circular support system that is called the Mandala Movement. And it's a secret. It's a very well-kept secret on the internet. You can't find it. Even if you dig really, really long, you will not find it because it's hidden in plain sight. It's maybe people who are part of the Mandala movement already. So it's basically a gift cycle. It's a gift circle that has been established, I would say, in this form probably 30 years ago, but lends itself from like many, many decades of support structures that are looking at nature and are looking at different cycles, looking at different aspects of growth. And the specific Mandala movement lends itself to the idea of the fractal, which is a cosmic principle, right? We can find it in many different shapes in the cosmos and in nature. And I don't know, by the way, if I should share my screen with you, because I don't know if it would help with what I have to say. I believe every one of you knows the shape of the fractal. And what we've basically done is we have looked into the structure and picked out a little slice of it, which is something that is shaped in triads. And we created a spiral structure that can be implemented into a fractalization, which of course creates an incremental growth, which is what we want to look further up into as we progress with the sphere. But at the moment, what is really interesting for us is to create a collaborative tool that creates a kind of rite of passage That's what I would call it, because we really like to celebrate these kind of like initiatory moments in which people belong to us and in which people start to belong to us. And because we also need to like create repetitions of our belonging. And that's how we created the kind of spiral that works in triads and is constantly in growth and in, taking turns. So currently we use this to create our internal newsletter, which is meant to also onboard our partners bit by bit. What else to say about it? I don't know. Does anyone else want to jump in maybe?
Yeah, I want to first ask what is one way that our audience can engage with the floating newsletter? That's because I think there's like, it's one of the most special things about the sphere that's, just like the Mandala movement, Lene, it's unreachable so far as I know. So if people can access that, I think it's such an amazing content producing machine, this mandala structure. And maybe we can maybe narrate it as we show it as well. So which one is this one?
Yes, thank you, Ola. I was actually thinking about showing newsletter 10 and 11. Eric mentioned that he really liked the cliffhanger about the gift. Yes, exactly. This is this one. If you scroll just down a little bit. Is there any exception to the gift being an ultimate act of control? That was a cliffhanger that I gave because our current structure allows it so that we have a fixed set of rules, and the rules are strict enough to ensure that everyone is perpetually engaged in the newsletter, but it's also loose enough to ensure that we can create our own set of rules. So one of the rules that we have created and implemented into the rules is that we have cliffhangers with which we initiate our so-called wins. And our wins are the ones who are stepping into the mandala newsletter production. And so they have to answer to this cliffhanger. And I believe Eric was the one who had to, Jem was actually the one who had to respond to this one. This was just the introduction that Eric has expanded upon. This, this is actually the one of Jem, right? Jem, would you like to read it? Is that a good idea? What do you think?
I think we can move swiftly through it because, people can read it perhaps if we have it's on the website, because it's like sort of rabbit holes to lose yourself inside and try to ask these like, who wrote this? Because it's not really clear since it's a collaborative and randomized mechanism. And if it wouldn't be sharing too much of the secret, I might should I elaborate how we go about publishing this?
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. It would be good to speak about it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Lene if she gives me the...
yes,
okay.
No, we can do it. We can do it.
Because you carry it already within you.
Okay, awesome. So I think we have set 3 or 4 roles. Three main roles, which, as Lene described, these are the roles as bags of rules. They are fixed. So as chronologically or every time period passes, you move through these roles. Essentially, these roles are sun, earth, and the wind. Right? Am I missing something? That's all. So the sun plays the role of the final editor, the giver of the light, the giver of energy. The earth is a ground for cultivation, basically the main author, if you will, and the wind is the bringer of the idea, so the carrier of the seed, if you will. So the wind brings the seed to the earth, the sun cultivates the seedling, and it sprawls out into the existence. This is the understanding. And every time period of publication, we are switching these roles as you move from being the sun to being earth to being wind, etc. I think I got the sequence wrong, but you get the general idea there. And yeah, this produced such amazing, like just to give my point of view there, such amazing interactions between the community as, knowledge producers, let's say, people who have something to say, or even if it's, playing around. So I really had gold moments, gold memories from, just participating in this floating newsletter, with Ulle, with Lene, with Laura. We had, you put forward your thesis to be sort of dissected by the next, so it's really this amazing process, also excruciating sometimes really rewarding, etc., but never certain, never, you never know what's going to come out when you start writing this thing. And that's why it's like producing all these volatile newsletters on our site.
Yeah, maybe I could say a little bit more about the structure of it within the sphere, in the sense that if anybody gets involved in the sphere, basically can be put on the list of this kind of cycle through these roles, so that that we put it so that there is kind of some folks who have done a few rounds of the floated newsletter, so they're kind of there to answer questions. We build it into the roles so that, before you pass on your wind roll to the next wind, you hang around for a few questions. And so it's a way that you can come and knowledge share, where we're really asking that, because it is rollified within that space. But then you immediately move on to another moment where then you are, like you say, Jem, you're cultivating it. And then all of a sudden you are kind of making sure it gets published. You're doing these different elements that they concretize and make permanent in a bureaucracy or in a static organization. And we're kind of putting it into a looping structure that changes as it goes. That's how we produce the newsletter and share knowledge with each other and have debates and arguments and celebrations and experience the weirdness of each other. Because I think if we want to have new economies for the performing arts, we want to experience more of the weirdness of each other in our communities, not less. Just to say that.
Yeah, I was familiar with like anarchists experimenting with, or fighting against the specialization that, like, one day, like nobody has a fixed job, and one day you clean the street, the other you work in the factory, the other you teach in the elementary school, etc., to like come back. But I think deployment in the, both the cyber context and also knowledge production context is, at least as an agent participating, it's really joyful, and yeah.
That's awesome.
Speaking of loops, I don't know, Ulle, if you want to introduce us just a little bit to the website itself, because it has some little tricks there that are worth sharing, I think.
Of course. Here we are. So what we have here is basically a timeline that will, like, all the time develop a bit. Where right now we have been presenting at a circus context called the subcase cyber because it's COVID-19 and they want to add something cool. Normally it's subcase is a great meeting place for physical like people, but we were there presenting the website itself. So, and I went bananas in terms of pushing the limits of and the constraints of the back and what's possible to actually present in this website. So I've been like really like making everything over the top at the moment. So I'm also adjusting some parts of the website as we go, because here we have MoneyLab, but we will go to the future and the quite close future. We have several labs coming up right now. So what's interesting to look at, for instance, is the first version of the invitation for our Archive lab. And I think, perhaps Joel is can talk a little bit about this soon, but I can just, if you have any specific wishes around, like thoughts around the how we present or how we like interact with the website, you can just ask, and it's easier to kind of go into details like that. But we've been working very closely with Sepidar Hosseini as a visual artist and Johan Hemgren as developer for the website, and we've been having a great fun time during the fall to kind of capture what we're doing in a neat way, and also to kind of adjust ourselves to the bureaucracy that we're stuck in within the frames of the EU grant system. So it's also a very it can actually switch into a kind of mode where it's actually the work that we do can actually easily be switched into a presentation or a report of the whole project itself. So that's a quite neat thing, as we don't want to do too much of like a new public management way of just filling out 10 times for other reason than learning from it and so on. So I'm happy for that. We have a crypto economic design lab coming up, accounting otherwise. There's a lot of things happening, and we will have a landing point in Berlin Circus Festival in the end of the summer also, where we will have like a lab around quadratic voting and look at curation of certain aspects or parts of festivals and how to create an invested audience participation and also can kind of distribute have artists also practice the art of decision making in the creational aspect of festivals in an easier way, and as well as looking at like the audience development aspect where we try to like engage and fully engage artists and public in also economic ways that were not possible maybe before, or easier, or we're going to lab around it. This is also in Portugal, where we have partner meetings where hopefully we can meet physically like a lot of people. So we see if this is possible this year, but we're still aiming for a nice Portugal lab with like at least a great chunk of all our partners, and to hopefully play with around their festival and how we can interact and work with the sphere in that Teatro de Scalia festival. You can see here that we have this is partners in the EU project. So I mean we are working with far more organizations and so on, but this is what it looks like at the moment, and we have a special mention here right now also, but more to come. Is it something in particular you have in mind, Eric, or someone that we should look into?
I mean, I think it's great that you walked us through it. One thing that stood out for me when I saw it for the first time, I mean, there's a bit of a conceptual trick that basically, if you go on the website, you will rapidly discover that the website is in the future, and we go towards the past as we explore it. And we had a very funny moment here at the Dahaus in Berlin where Laura Lotti, who is not here because she's part of the team, but she's already everywhere in this MoneyLab, so we spared her. But basically, she was very frustrated that we could only go backwards and we couldn't go forward in the future. And I don't know, it was a funny moment because there's a lot of cleverness in that design. I think you did an amazing job at making it both playful and intriguing. And look at this fantastic aesthetic. I mean, I'm really impressed. And maybe speaking of which, like this, because I love also that, because we were thinking a lot about like you said, Ulle, it's kind of a pain in the ass to be constantly reporting, like to report because of the money that we got, and you spend almost half the time reporting at the end of the day, and it's not worth the money. So to have a website that actually allows you to report as we go and becomes a coordination tool for ourselves, I mean, I think it's brilliant in many ways. And I don't know, maybe Joel, I don't know if you want to jump in, but because there's something of the Anarchive spirit, I think, that's alive in that website, or as we saw before, it's the upcoming lab, basically. We have a series of 3 labs coming up. The first one is the Anarchive, beginning of April, then cryptoeconomic design later in April, and then the third and last one before our landing at the Berlin Circus Festival is going to be the Accounting Otherwise lab that I'm co-organizing with Yael, and that's going to be mid-May, and we hope by then that we're going to be able to do a LARP assisted by Goldman Sachs, but that's another story. So yeah, I don't know, Joel, if you want to jump in.
Yeah, no, I can say some things. So the lab, April 7th and 9th, is on anarchiving, kind of the what else of the trace of the event, as we look at experiments to build the sphere as a place where we are funding milieus and not reinscribing the individual that is the subject of scarcity, stuff like that. So we want to the lab experiment with that, and Ole referenced it, where we're going to have like a live video feed of circus performers doing iterative games around notation and passing on. So, kind of challenging the forms of ownership, but also finding out from the base level of the circus community what the process is of creation. Because Eric was talking about the funding of milieus, and Yale was talking about the funding of process. And I think that this is the kind of the thing that all of us are doing different experiments to get at. What's a non-modern subject-based performing arts economy? Because we already know what a subject-based any kind of economy looks like, right? Where we are the subjects of the deterritorialization of the protocols of the economy that gets instituted. So we can do some tertiary changes on top, or we can go into this more experimental, playful mode, the embracing, as Eric said, our capacities at aspiration and conspiration. And I would add experimentation to really try things. So on the other side of the live video feed of the, how do you slice it to art? Hungry which way? Exactly. On the other side of the live video feed of circus experimentations, we're going to have an online game of making fragments of experience. And if you see in the live stream chat, there's been some fragments, that are purposefully kind of unfinished and purposely just kind of pulls out of the way if you're making wine and you take a pull out of it to see how it's doing, you're not tasting what it will be, but it gives you a sense. And I think in the sphere, we're interested in that being such a multi-perspectival thing. So the game we're going to play is about minting fragments of expression in really simple ways that we're not worried about our reputation as visual artists or as thinkers. We're just trying to add to the growing basket of fragments that will give us the keys to understand a little bit where we're going. Because the track that wants to predetermine where we're going is not so interesting to us. And maybe just a last point about one of the inspirations for this kind of minting of fragments within the sphere proposition for me is Dick Bryan, who's the chief economist at EXA and a fabulous person. And one of the things that Dick Bryan really works on is the kind of taking Hayek over to the left, where you brings over that kind of emphasis on circulation and kind of pulsing the system, but bringing it over to a less flattened place. So you remove central planning and keep circulation with Hayek, but move it to the left to more fundamentally encode creativity and difference into the scene of circulation. And I think that's something that the sphere is doing really excitingly, is in looking to encode creativity and difference into the scene of circulation itself. So where, it's not, we're not flattening the things, we're actually experimenting with how those fragments gesture forward to other performances and to other imaginations about how we do economies too. So so everyone's welcome at that lab online. The in-person one is, via COVID restrictions, so that's not open, but April 7th to the 9th, it's going to be quite fun. And so, you'll probably see these fragments that were made today make an appearance in that game. And then in that game, we'll pass on to the Cryptoeconomics Design Lab, and who knows what they're going to do, and then on to the Accounting Otherwise Lab. And so we want to kind of join in this weird self-programmation that's not predetermination, and see what it does to us, see what it does to the project if we, and that's the same thing with the floating newsletter that Lenny was talking about. We program some aspects, but we really protect the informal aspect of a lot of it to see, again, what that weirdness is that we all bring. So, yeah, that's the anarchival spirit as I'm feeling it right now, Eric. Back to you.
That's super nice, Joel. Beautiful. Yeah. We've covered a lot. Is there anything else left?
I can say a few things about
Oh.
Wait, stole the show.
There we go.
Yeah, go on with Cryptoeconomics.
So at Sphere, we've been juggling with multiple ideas, and some of them just went off the screen, but mostly we're still, keeping engaged, and somehow all balls are still up in the air. And yeah, if to plug Cryptoeconomics Lab and perhaps Curve Labs in that light, like what's going on, why do we have a special Credits and Sphere website? Yeah, so, as you might have understood by now, Sphere has a very clear and very ambitious goal of reforming ecologies of funding in the cultural sector. And, reformation is a tricky word. And sometimes, like reformation and revolution has sort of this tension between them, which, different people have different opinions on. But it's a tricky thing to bring to life, because reformation requires the consent of all shareholders that are involved with, a certain process or an existing process, which if you imagine, the cultural sector as such, there's a lot of stakeholders involved and a lot of archaic systems that are perpetuating themselves. So it's not so easy to approach, at least in the democratic dimension of like, let's ask how everyone feels about this, etc. At least it's not so much fitting to the innovative speeds, etc. So like it's having a hard time reconcile with the technological development, in my opinion. But this sort of makes the case that there is something about disruption that is worth considering. Like disruption that, like, without asking everybody's opinion, if you will, or without getting authorities' consent, etc. So these type of I think provocations are much more have much more of a claim to the future than ideological encodings that try to get a general consensus behind it. So this is, I think, also the journey of the Sphere as we try to sort of bring these ideas, test them with the general public, but also particular stakeholders, including the state or people who represent the state, or even artists, etc. I mean, the metaphor here is that you don't simply ask someone to play by reading through 30 pages of game rules, like that's or making sure everybody is fine with every aspect of the game, etc. Sometimes all it takes is like one provocation and you start running and they start chasing you. And that's kind of usually the way I think game virality works is more on this side. Obviously, if there are cases for more deliberation, they're very welcome. Just tying back to Sphere's soul searching in terms of its intentions for actualization for this reformation, I think we see ourselves going from looking at the European cultural sector funding reformers to a much more small-scale experimentation where we can actually, have fun, but also, see tangible benefits as we play. Not only benefits but even drawbacks, because negative learning is underrated, but it's super useful. So when we are facing a situation of having to convince the state or such a inertia actor and spending all your energy and spending all your time to engage in these type of systems in a almost lobbying type of fashion, I do not see that as efficient as iterating with the community, with the stakeholders, playing with the. So I really like the play tank reference you made earlier, Eric. In the Crypto Economic Design Lab, what we're going to talk about is, and generate fragments about, is what I call chakras of transformation. And I think this is sort of, different localities which have different theses about how transformation could take place. I see already Yael is writing in the chat, for example, about if disruption can lead to reform, etc. So I think there's all these different types of perspectives that we have to bring in. Some are infused with a little bit more social responsibility, the others with more playfulness or curiosity. And my aim as the curator of this lab is to sort of show that these chakras can sort of work in tandem with each other and actually deliver much more powerfully when there's that harmonization. And so just to again expand on that a little bit, we were thinking about very tangibly establishing a quadratic voting or quadratic funding mechanism for the field of performing arts in Europe. And obviously this has lots of dependencies, including, if you know quadratic funding, basically it works with a pool of sponsors that are matching democratic expression of, certain votes. And these votes are weighted according to, how they are spread out. The incentive is to spread your votes as much as possible so that you have highest amount of influence in every marginal contribution you're doing. And then these contributions are matched with this pool of funding. So the idea that we had was, let's not alienate the state or existing funders for the performing arts, and let's have them participate in the form of, this matching pool. But again, it's pretty difficult to deploy these systems at large on societal levels. And, perhaps it really shouldn't be this way, because it should be tested in smaller scales and played out. So this is where we find ourselves today. And we see that there are tools that are coming together into maturity that the sphere can utilize for creating collective forms of value creation in art terms, value creation, curation, and capturing that and distributing that. So we're going to try to really focus on playing in our garden first, and we hope to really open that up in the Crypto Economic Design Lab in late April. So I hope to see you all there.
Maybe just one thing I'd like to add on that is that we are in partnership with Further Field around Culture Stake, a model of quadratic voting that they've deployed and that they have shared with us, and that we're now interpreting and developing in our own way. But they've been really instrumental, and Jem has been piloting this partnership, and I think it is starting to take a very nice shape. I don't know, Sarah, if you want to say something about the production of the pilot performances and how we're imagining to apply that model.
I just dropped a link in the chat. Maybe if someone can carry that over to the general chat, it has all the sort of coordinates that like sort of a series of references from our conversation.
Nice.
Yes, I'd be happy to. Within one big advantage I think that we have in the sphere is that we're not like a project as an idea. We actually have partners who are functioning as they are like circus festivals in performing arts, and have been for a long time, up and running. So we have like practical user cases, which is maybe a bit different to many projects who dream a lot, have high, they want a lot maybe, but doesn't have the playground we do. I like it that we play, but it's also like real play with real audience, and within the project that runs for 3 years, we have. We will be producing 3 circus performances. We call them pilot performances because they are like piloting pilots in the sphere rocket. So they will be produced in a way that is according to the sphere, whatever this first year of research might lead up to concerning archiving, for example. So when as an artist or a circus company, when you start producing a performance within the framework of the sphere, you will do it as you always do it. I mean, you will rehearse in spaces and do work with your artistic work as you always do, but some things will be different. Like, we don't know exactly how, but probably in the way how you manage your IP, how you archive or unarchive or save your artistic process, not to protect it primarily, but to be able to share it also, and to have this open source feeling of your work. So these 3 performances, we still don't know who will make them, what company or what circus artist will be producing them. But we're playing around right now with designing a nice model for the curation of the 3 performances together with the partners in the EU project. So we have a festival in Portugal, we have a circus festival in Italy, in France, in Germany, in Lithuania, who are like super hyped also about this opportunity to curate together through some version of the quadratic voting, and just to be thinking about this with partners and like turn around, think in a new way. Like in the old way, you would curate maybe. You would have like a contest, or you'd pitch your projects, and this is one of Eric's most like precious points, that it's not about a contest and winners and losers, but we might be able to find a way of monitoring the preferences of like the local audience in the partner countries. Maybe also give some valuable feedback to the projects that might not be chosen, but they will get some important information about how to move on with their projects. So this is super exciting, and also me as I'm not a tech person, but I'm trying to like get there. To hear about also what Beth is talking about, gnosis, and this way that we might. My question is always, okay, a DAO, I get it, I think, but how can my mother be in a DAO? Will she have to know what a DAO is, or I mean, how is the interaction actually going to be? What's the interface like? How do you do it? Do you need to like know what crypto is about? Because we need to get over that point where you can onboard without knowing these things. Normal circus audience, it consists of people who don't have like profound knowledge about this stuff. So, yeah, the gnosis, Beth would describe it a lot better. But from what I can see, it's also a super nice way to actually, maybe we can make a DAO. Maybe we can have like the partners in our project work together like that and make decisions together, and not and not just talk about decentralized governance and blah blah blah, but actually do it. That's what I'm looking forward to a lot, like to actually try out stuff. And I think we can do it because we have the community already, or we have the circus community in several partner European countries. So yeah, I don't know, Beth, do you want to say something about that, or?
Yeah, just that it's really exciting to work with you guys on, what we are trying to build is a really user-friendly kind of lightweight interface for interacting with DAOs. And, being able to come with, an idea and existing assemblage and way of organizing yourself and have the interface be super easy for, modifying it and making it composable for what you need. So yeah, it's super cool experimenting with you guys. And I care a lot about bringing, quadratic voting, like these different voting mechanisms to be more accessible for our type of use case. So super cool.
Are you even going to bring NFT as well?
I mean, yeah, we can. I'll figure that out. So yeah, Ole and I have been working on some really cool, like using NFT as like a medium in practice for exploring kind of programmable choreography and what that can look like, and exists as a new maybe kind of payment structure, accounting structure, and like worst case scenario, just a new way of thinking about producing this performance. So yeah, I think we can see how all these things tie together.
Yeah, super nice. I mean, I'm exhausted. I think we're almost done. I don't know. I haven't been monitoring what happens on the outside on the MoneyLab stream. I don't know if there is questions. I know that there's like a brilliant diagrammer that has been feeding in fantastic diagrams as we go.
I would say.
Oh, there's a new one. Let's see. And otherwise, yeah, maybe I can end with a word. Oh, nice. Whoa, oh, that's beautiful. Okay, we have, yeah, this guy, if he's not already employed, we need to hire him. Huh? Yes, I want to share one last element for the third lab, the accounting otherwise, that we are preparing with Yael. There is going to be a LARP basically around question of ecologies of funding, and we're super pumped to collaborate with the Goldman Sachs crew. 2 years ago at Volksbühne, they did an amazing LARP that was kind of covering the whole of the art world. And yeah, I mean, Joel was there. That was like an insane moment. Like, if we were not in love with Berlin already by then, like it was irresistible. Well, they accepted to collaborate with us for the Accounting Otherwise lab. So we're going to LARP something with them around ecologies of funding. Details to be made more detailed soon enough, but I can read the proposition that they have shared with us already. So let me just find that. Where did I open it up? Oh yeah, here it is. Okay, so Goldman Sachs led the market in 2019 in trading tactics and decentralized funding, codifying the unconditional mutation of the undead corpse called 21st century late capitalism. Our tool, Commons trademark, CUM, Commons trademark, became the first choice funding alternative to the conventional attention economy in the art world. After a period of rest and rehabilitation, Goldman Sachs, with a $sign for the S, has awakened from their cryogenic sleep chamber, eager to unleash Commons 2.0, CUM. Commons 2.0 leverages rhizomatic dreamscapes and aerial gameplay to broker the imaginarium of art and finance. Expect the highest quality in absolute affirmation, opaque transparency and disruptive processing, a total terror with a zero, production to release you from the bonds of financial infestation. Goldman Sachs is presented to you by Leak Ventures that includes Steph Oltrieux, Jan Kunkel, Gina Mertz, and Fotini Takirdiki. We don't know much more than that, but does sound exciting, and looking forward to create that thing in the coming weeks. There's a lot coming up as you see. So I checked the chat one last time. Shall we ask our audience to ask questions? Yes. We have 5 more minutes-ish, like 3 minutes. If anyone has last comments, if the audience wants to become the artist.
Comments with you. Comments. If they have
comments with you, yes, comments, yes. Yael, I don't know if you want to jump in for a comment, if you're still there.
Yeah, no, I'm still here. I think it would be interesting to hear from the audience, but if not, yeah, I think I'm really looking forward to exploring in Accounting Otherwise the kind of questions we were thinking about with gift economy and how can that be integrated into any kind of thinking about accounting at all, and whether accounting is it actually a counter medicine to gifting and reciprocity and care at all. And I think that would be a really interesting thing to dive into in our lab.
Totally. Okay. Well, I'm tired. It's been a big afternoon. I want Jem. I want your thing. Soon enough. Yeah, I guess we can wrap it up. Is our guardian angel Ella around listening?
You can say so. I was listening all the time. Hey,
fantastic.
That was amazing. Thank you so much, Sarah, Jem, Lene, Eric, Ole, Robin for the amazing graphic recording, and Joel and Beth and Yael. That was fantastic, and I think you really walked us through a very extensive perspective of what is going to happen within the sphere. And yeah, I just want to wish you the best of luck for all the future activities, and especially for the Crypto Economic Design Lab. And we are going to take a 15 minutes coffee break now before we again switch over to our friends from Trust for the Black Swan DAO session. 15 minutes, have a coffee, some fresh air. Thanks again, guys, and see you soon.
Ciao, ciao.
Ciao. Hi everyone, welcome back from our little coffee break. So we have reached the evening here, and it's been a fantastic and full day until now. And we have 2 more panels waiting for us. One will join in a second, is organized by our partner Trust. And we have Callum Bowden and Laura Lotti presenting the Black Swan DAO. And afterwards, we will switch back here to our live stream at Supermarkt. And then I will welcome Lenara Werle, and I'm going to talk with her about the invisible economy. And after that, you have a chance to have a relaxing evening with everyone from the community on Dada Art's Discord server. Because I guess many of you have been talking or writing the whole day, and maybe you just want to exchange images or pictures with each other and simply relax. So that's the idea for tonight. And I would say let's check in with Trust and see where they are. Really looking forward to hearing about Black Swan DAO. Here we go.
Hello.
Hello, everyone.
Hopefully we're live. Hopefully. Yeah, great.
Yeah, nice.
So, we're Black Swan.
Yes.
I'm Callum.
And I'm Laura.
And today we're going to talk about our project, which creates digital tools that allow groups of artists to decide how to use resources. And the project involves many people beyond us. So it's a collaborative project and a collective with Penny Rafferty, Andre Fincanto, and Laith Benkeda. Our presentation is structured into 3 parts. We'll go a bit into the research and insights that led to the creation of Black Swan, talk a bit about recent experiments that we did in governance at Trust, which is a collective environment in Berlin, and then we'll talk a bit about our findings from our research. And for people on Twitch and on YouTube, please feel free to ask any questions. We'll try and address them at the end.
Yeah.
Did I leave anything out?
No, that's great.
So Black Swan is responding to current needs of creative practitioners and addresses some issues with the art world as it currently exists. Today, artists are competing for fewer and fewer resources. They're going up in more and more competitive funding calls. Arts practices and increasingly multidisciplinary practices, like the practices of people around Trust, are not well served by existing support structures for artists, or the funding calls don't really understand the work that people are doing as art. So there's a need now for new thinking about artistic and creative funding. Art has always been a collaborative practice. There's this myth of the individual genius that is the currency of the contemporary art world. And we need new tools and new ways of enabling collaborations to exist and making it easier for creative practitioners to collaborate. Cultural institutions, as they move into the digital sphere, and many have done so with extreme haste in the past year after COVID, don't all need to solve the same problems, but rather could pool resources and build shared infrastructures. But similarly, thinking about the digital artists today have no control or ownership over the data they produce, whether it's their funding applications or the descriptions of their projects, the non-existent databases of people who participate in projects. There's a lot of metadata related to the art world that currently is out of the hands of artists. And similarly, contemporary art is based on a false universalizing idea of the public that with Black Swan and with the experiments that we've done at Trust is really trying to situate a notion of a public into a specific context and group of people.
Now, let's talk about blockchain, which
Let's
is...
talk about
Let's
blockchain.
talk about blockchain, as we haven't done enough in these days. But so one way that we're trying to address some of the problems that we see in the current art world as a structure is by beginning to apply or use blockchain as a way to intervene in the space. So we see that there's you can move. We see like a lot of strengths about using blockchains. First of all, the possibility to share value in a translocal manner. The possibility of finance projects not through debt kind of instruments, but through something like a programmable equity. Then blockchains make possible decentralized autonomous organizations, which are automated organizations that facilitate a lot of the bureaucratic, if you will, organization, facilitate a lot of the organizational kind of mechanisms. And then blockchains are censorship resistant and offer like an immutable ledger that can be accessed at any time. On the other hand, blockchains are also market-based instruments. They are, technologies. So if you've used any smart contracts, you see that at the moment blockchains are actually also pretty expensive to use because of their financial nature and the type of incentive structures that go into validating a lot of these mechanisms. It follows that currently there's a bit of a problem with onboarding or entering the space without being already familiar with a lot of the tooling can be a bit daunting. And then there is the question of this transparent record, or the transparency, let's say, works both ways. It can be a really great instrument, obviously, to facilitate, transparency of budget, of treasury management within an organization, of decision making. But on the other hand, as we'll see, we've encountered some challenges because of in our approach to blockchain. We've also ultimately seen that this idea of total transparency doesn't really perhaps sit very well with people. And then in the middle we have the question of speculation, in the sense that speculation goes both ways. The blockchains really certainly open up the imagination towards reorganizing artworks, but approaching the problem of organization anew. But on the other hand, obviously, as we know, there's also a lot of financial speculation. So this is why so far we've been using blockchains as a tool for the imagination. So our process has been very much about blockchain thinking, mimicking or role-playing the functioning of a DAO without actually using the technology itself, to begin testing some of our assumptions and see how they would play out without necessarily having to build all this infrastructure. First, we wanted to understand if it's actually useful.
And I guess a bit on that, recently we tested several existing tools for blockchain-based decentralized autonomous organizations, including Aragon, Moloch DAO on DAO House, OneHive, lots of things on XDAI, and they're just so complicated for even us who are quite familiar with the blockchain space.
And they don't particularly look exciting in the sense that they have this really, I don't know, old school, like aesthetic, like gray interfaces. They really look like, I don't know, like business tools more than something that you would want to use to organize with your friends or your collaborators.
Or based on this like marauding pirates imaginary of some vague medieval.
Yeah.
That's something for another presentation.
We will get there.
But kind of in this line of thinking, also based on our experience of the kind of failures of the existing blockchain DAO tools, how can we actually enable groups of artists to work together and take control of resources and opportunities?
Yeah.
And from this, we asked, or we kind of conducted research into different case studies, both within the blockchain ecosystem, but in communication platforms and in communities like trust more generally. And we developed insights from this research that we hope to publish soon as we write up all of our findings from the experiments of the last year. And we kind of grouped the research into what is, so kind of the resources, the things, the value that people are dealing with, where, so the platforms and contexts in which collectivization is happening. What if, so kind of ways of approaching the things that people can do together and new ways of approaching the possibilities for collaborative arts practices. And then how, so kind of tools for how we could actually achieve this. So in terms of the resources and values, there's skills, there's funding, collective power, network, digital tools, advice, public and common goods, and shared experiences. In terms of the platforms, there's, and as we found with the trust experiments we did, like existing social communities, existing groups of people who might socialize in places like shared workspaces, artist studios, libraries, at reading groups. And something that became increasingly clear was the importance of these existing social bonds and forms of social cohesion that you can never try and reproduce in a digital tool. We were looking at messaging platforms like Discord, which Trust uses to organize its research activities and increasingly its events. And we're looking also at new potentials for virtual organizations, so where an organization doesn't need to go through the bureaucratic process of formalizing its existence, but can rely on a larger parent organization to allow it to hold funding or to distribute funding. In terms of community building and the things that people can do, there's skill sharing and matching. There's also risk distribution, looking towards solidarity and mutualism, collective investment and pooling resources. And in terms of, did you have something there?
No, go on.
No, it says your name. It's you. We must equally distribute the speaking opportunities.
Exactly. And then with regard to the decision making, and so how can we create this beginning to look at into reorganizing together. So we'll be looking into emoji voting, which is something that already is native of a lot of platform, which is also, for instance, Discord, which is what Trust mostly uses. We've been looking into lottery mechanisms, kind of multi-voting systems, so systems that go beyond the binary choice. or the where the winner takes all. We're looking into bots, so how to facilitate the automation of like bureaucratic functions anyway, that no one really wants to do. And and then also we'll be looking into equal distributions of possibilities, for instance.
So now we'll talk a bit about our experiments. In the month of January, we conducted a role-playing exercise and working group to test different decision-making mechanisms with 9 trust members. It was all virtual and conducted online. And it was part of the DAO Global Art DAO Initiative, which was generously supported by Furtherfield, the Goethe Institute, and Serpentine. And we in kind of researching and experimenting on this idea of a situated public, we wanted to really think about how we could fit digital governance tools and provide decision-making capabilities to an existing community. Trust currently has about 150 members on its Discord, but there's no easy way for people to contribute towards decision making at the moment, and we're really interested in taking the research we had done within the Black Swan context and think about how it could actually provide power to the trust community to decide how resources are used. And so we should thank the working group. It was conducted with Andre, Chiara, Claire, Laith, Par, Shivani, Steph, Terrence, and Wasim. We conducted the working group in a channel in the Trust Discord. We're really interested in situating the communication within the milieu used by the Trust community as it already exists. And the working group was conducted by SwanBot, which was actually just me pretending to be a bot in the spirit of role-playing. You thought I had become a bot at one moment, right?
Yes, you were really, you were embodying the role very well. It
was misleading. And so the working group offered a funding pot of 1,000 euros to be split across these 3 different voting mechanics, and we paid the participants 250 euros for their participation in the research group. And we met weekly in a group meeting, a kind of town hall, and then communication was done asynchronously on Discord. Some participants organized voice chats, and they organized different ways of communicating, which we'll also talk about. It was broken into different phases, very specifically looking at the proposal-making phase, these 3 different voting mechanics and how that felt within the community setting.
And so the first phase was the proposal-making phase. So our idea was to keep the process as open as possible. So we wanted to test like a really simple proposal form and see what behavior would emerge, like how people would use it. So we had a very simple Google form, and we asked participants, so people that wanted to submit proposals, to put an image. There were fields, like very basic fields, none of which was compulsory. So people could really leave the forms also half empty if they wanted to. And so we asked people to, for instance, insert an image to complement or give an idea of the proposal. Obviously, title, description, what kind of outputs, they were envisioning, then who would be the co-conspirators, what kind of categories this proposal would fit in, and then any other additional information that they felt. And we asked, We asked our working group participants when germinating proposals to consider what is it that they themselves or the group need but don't currently have, what is it that they or the group wish to see more of, or they wish to do but that they've never done before, and at trust or in another horizon, perhaps beyond the trust itself. And so some of the really interesting things that immediately emerge is that there were spontaneous, organic emergence of initiatives by the participants, such as a skills pool, like a simple spreadsheet that Chiara made, where people could sign up. The kind of things, the skills, the kind of things that they do, the kind of things that they're interested in, the things that they would like to learn or know more about. And so we had other initiatives, an open proposal development page, and also someone proposed regular voice meetings to discuss ideas and forge new collaborations. So all this was for us totally unexpected and really welcoming. It was really nice.
It was also part of the intention with designing the working group in a really open way to kind of see what would happen and how people responded to the process. And 16 proposals were created within a 2 weeks period, ranging from personal art projects, new collaborations, technical experiments, tool developments, and community initiatives, excursions. They were really, a really vast and diverse set of proposals. And going into it, we also just had no idea what people would ask to do with money. And so it was amazing to see 16 proposals come out of it.
Yeah. You can see here some of the images that accompanied the proposals themselves. Shall we move to the voting phase? Let's do it.
Let's do it.
So, for the voting phase, we, as we said, we wanted to test 3 different voting mechanisms and see how they felt to the group in practice. So we tested quadratic voting, which is a rather complex multi-vote method, but that enable a lot more of a nuanced way of express preferences, let's say, than a more simple expression of yes/no kind of vote with an emoji system, and then a random lottery where people could veto a proposal if they felt strongly against it. Otherwise, a proposal that didn't get vetoed would automatically enter this lottery system. And each of these voting mechanisms had a pool with a micro grant of €333. So this is how we conducted our quadratic voting experiments. It's actually like a really nice template that is provided by Radical Exchange, and it's available on their site and repository. And so what's interesting about quadratic voting is that it's a system that enables to determine priorities, or prioritize options or proposals in a collective manner, and so enables to express the intensity of preferences in a more nuanced way, because it costs more to express a stronger opinion. People are not asked to vote yes or no, are asked to allocate a certain amount of credits or voice credits towards any proposals, and if they want to express like a stronger opinion, that would be more expensive on the basis of the total credits that they have. The other mechanisms that we wanted to try is the emoji vote. And so in the emoji vote system, everybody had a one vote, could vote with a swan emoji in a channel that we created on Discord. Basically, the idea was that the proposal with 5 or more votes would receive all the funding, so that only one proposal would win. And the idea was to kind of incentivize people to discuss together in the channel that we had in Discord and arrive to a consensus for what proposal would win. As we see, this mechanism ended up being like a controversially open to some friendly bribing. Like he was open to attack vectors that we'll discuss afterwards. And then alternately, we tried the lottery veto system, where all proposals were entered into this lottery unless they were vetoed. The problem was that people could veto only one proposal, but the issue the challenge perhaps is that votes or this veto was not anonymous because on Discord. So we see also there were kind of dynamics it generated. Shall we discuss the winning proposals?
So yeah, it was also interesting to see the diverse range of proposals that won each of the different voting mechanisms. This is the winner of the quadratic vote, which is make your own CO2 absorbing biofuel algae machine, which proposes to use speculative biology and storytelling to imagine new forms of life that are both fit to function as negative emission technologies at scale and being integrated into the domestic space. And since this was at the end of January, it was awarded, we actually have an update from them that we'll share towards the end of the findings. And it's nice to see what 333 euros was able to produce in a couple months. It was interesting also to see the results from the quadratic voting round, and how the proposal that won actually had both the highest number of voice credits and the highest effective vote. So it was really kind of the most widely popular proposal. And yeah, we did some thinking about the different ratios between voice credit and effective vote. And most of the top ones you see had quite high voice credits. And then it seems like number 4 and number 5 actually had kind of less of the voice credits but a higher effective vote, which was interesting. This project won the emoji vote. It is called the Black Swan Play currently, and it's interesting because it's a very open collaborative project that the members of the working group will do together. They intend to write and record a Creative Commons audio play in no more than 3 hours and in a single take. So kind of creating a shared creative exercise that everybody can participate in. It was also interesting that people didn't fully understand how to vote on Discord. There's no way in the interface currently to prevent people from putting multiple votes on a single proposal or multiple votes across all the proposals. We couldn't lock in the ability to just put on one emoji. And so there was some confusion there that also has kind of informed how we think about designing the app we're working on now. And then the project that won the emoji vote, that won the lottery, is a proposal to cover the €65 administrative fee for the IDs of 5 homeless people. So you see such a range in the proposals. There's the one that won the quadratic voting round was a kind of artistic project between two people. The one that won the emoji vote was a more collaborative and open creative experiment, and the one that won the lottery actually was more of a humanitarian effort or a charity effort.
So after the working group, we asked our working group participants to fill in a feedback form, anonymous obviously, and we collected the findings of these feedbacks. And maybe let's go through them, because what was really interesting was also how these findings got us to reassess perhaps some of the initial assumptions that we had getting into this process. So, first of all, well, this is like a bit of an overview about the different findings. First thing, there was a resounding consensus on the value generated by the process, including, as we were saying, these organically emerging initiatives, like started in the proposal phase. Everyone really appreciated the possibility to forge new collaborations. For instance, as Cal mentions, the winners of the quadratic voting round never really worked or collaborated on a project together. So it's really nice it was great that this was like an occasion to start out new kind of like projects together. The openness of the process was very appreciated, and as we said, it also allowed or like made space for some attack vectors or some like exploits. That I definitely added for us. That was perhaps one of our goals. It was like to see precisely what kind of behaviors and kind of like mechanisms would emerge. And then it was really nice. Someone wrote in the feedback that it was really nice, quoting, being at the origin of the voting process, and as a result generating so many questions about how things work and could work, which it's I guess was a really nice way to begin testing the limits of the parameters of these still analog social protocols they were like playing with, and learning from the results. Then we'll see going into like looking at our findings, that quadratic voting as a mechanism was the one that was appreciated the most, which I guess for us was like one of the most interesting.
Quite surprising.
Quite surprising in the sense that it's not an immediately intuitive kind of way of voting or expressing preferences, but it was very appreciated. And then we have some open questions with regards to documentation, or like perhaps a validation of the importance of documentation into these processes, and then open questions with regard to licensing. But maybe we can go a bit more into some of the actual answers of this feedback, of our findings. So what people really liked about the process, it was this idea of collaboration process, like spontaneous organizing, and the learnings of this process of inquiry. What wasn't really appreciated too much, it was the lack of anonymity, because obviously we were testing a lot of these mechanisms in a Discord setting that doesn't really allow for that. But also, in a sense, the lack of familiarity among participants. While everybody probably interacted with each other on a Discord, we had never had an occasion before to sit down and work together for a month. So there was a bit of a tension there that some people didn't particularly like, and someone saw their proposals being bettered, and definitely that's not a nice thing. And similarly, perhaps in the group meeting settings, some voices may have gone lost because clearly the platform facilitates certain behaviors, but also maybe limits like others. This is, so we asked our participants to rate the importance of certain features for collaborative organizations. And so questions like sense of community, process transparency, opportunity to share skills were definitely the features that were mostly appreciated or like sought after in a collaborative setting. Whereas the question of collaborative own outputs and voting privacy seemingly were not that important, but then as we saw in other, the voting privacy maybe was not that important, but the idea of an anonymous or pseudonymous setting ended up being really important for for some people, for instance. Then, with regard to additional features, we have the possibility of participatory participatory organization making and redefinition of organization, the amplification of quieter voices, and the, as we were saying, the anonymization of the process. So someone suggested, which was a really nice idea, I thought, of using the same handler on Discord, so that only being able to to get who is who by other kind of nuance in the way of writing, etc. But on the interface, everybody having the same handler, which I thought it was pretty nice. Then everybody felt that they did have all the information to make decisions. Interestingly, it seems that the vast majority of people thought that other people didn't get how to vote, but then it seemed like that, pretty much the proposals, the proposal facing to cover all the important information.
It's also interesting in regards to the proposal form that it was really open and you could not enter any field, nothing was required. You could upload pictures, add additional information, and some people were critical of the proposals that didn't include the information that they felt was required, but then other people really valued a completely open proposal, and I think it's really important also as we move forward with this project to think really seriously about like what impact a proposal form or like the formalization of a project proposal has on a creative process or has on like any output. So like the way we're thinking about it now is it should be very open and people can include the information they want, and it's more about grounding the review of a application process in a group of people who know each other and familiar with each other, instead of sending these proposals to abstracted funding bodies. And so put on your proposal what you think is important for other people to know, I think is more important than like hitting a set list of fields.
Definitely. Yeah, in fact, there was a vague or like also jargony proposals were not really appreciated for that reason. So the idea of something straightforward, accessible, and like understandable by the group, by your peers, exactly. It's something that was really appreciated.
And the proposal that won the quadratic voting round actually included a quite elaborate additional document with images and with like narrative elements to the project. So it seemed that people appreciated more work that went into the proposal also.
Yeah.
The ones that seemed like they didn't put much care into it weren't valued as highly.
Yeah. And here are some suggestions about how how people could have made more informed decisions within the proposal phase. And so someone suggested to have more dedicated time to plot collusions between teams. Someone proposed to have again more of a include say something like past works or skill set information for the person of the group. again, some were saying that proposals that were like very vague tended to be disfavored. Someone suggested the proposals could have focused more on output, which is something instead we willingly didn't really want to force as an outcome or as a requirement. And also people suggested, someone suggested to have more emphasis on the communication or like maybe having an intermittent phase between the submission of the proposals and the actual voting, so that anyone could ask for questions or clarifications before actually entering the voting phase.
I think exactly this, it became very clear in reviewing the feedback forms and in conversations with the participants that they kind of missed organized moments to meet each other and to share their work. So like it could have started with some sort of show and tell where everybody gives a bit of a presentation into their work, and then after the proposals were submitted, similarly a moment to present and answer questions seems to be valued highly. So it's also like showing us that the emphasis is less even on the decision-making mechanism and more on how you build communication, moments for communication into that process.
Yeah. Then with regard to the size of the grant, well, admittedly the 333 euros is very much of a micro grant. And otherwise, someone noted, if the grant is too small, it would just incentivize, it would almost induce participants to, I don't know, how can I put it?
You mean work together in new way, forge new collaborations?
Yeah, forge new collaborations, but also otherwise it would kind of just incentivize better off or people with more free time, let's say. If I mean 333 was saying was a decent grant for a few days, kind of, or a small projects to work on together, without necessarily requiring too much kind of effort, while proposals or the idea of 500 1,000 euro grants were considered fine for our projects, and enable people to work for a few days on some of these projects. Alternative suggestions were to have a grant size that would pay for half or a month of average freelance salaries. But then also important, one question that was quite important was the question of scale. So which different projects would necessitate different time commitments and level of involvement. And as we said here, small grants are probably more fun, more about incentivizing networking and collaboration, whereas larger grants would obviously going to perhaps developing larger projects.
Nice.
Then we're getting to the voting mechanisms. So interestingly, quadratic voting was perceived as the most legit and comprehensive mechanism. Someone else said it was great to try out in anger, which I thought was very nice.
Try out in anger.
Yes. And so as the credits could be distributed across several projects of interest and allow for different levels of preference. Also, the level of anonymity, let's say, involved with regard to the voting was also highly appreciated. We should clarify that quadratic voting requires the voters to be known in a way, but at least the name, who voted what, wasn't, it wasn't transparent to all the participants. So it felt a bit less exposed perhaps than the other voting mechanisms that happen on Discord. Emoji vote, so basically the binary choice was not really liked at all because of the public and nuance-less character. So it was kind of nice to get some validation or reinforcement that the binary yes/no choice felt kind of limited, and we see that that's still what I guess the vast majority of not just like say the vast majority of governance systems, like particularly in the blockchain space, still relying a lot on like this token, like yes/no voting associated with tokens. Often, whereas we received like a strong signal toward quadratic voting being instead like a mechanism that made people feel like better about the process. The lottery was maybe the most polarizing mechanism. Some didn't really feel comfortable at the prospect of openly vetoing proposals of other people, but then later regretted it. Others thought it was a bit brutal of a method. I'm quoting from some of our feedbacks. While others thought that instead it was like a nice mechanism that allowed, enabled the funding of projects that otherwise would have probably not received that visibility, like be more like niche kind of initiatives. So in a sense, it seems that the group collaboration and organization doesn't particularly like the idea of chance or randomness compared to other methods, perhaps.
It also seems to somehow be correlated to the level of agency that the different voting mechanics give to participants. So the lottery had the least agency, but was kind of similarly disliked to the emoji vote, which also gives very little agency. And the quadratic voting system, in allowing for people to even say they like everything a little bit, proved quite popular in our tests. And I think there's also something to say about decision making usually being framed around competition and around winner takes all. That is not so conducive to a community environment where it's more important that people meet each other, feel comfortable with each other, have opportunities to work together, rather than feeling like it's some kind of popularity contest or cliques or somehow dominating. There was something nice about quadratic voting and how it made people all feel quite good.
Yeah.
But actually, one final point on quadratic voting is the quadratic function wasn't very well understood. So the quadratic function means that it's designed for voting with money, and so it's to de-incentivize or like to limit the power that people with lots of money have in these monetized voting systems by using a quadratic function to encourage smaller distributions of voice credits across a wider range of proposals. But this kind of mechanism wasn't well understood also because we're taking it away from money, so there's no longer the same type of stake in it or the same skin in the game, so to speak. That we kind of understood that there was a need to make it clear that there was this relationship between voice credits and effective vote, and to think about actually how an interface tool could make that understandable to people.
To the next question. How do people feel about the results? Well, it's very much reflected how people felt about each mechanism. So, the vast majority of the participants felt at least okay with the outcomes. But only one person really felt great about them.
And most of this negative feeling was around the emoji vote and the lottery.
Yeah. Yeah, someone suggested like to like try and categorize proposals according to two different like types. First one, encouraging artists to develop further, such as learning new skills, making new works, assessing resources, and another kind of proposals that instead would benefit the community, like in this case the trust community, either aim to increase interpersonal communications or form collective knowledge or support existing infrastructures. It was good, energizing to have like at least a positive feeling about the outcomes. With these nuances, like with regard to any mechanisms. Then one of the questions was about the documentation and evaluation for funding proposals. We didn't want to impose any requirement for documentation and evaluation at this stage or in this very early experiment. And I think it was something that it resulted like from the feedback that people really appreciated the no strings attached kind of like format of these micro grants. But definitely like there was again a consensus around the fact that it would be, people felt the need for like sharing the documentation about the process, and it could be, some suggestions on the Trust website or in a WikiHow format or via talks, as some like key follow-up step. Someone suggested also to make information about the budget, about how the budget was spent publicly available, which is, we thought, like a really interesting and like useful like feedback. And then generally there was, I guess, a certain awareness on the fact that documentation would need perhaps to be benchmarked on the type of on or like calibrated with regard to the type of project. So
we have 7 minutes left.
Yeah.
So maybe we should.
We've been talking a lot. We've been talking a lot, and we also have some nice questions.
Yeah. Should we finish up the findings? I mean.
Yeah.
It was kind of interesting also from the group, and I mean maybe this ties into the question, so we should read it now.
Yeah.
Thick M writes, "You're looking at developing ways of distributing funds within an invested community. Have you been or will you look into the Christiania effect, i.e. how the emergence of internal versus external interests will develop and scale?" I guess I don't know to what extent it is an invested community. The 9 people that we worked with in this test all came from different forms of relationship with trust. So there was 3 former residency participants who, were selected through a centralized proposal format, and then 2 people who rent desks from the shared workspace, and then 2 online members, and Trust also is doing research into how its community is made up and what different forms of investment look like within that context. But it's not as clear as something like Friends with Benefits, where that everybody in there has, and Friends with Benefits is a tokenized Discord where you have to buy a certain cryptocurrency to gain access to it, and everybody in the Discord has at least 60 Friends with Benefits tokens, which I think is a different type. Like for me, that would be an invested community. And similarly with Black Swan, our ambition is very much that this supports an ecosystem of artist collectives, and if we have time, we'll point a bit towards that at the end, how you can think about digital communes or the Black Swan commune as enabling different cooperative or collective projects to exist together, and building in some sort of tithe or redistribution mechanism that enables the growth of the network. But this is also something that we're now going to look at next. We wanted to start with the trust context with a small group of people, then we'll look at the trust context when we scale that to the full Discord of 150 members. And then we'll start to think about what happens when you bring in other artistic and creative communities into this. It's also possible that it just ends up where we open source all of the tools that people can just use them according to their own needs.
Yeah, and in this sense, the question of licensing and ownership of outputs, I guess it's really key. Exactly, who is exactly the or how are these collectively produced kind of like projects like handled from a licensing standpoint? Who's going to use them? Who's going to have the ownership? That remains, I guess, at the moment the biggest open question.
This was also the actual connector that I forgot that I was thinking before. But interestingly, the participants found the open licensing of outputs to be not a very important thing. So within this group, they were interested in both funding collective projects, funding new experiments between people who hadn't worked before, and funding individual artistic projects. And so they weren't so interested in the idea of forcing everything to have one type of open access, open source, or Creative Commons license, because especially for these more individualized art practices, it's maybe unfair to expect that these outputs would somehow be part of a shared copyright. But then that points towards this tension between the internal versus the external interest, where maybe the participants wouldn't actually want some sort of common good, or there might be some tension between what the participants say they want versus but also who's to decide what a common good is. So it becomes extremely difficult. We have 3 minutes left. Basically, it's also a research project, and it's the way we're approaching it is not from the angle of developing a solution to some abstracted and universal problem, but rather trying to think in progress, what do we learn when we test different types of voting mechanics? What do we learn? What questions do we develop that we didn't even have when we started this around okay, the interfaciality and these indexes of voting power become important, or we may have been cut off, or Laura's computer stops working.
It's on.
Should we go really rapid?
Yeah, well, let's maybe...
Yeah, communication. I mean, interestingly, people didn't really like the Discord text chat either. They preferred the weekly meetings that we had. They every Monday at 1 p.m. we all met in a Zoom call, and everybody...
It's a bit of a ritual.
It was a ritual.
It was really nice in that sense.
And this is the update from the winning proposal from the quadratic voting round, which is by Par Gang and Chiara Di Leone. It's now called Beneficiary. It's incredible. I think the illustration is so beautiful, and it's exciting to see how in such a short time a new collaboration was formed within the trust context, and a new project came out of it, even if it was just a starting idea that might go somewhere else in the future. Some quick next steps. It's done.
I would thank
you. Okay. You'll have to tune in to our next talk to learn about our next steps. But we're developing an interface for quadratic voting for artistic communities that is run according to the moon cycle. But we'll share more on this soon.
This is some ideas for the larger socioeconomic vision of a commune, and how that could power different creative communities of practitioners such as trust. yeah, well, we should thank the MoneyLab and Trust and all our participants in the working group because we're probably running out of time.
I think we've run out of time. Is there any news from the Cyber Command Center? For all I know, I've only spoken to myself for the past hour. Me, Laura, and Arthur, so...
That was excellent. Thanks, Callum and Laura, for introducing everyone here in the stream on the Black Swan DAO, the governance mechanisms, and all the big questions you're dealing with. Indeed, I have the feeling this is just the start, and I really want to thank you for the great program you provided for MoneyLab Berlin. This was our last slot with Trust for this MoneyLab, but I really hope it's not our final collaboration. But yeah, as I said, just the beginning. Thank you so much, Arthur, Callum, Laura, Joanna, everyone at Trust. It's been a pleasure. And before we move on with tonight's program and our final session for tonight, which is about the invisible economy, and I will be in conversation with Lena Raverle, we have another short break, no longer than 14 minutes, intended 15 minutes. And we will see you again on 6:45 when Lenara will be here. And then we will start our final talk for today. And I'm really looking forward to that. See you after a short break. Hello, welcome back for our last session for tonight or today. I want to welcome Lenara Verle, and hopefully she's already, she is here in the Zoom, and accompanied by Sparrow is here. And who else is here?
Bea is here too.
Bea? Hello, really good to see you. Welcome.
Hello.
So it's
Thank
even
you.
better. So it's the four of us. That's even better. I will just say a few words about this session and also why it's placed at the end of the day. And then I would kindly ask you to introduce yourselves, and then we can dive on into the invisible economy and data art and all the related topics. And maybe we can also touch down a little bit on the themes we came across today, because a lot of what has been discussed is also close to what you are working on. So yeah, when I was in contact with Lenara, and we have been in touch several times before, we have been collaborating on other projects. I think the last collaboration was on this, the release of this book, Lenara, right, from Max Haven, the Art After Money, Money After Art event we did at Supermarkt, and we had a really nice book launch there with Max, but also with a number of cultural producers. And I share a link about that session in a second. So when I was planning MoneyLab, it was clear that we had to be in touch again and do something together. So I'm very happy that you accepted the invitation. And the reason why we decided to put this panel at the last position of the day is because after our conversation, we will move on the Discord server of Data Art. So Data Art is hosting everyone here in the MoneyLab community to join their server and to speak to each other via visual communication towards the end of a long conference day. And I think this is it's a wonderful way of ending this second day. So I would just ask you each of you to quickly introduce yourselves and tell us a little bit about yourself and your work. And maybe, Lenara, you want to start.
Okay. So thanks, Ella, I'm super happy to be again at the Supermarkt, virtually, but it kind of feels like it. I can see in your background. And also one of the reasons why we've been presenting the invisible economy, and we asked that either it's like the last panel or there is no like time limit, because we really, really enjoy the discussion that follows. It's not so much about presenting, something, but really having a dialogue with the people present. So that's kind of the spirit that we want to have during this time. And Sparrow presented last, and she asked, they asked how long she needed, and she said as long as it needs. And they put that, in the program. That was super cool. So thank you for also giving us the space here. And then it's been really such a pleasure to take part in these working groups. And we have the three of us, but it's quite a lot of people that have been working in the invisible economy. And it's really open for people to come and, do whatever they feel is what they can use their skills and their gifts most to contribute to this project. And we've been doing this for a while, so we're going to try to keep it short and present some of it so you have an idea, and really feel free to ask questions and engage further with us during the course of the day. That's what I have to say.
Thank you. And before we move on, I just want to let you know that I'm monitoring the chat on our website, and I've been encouraging people to ask questions, and whatever comes up, I'm happy to pass it on to you.
Thank you, Ella.
Welcome. Who wants to be next?
I can pass the microphone to Bea.
Okay. So Bea, been working together with Aaron and a bunch of people in the invisible economy, and the invisible economy is mostly based on what already happens on data. I'm the creator of data, and the invisible economy is a way to make that community, which is a very specific community in terms of everybody motivated by the intrinsic rewards. How do you make that community or a community like that self-sustaining? And that's what the invisible economy is all about. So,
thank you, Bea. Sparrow, would you like to be next?
Sure. I'm Sparrow. Hello, everyone. It's really nice to be here. I've actually known Linara well before I got involved in the invisible economy. I'm an artist and I'm a software engineer. And the invisible economy is what I imagined could be possible when I first heard about blockchain and art and all of those things. So for me, it's an honor to be working on something that I see as, you know, the future for artists. And that's why I'm here, and that's why I'm, you know, just a huge champion of what we're all doing.
Thank you so much. So I think you would like to show us a brief presentation before we get started with discussion,
yes.
right?
Yes, we have a presentation, and
lovely.
I'm going to share it here. Let's see if I can find it. Oh yeah, there you go. So let's see. Full screen. Okay, there you go. So the first slide is about how this starts, and it starts with dada.art, which is an online community. And it's really large. There's really thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of drawings made by them. And a lot of them are very active, and this has been going on for several years. I'm not even putting numbers in the slides because I think it's, you know, not so much about the numbers, but what they represent. And what they do on Dada is that they have visual conversations. Here in the bottom, you can see a drawing, and also in the first slide. And how it works is an artist draws, and a next artist hits the special button called reply, and then it can continue the conversation. And these conversations go on for sometimes a long time, for years. And they can go really fast or slow. It's really beautiful to see this, you know, developing. And they do it because they love it. They really like to draw. They really like to interact with each other through drawings. And it's really, like we were saying, intrinsic motivations that bring people to Dada. So then with this community, I guess this thought come that people are creating this art, and art, we feel, is something really valuable. And could we make this also financially sustainable? Can we actually pay the artists? And we know that actually quite a lot actually of the artists are from Latin America, and they actually struggle financially. And even we know that even the artists that are, let's say, well off don't make that much money compared to other professions and things like that. So that's how Dada got involved with the blockchain, which was a really exciting technology, and is one of the first communities really to get involved with it. Dada launched the market for artworks in 2017. And this is actually the first art NFTs on Ethereum. They were a little bit after the CryptoPunks and before the CryptoKitties. So it's really one of the first into this space, right? And this is like was a collection called Creeps and Weirdos. That actually there was some recent developments on this we can talk about later. That this collection got you know, a second life. But then what happened was with the blockchain, there comes also markets, right? Free markets, as we call. And there's, say, good and bad things about it. So the good thing is that money is flowing in, and money, gives you security. You can use it to buy things, food, your basic needs, and just don't have to maybe worry so much about and have more space for your creativity. But also together with this, there was like bad things that came with opening up our art to the market, because the incentives behind the market were very different than the love and enjoyment, these intrinsic motivations that the artists have. Like the market has all this competition, speculation going on, and we see like leaderboards or who is giving more money, and it becomes this whole kind of extrinsic motivation to do art to get the money. So then what happened is that the community, the artists, didn't like it. And they were very loud and clear about it and say, hey, this is kind of ruining a bit what we have. We really enjoy coming to Dada. And now, okay, we're, opening up this possibility for money, but it doesn't feel right. This feels really wrong. And that was the feedback at the time. So what happened is that, say, okay, we should listen. That's what's natural, actually, to listen to what the community says. And instead of continuing, and Dada could have made a lot of money, with selling NFTs and everything. The market would think that, oh, this was such a bad move. You had the early adopter, advantage, and now you're stopping. So from the market perspective, it didn't make sense. But from what the artists were telling and the intrinsic motivations that were not, were being harmed, this was the right decision. And since then, we've been looking beyond the market. And that's kind of like a theme that you mentioned in the last presentation. That was this strategy of going from inside, against, or beyond. So I think that I was a little bit looking beyond. And the question there was is like, okay, we can just stop and say we don't want to have anything to do with the market. We think it's bad. Money is bad for art, and we just want to be pure and don't have to have anything to do with it. But maybe there is another way. Maybe we can still get the value that we mentioned that art has, and we want, the artists to have this. But money is actually not by itself what you want. If you ask someone if you want money, you don't want to go and plant money in the ground or eat money or build your house out of money. You use the money to buy things that matter for you, that give you security. And beyond, security is the minimum. And then after security, you can move further. So how can we give the artists, capture this value and give the security, right? So the idea for the invisible economy is that it's kind of like a protection mechanism. So we want to protect the intrinsic motivations, the joy and the love that come with doing art from these competitive, speculative, extrinsic incentives of the market. And it's called invisible economy because, it just kind of makes these things invisible. So the idea is you don't have to worry about this market things. You don't see the prices or bids. But at the same time, because it's based on the blockchain, it's transparent because all transactions there are, public. So, okay, is this possible, right? So here is like a little provocation how people who are watching this are feeling, right? So maybe you're feeling very skeptical, okay? Come on, there are so many problems. How can this work? Maybe some of you are feeling like that right now. Maybe some of you are feeling actually optimistic and excited and think, wow, this is such a great idea and really, the way to go. And maybe some are actually divided. Okay, part of me is excited, but hey, the skeptical voice is like telling me, no, this can't be a possibility. And all these are great. It actually means that you are engaged with this. idea, right? If you're bored and you turn your screen off, then that's another deal. So is this possible? That's the question, right? And we believe that it might well be, and it's definitely worth aiming for. And an interesting thing is that we might even reach what we're not aiming for. And that could be even better. At least that's how this whole experience felt so far. And this is a drawing by Bea on the right. And this is kind of a recurring theme that you're going to see, because this is a community of artists. And this started from a community that is talking with drawing and talking to each other with drawing. So a lot of the sense making and the insights that are coming from all this work that we've been doing come in the form of drawing. So you're going to see lots of drawings. So yeah, this is like what we call the hills, and how you, from the top of the hill to go to the next one, you actually have to go through the abyss of the unknown, and and let go of several things, and then you're going to reach like a mindset shift, or what do you call it, a paradigm, or just a new way of looking at things. And then, is this like a simple thing? It's not simple. We've been at it for a while, but it's been really, really interesting to have all these people that joined, and it kind of attracts like very, it kind of seems to attract lots of people that we need for the tasks, the challenges at hand. And it's really a place that we are welcoming people to come and collaborate. So we've done a lot so far. There is like a paper that are several pages long, and we are actually way past what the paper says. And there are working groups that meet every week. So I just brought some of the things because it's quite a lot, just to start the conversation. So this is some of the ground truths that we came, and it all starts with needs, and then these needs, generate or give movement to actions. And the basic action actually in the invisible economy is to gift. And there's space for, we call like artists or collectors. We're also, arriving at the best names for these things. And in this way, they contribute to the whole economy. And then the rewards that come, we have the intrinsic and extrinsic rewards. So there's a lot of things we try to figure out, how to measure, for example, these contributions, right? And how to identify the needs, and how do you see these intrinsic rewards that comes in the forms of feelings, for example. And here on the action side, we have several types of actions. So an artist can draw, a developer can code, or someone can curate, coordinate, or just collect the art. So there's space for several, different actions depending on where you are, and you can do several. You can be like an artist that draws, but also curates, and maybe also, want to do code. The idea is that you just do what you want to do. You're not like forced. It's the action is its own reward because it's an intrinsic motivation. This was another session that we did a lot about how to map people's contributions, and we feel that the numbers don't make any sense. So we developed a whole system of mapping the contributions by colors and shapes and drawings. And this was during like one real event where people participated in different ways. And that's how we arrive at the contributions from, the people who were in this event. And this is what we call the datagram. And it's also a visual way of mapping the way that these contributions play in this kind of spectrum of things. That goes from the tangible to the intangible, the different values from the more material to the non-material. And that's how it kind of like has these colors moving around because they also overlap. And the idea is that might be also like a type of NFT of sorts that will update it will be live. Your datagram will show your, kind of your, it's hard to say, but it's kind of like a mix of all the things that you are involved with in the invisible economy. Let's say if I have, and this one is, we've been also involved a lot into token engineering and figuring out all the values and flows that are part of this economy. And some of them happen in the invisible layer, which is things that we are measuring, but they won't have like a direct impact. Like if I do like a like, or if I make a drawing, it's not that I'm gonna, receive a certain amount of tokens, for example. So there's a whole level of this system model that is part of the invisible, but there's a part that is really visible, and people will actually receive blockchain tokens. And then eventually they can also exchange them for money. And that's a way how the artists or any people who contribute can actually have access to the money that will enter the system. But the idea is that it will feel like a gift. We want any distribution of money to feel like a gift. So it might be actually a slightly random amount that they will receive, and not something that they can, okay, I did 3 drawings today, and then in a month I got 300 tokens. So it's not going to be something like that, because that doesn't feel like a gift. That just feels like a core that you're doing and keeping track of it. Let's see if that's, that was the last of the slides that I brought. And we have lots of images in this board that we've been drawing together using Miro that we can maybe share later, depending on the questions. But also another last thing actually from the presentation that I bring is that this whole system that we are doing, at a certain point, we realize that this is actually not just for art. This might be used for any creative activity. So we have developers, also trying to figure out how is this for contributing code, for example, or other activities can also benefit from this invisible economy proposal. So I guess that was the presentation. I'm gonna stop sharing.
Thanks a lot, Lenara. I have a number of questions. I'm super curious.
Okay.
Well, first of all, I'm, it's one of the questions that came to my mind immediately. So how to keep those, the rise of extrinsic motivations at bay within such a system? Because, it's okay, maybe it's very negative thinking, but it's hard to imagine that in a system where people deal with art and value, that there is really, that you can 100% cut out extrinsic, motivation. And I'm just curious, in how did you facilitate that process within the community? What were the methodologies, the tools you were using in order to get people aligned? And what is it that helps you to prevent people from getting too greedy?
Well,
how do you do that?
There's this thing that kind of happened. It was unplanned, but we call it the Dada effect. And I guess Bea can talk a bit, or Sparrow more about it, but basically when the system started, it was before the idea of all this in blockchain, they just created a gamification system where you would acquire dots. So if you did a certain things like drawings and interactions, you would get, a number of dots. And as you did more, you would progress. So for example, if you just join, you have no dots. So you can just make a drawing, but you cannot reply to someone else's drawing. And that kind of works for someone who just want to come and troll, and draw dicks or something in someone's drawing. So you have to put some, you have to contribute. You have to put some effort and build something, and draw something. And then you keep advancing. And what happened is, when they did it, the first dot was easy to get, and then the second dot took a little bit longer. But I guess the difficulty was actually really steep, like this curve. And then what happened is when you reach the third dot, you could see that you were progressing, but at some point it took so long to get this dot that you didn't care anymore, with this dot reward. And then you just did it because you like drawing. So that's kind of like the genesis of this dot effect. So we realized that when people start contributing and entering and slowly, at some point they get this data effect. And when they get it, it means that they are doing it for intrinsic motivations. And it works really well, actually, that, from events and things that happen, we see that when you get the data effect, something changes. But I don't know, that was just an introduction. Maybe Bea and Sparrow can talk more about this and, the role of the...
Yeah, I would really love to. I would love to hear from Bea and Sparrow, and just let me just bring in one observation, because now I understand a little bit better why this is called dada, because it seems as if you want to cut across the barrier of the unconscious to bring people back to where their joy and their playfulness sits. So maybe that's why you call it dada. Is there a connection?
Yeah, actually, yes. We call ourselves data because it felt that it was the closest to what we were trying to do, which was forget about the rationality, the conventions in art, and just play complete, absurd irrationality and really what art is about, which is about working your own desires and fears and things and putting it out there. So people are actually quite vulnerable when we're drawing to each other. And so, but going back to your question, which is, I think, at the heart of the invisible economy, I always say that I spent years in researching and a year working on a white paper just to be able to explain rationally and with rational arguments, something that we all knew intuitively. So this is not theory, right? This is something that it's already in place and it's working really nicely. And what we're trying to do is understand then why is that? And so coming back to your question on extrinsic motivations, what we the entire paper is basically based on one insight, which is that at the moment that you replace intrinsic motivations, the love for art, by extrinsic rewards, money, intrinsic motivations diminish or disappear completely. And this is true for everyone. That's why our thesis was, in order to preserve the intrinsic motivations, we need to separate completely the market and the art making. But now that we've been working on developing the invisible economy, we realize that it's actually a deeper thing. So it goes way beyond incentives. We definitely, this is research that it's been for decades and people keep ignoring. But there is not enough, we couldn't find, going more specific, for example, people will ask, well, is really possible to separate extrinsic motivations from intrinsic motivations? People assume that they're just together. And we were able to separate it completely. And you can see how you can choose a path that is based on intrinsic motivations and will give one outcome. And if you choose the same path from the same need, based on extrinsic motivations, it will give a completely different outcome. And so at the end, we realized that it's a much bigger, deeper thing, and it has to do with environment. And I let Sparrow talk about that. But it really is about the environment that you create so that these kind of things emerge. So you can't not engineer collaboration or you cannot engineer generosity. It just emerges based on the environment.
Yeah, and these are the hardest things, right? Building a culture where things like that can emerge. So I'm really curious hearing from Sparrow. Maybe you can give some examples of what happened in the community. If you look at the process you went through, maybe there are some remarkable things you want to share, where you all felt, okay, this culture is coming into place,
Yeah, and that has been a theme throughout the invisible economy working groups. But I will actually just tie it back to the previous presentation and the findings from the Black Swan DAO, right? They were creating an environment where they wanted collaboration between people, yes? And then they did these experiments where one person won the bounty or whatever, right? And their results in that showed that one person was happy because they won the bounty and everybody else wasn't very happy about that methodology, right? So the way that we do things, the way that we design the systems that we operate in have to account for the outcomes that we want. If you want cooperation, you cannot then set up a competition or a leaderboard or a voting mechanism where some people win and some people lose, right? We did. We were invited to a live drawing similar to what we'll do this evening for as part of a large art conference, yes? And it was suggested actually that to make the drawing, the live drawing, more interesting to the audience, that there would be a competition and the audience could then vote on the drawing that they preferred. And that's just so antithetical to all of the Dada artists that they just couldn't imagine doing that, right? They couldn't imagine being in competition with each other and someone winning a prize, for example. That just, the whole concept of a winner just doesn't make sense within the Dada context. Either we all win or we don't, right? I mean, it is a true collective in that sense.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think this was something that the artists demanded. I think at some point there was a leaderboard and said, no, we don't want that. We don't want to be like fighting with each other, see who's on top. That doesn't make no sense whatsoever. We want to, chat with each other and have conversations.
But maybe a little bit a provocative question, but I'm wondering if this is only possible if you have like your basic life costs covered. And if you are not really, not depending on the funds coming in through this work. Because if I think of DAOs, for instance, there's an intrinsic problem, in my opinion, with many DAOs because they are based on a competitive model. It's all about upvoting or downvoting. And for some people, I think when DAOs were on the rise, for them, it might have been a tool to really make, or where they might have expected to create a livelihood based on a DAO. But that sort of, it poisons the culture within the DAO. And I'm still curious on long-term surveys or explorations of how DAOs work, community-wise and cultural-wise, what it really takes to develop that. So I wonder, is this also possible? Like, imagine if you had people in your community that are in a really stressful financial situation. Is it possible to be in such a position and engage in drawing and the joy of creative work? And just taking whatever there might be, for you, and it might be a nice plus. But does this also work for people that are under real financial stress? What are your experience with that?
You want me to go? Yeah, most of our artists are actually living very precariously and we intendedly, you know how people always tell you, oh, you should bring this famous artist so that that explodes, and a lot of people come. And I do, because I'm an artist and I spent most of my career in New York. I know some very well-known artists and famous artists, and the last thing that we will have done is to bring them for that. And so it was more about getting to anyone. Actually, we don't even, like, there's people that are accountants and lawyers that started drawing and feeling, people that started feeling for the first time that they were artists, because they didn't go to art school, and we have all gets to be an artist. So in fact, our community are actually a lot of people from Latin America, from rural areas, in Africa. So no, these are people that, you know, you actually do the art because it's almost a survival thing. It can help you. It helps them survive and you know, live. But at the same time, you're right. I mean, the whole point of the invisible economy is to provide a basic income. And we don't want to call it income anymore, because it's too tied to work. And this is not work, and it's not play. This is something just meaningful that you do and with your life. But some kind of social dividend. We're trying to find words that are not tied to finance or, you know, all systems, but a baseline, so that everyone can actually pursue their intrinsic rewards. So you are out of survival mode. That's the most important thing. And that is why in the invisible economy, it's sort of like, you can see it as if the market is not deciding what artists get the most money. The market is always going to like some things over others, and it's going to depend completely on the community. It doesn't have anything to do with the art or the value of the artist that is contributing. So the market will do whatever it does. But inside data, we have the protection so that it is distributed according to the value that people are creating. And that means that an artist could be, you know, their art never been sold, and they're still going to get value back from the contribution. So the whole system is set up so that artists, and now everyone, coders, anyone, could do what they love, motivated by any intrinsic rewards, when they want, how they want it, without any guidelines, any quid pro quo, and still be able to do it without any pressure to produce, any pressure from the market, and just, you know, do it as a contribution. So the environment is such that action in itself is your own reward, but is at the same time the contribution to the community. And so that is the main thing. It starts with that baseline for sure.
Okay, thank you for that, Bea. I have a question that either Lenara or also Sparrow might take. And I just want to pick this from the chat, because people start asking questions. And let's get to the first question, and that is, what will be the role of art lovers and collectors in the invisible economy? I mean, what kind of relation will they have with the artists and a community, excluding basic social network features like likes and comments? And I think it's a great question. I like that, because we already widely discussed it yesterday. And I know, at least Sparrow, you have been in last night's debate on NFTs and crypto art. I don't know whether Bea and Lenara have been there as well, but I spotted you there. Yeah, what's the the collector artist connection in the invisible economy? What makes it special?
Yeah, actually, this is really great that we are preparing a really nice experience actually for what is normally called collectors. We want them to be much more, because actually the artist has so much fun in data, drawing with each other and doing all kinds of things, and just going and, let's say, buying or minting an art is really small and shallow compared to what the artists are doing. So we're actually planning a really nice collector experience. I think that's going to be a really interesting thing that we haven't seen yet. And we have people also designing how this will look and talking about how we can give to the collectors the same kind of engagement, interaction, and joy, and they could actually the reply button that exists for the artists that will exist something similar for the collectors. Maybe you can extend on this. One of you, Bea and Sparrow.
Go ahead, Sparrow. You're a collector of crypto art, so go for it.
Oh yeah, Sparrow is a collector. Also.
Yeah. So I mean, arguably, I've collected more art than I've made crypto art. So I'm probably more of a collector than I am an artist. I mean, I think that the really interesting thing, the really innovative thing about the whole experience of data is that there is no division between collectors and artists and curators, because we recognize that all of us are and can play those roles at different times. And so it really is just defining the different actions that are available to be taken within the context of the ecosystem. And that's really what determines your role. And that all of those actions, each and every one of them, really does two or three key things. One is it forges connections, either between a collector and an artist, or an artist and an artist, or a collector and a collector, which is again why the roles really don't mean a lot. So creating connections between people and building those connections and making them stronger. And the second thing is really that the way to build those connections is to build conversations that go in a direction, that are always moving forward, that are always flowing like a river. And we've got some lovely visualizations that are going to show that. But so that you don't go round in circles, yeah? The conversation is always being moved forward. And people are joining that conversation, and people can dip in and out of that conversation. But everything on data is a conversation, whether that be collecting as a form of conversation, drawing as a form of conversation, curating as a form of conversation. It all distills down to just some really basic, beautiful ideas or concepts. And everything else becomes obvious from there, it feels like.
Thanks, Sparrow. I
would just add.
Please, Bea, please
go
ahead.
Can I add something? Yeah. So I think an important thing to say is that we were really trying to figure out a way of getting out of the speculative markets, and we did a lot of work on understanding secondary markets. Even though we pioneered the royalties on secondary markets, realized that was really actually very bad for art. So we figured out a way of not commodifying art within our ecosystem. You collect you don't collect by buying. And the act of collecting is a lot more deeper than just acquiring art. And in fact, in data, the art is part of the commons, like the code. So that's the other question. What is it that you own as a collector? And so we had to really go deeper on all of that and figure out a completely new experience. But it's not a commodified or financialized one.
I see. Yeah, thanks for clarifying that. Sorry.
There is all these rights that we associate now with owning. For example, the right to exclude or the right to destroy, for example. And we realize that actually we don't want the art, to be able to be destroyed or to be able to exclude from others. So it's actually not really like our current idea of ownership, what you have when you collect or what you mint. We're trying to figure the best word, but you're kind of like a steward, or you're more like have a nurturing action towards it, and opens a way to engage. And it's not just I like this art, but the moment you mint an art, you should be able to start a conversation why you love it, and create kind of like your own piece of art and conversation, not necessarily by drawing, but by this act of curating and collecting and all these other actions.
Yeah, I would like to dig a little bit deeper into the actual value exchange that is taking place within the invisible economy, because I think that's a super interesting topic. But before that, I have a really great question for you coming from the chat. So, and it says, it seems like you're basically a crypto art startup, and your innovation is basically hiding it from the artists. I think that's a really interesting take.
We actually were a startup and transition. I mean, I myself transitioned from CEO into a social anarchist and an activist, and you can see that the whole ecosystem, something like that happened. So no, there is a lot of innovation. Actually, we are years ahead of crypto art as it is, and we were one of the first in the NFT world back in 2017. So we instead of spending these last 4 years selling, what we've been doing is spending the 4 years really trying to understand the structures of economies, the fundaments of economies, and how to subvert that in a completely new way. And this is an economy actually designed by artists. And so it's all hidden from them. It's designed by us, because no economist in the right mind will actually come up with this, because they just have too much conventions within, their mind frames. So I think you need openness, you need imagination, something that is lacking heavily on the blockchain space. It's not an imagination, it's just replication of the same. And so no, this is opposite. We actually have even a group in Spanish just to make sure that we can include those voices of ways of thinking that will be hidden from us. So that is included within the entire ecosystem. But this is made by artists.
So what is your take on the current NFT craze? Is this something that makes you lean back and say, oh, we've been there, we don't care? Or do you see maybe, is this also a chance for what you're doing? Or is there, does this have any influence on the invisible economy, on your work?
No, not really. I mean, it's just sad, mostly, that's how things came out to be, because we're like a record, like a broken record. Been saying the same things for 4 years and seeing how it's happening and nobody's listening. And now it seems like it might be too late. But at this point, we are actually very, in a very solid place. I think if we were to start our work right now, it would be really hard. But because we started 4 years ago, we are in a pretty solid place in terms of making sure there is a path for people in the ecosystem who don't want to be part of what's happening to have a way, and we put everything online, everything that we do, all our conversations, it's all out there so that people can. There seems to be some interesting developments in getting out of Ethereum. That's probably one thing that we will do at some point.
Are you also sometimes addressed by other communities that seek advice and maybe, some best practice recommendations from you? Because like everything we are talking about here, building a community that is based on mutual care, and in a way, I consider exchanging artworks and speaking to one another in a visual communication form, listening to each other, recognizing each other. This is like that's huge, right? That requires a lot of, I don't even know how to put it, because it's just something that sits so much at the core of cooperative thinking and of real sustainable collaboration. And it's not a given. It's really something. If you look at the organizations around us, if you look at bureaucratic systems, if you look at startups, no matter what, it's something that organizations really struggle to acquire. And the methodologies, the understanding, the facilitation. So I wonder to what extent you are opening up your learnings and skills, and whether you are also addressed by other communities about that. Lenara or Sparrow, you feel free to take that question.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so as Bea said, all of the materials, all the recordings of all of the working groups, everything is available, publicly available. People can go and listen to everything that we have talked about and discussed. If you do that, you will get a sense of the methodology that we have developed for working together and arriving at a decision. It feels natural now, but I don't think that it doesn't fit any formal method of decision making or consensus making that has been put out there in the literature. But it works, and it leads us to insights that I don't think we would have ever been able to arrive at otherwise.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
especially as a company, impossible.
Yeah.
But I should say, because you asked about communities, right? Like, we actually presented the paper at the Radical Exchange conference, and the community has been, our working groups are part of Radical Exchange, so we're very close to that community.
Mm-hmm.
But also MetaGov, for instance, who are working, in the front lines of governance, are helping us. They're using data as a use case to create this new model. So, because it's interesting when you say about DAOs that it's all about voting and voting for managed funds and things like that, and we realize that we probably won't have any voting mechanisms at all, and managing funds is like not even a priority, because that's all invisible and taken care of by the system itself and the smart contracts. So it really is about, and this is where I think DAOs fail, is about, one is the actual assignment of power that can't be actually horizontal and open, but also the deliberation process that is such that you don't need to even make decisions or vote on it. And so that has been our experience in the last, 10 months, with people in and out, everybody contributing by love, nobody, and it's just been amazing. We have designed something extremely complex using this process, so it works. No conflict whatsoever also, and we don't have to agree.
Yeah, I think, the key learning is that you have to put people and you have to put the community at the center of everything, of all of your processes, right? So we look at DAOs and we look at other forms of organization or other communities that are trying, people are trying to make communities around social tokens. And as soon as you put the token as the thing that everyone has in common, the community becomes about the token and not about the people or anything else, or the purpose that you think that you made the social token for. The same with DAOs. You know, if you make your DAO about decisions about funding, then your DAO is about money. It's not about people. Mm-hmm. What you do, what you make the focus, is the focus of the group of people. And if you want it to be a really, you know, a real community where people care about each other, then the focus has to be the people.
That's I totally second that, but you know, there is always this temptation of applying binary methodologies in order to solve problems in an easy way. But I mean, let's look at voting, right? We all know there's more to voting than just binary yes or no decisions. There's a lot of things in between, and the delicacy is actually to capture, like, you know, all these little sentiments that people have that then build up into something. They build up into action, right? Into manifestations that then define the culture of the community. So we all know about that in a way, but it's so intangible, and it's so difficult also to apply that. It's a little bit, you know, the conversation we are having reminds me a little bit of. There's a lot of discussion around families, you know, and how it is to really manage to live together in a really harmonic and good way as a family, especially when raising kids and so forth. And then there are some that say, okay, it works pretty well within our family. You know, we are doing really well, and then it's like the 99% is looking at them and thinks, how the hell are you? How the hell did you manage? You know. It reminds me a little bit of that. And maybe just to pick up on that, there's a question here in the chat, and I think it fits quite well. I would be curious, what have been the struggles to getting where they are now? Most often there are growing pains, and it would be nice to learn from them. Can you maybe specify a little bit about those growing pains, and how did you manage to overcome that? Because obviously you didn't end up in a situation where you are with the community right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really interesting question, because I will pass it on to Lenara and Sparrow, but I cannot think of any growing pain in the last 10 months since we started working on the visible economy, right? Like this, it's just been a complete bliss and fun. But before that, when we were a company, I can tell you that we had all kinds of pains, and it was the most stressful. I was myself, but the whole team were working nonstop, and we were unhappy, and our CTO got depressed, and we raised money, we go broke, we couldn't raise money, we raised money. I mean, it's this like cycle of hell basically. And since we decided to leave, when we published the paper, we were like, well, how do we do this, right? Like we now have a theory, but how do you do this? We have no money. There was the crypto winter, right? Like there's no money. And so we say, well, let's do it the way we think the invisible economy will work, which is we just try to bring all the people that will be interested in participating because of intrinsic rewards, because it's stimulating, because the values, because they want to see this happening for whatever reasons, that they will be wanting to be part of this. And that's what we did. And it's amazing because now it feels, Sparrow found this word pronoia, which is like, seems thing to just open up at the moment that we need them. And this is very hard to, I can't imagine anything harder than designing a completely new economic system, social economic system, a complex system as it is. And we're a bunch of artists, mostly, right? So at the moment that we needed that amazing person who knew exactly how to design the actual system model, she just came, like magic. And she stayed with us until now for 10 months, right? And every one person has been like that. Now that we're in the implementation phase, we have these amazing UX designers, and they're some of them just part of the community already, that are contributing because we all want to see this happen. So I don't know what it is. I think the system, we don't realize how wrong the current system is of scarcity and having to prove yourself all the time to like this position of imbalance of power and the bargaining power that you have, whether you're an artist, a professional, a startup, it's all the same. And so experiencing something that is completely outside that world and seeing that is actually working so well, it's almost like you really question, like, I mean, it's 400 years of indoctrination, basically. And all we need to do is start like taking all that shit out and go back to the basics, which is relationships and trust and doing what you love. That's it.
Yeah.
I
And
really
I think this is also an important point, how broken it is, or at least like it's not really giving us the things that we want, the current system. And people are really, really eager for alternatives. So a lot of people come and they're like, oh, I can't believe that now you're talking about these things, I really feeling like that and wanted to hear that. And I can't believe it's so small little places where you can find it. So I think this kind of alternatives, people are really thirsty for that. And that's one of the reasons why I've been able to attract all these people, because they were really thirsty to be able to do something. Mm-hmm. So let's say you're super bright and and what is your contribution to the world after you finish like school or whatever it is, and then you go work for a bank or something like that, and you figure, what am I doing here? Can I maybe do something different? Mm-hmm. And then you don't find an alternative. So I think that plays a role also to be able to attract these people, is that we are working towards this kind of alternative and goals.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just maybe just a bit of feedback from what I have understood. So one thing really stands out for me listening to your contributions, and that is, what you have been pointing out is that communities need time and space in order to evolve. And it's difficult if there is a building plan implanted in the DNA of a community, right? Because I remember when I started working as a digital strategist 20 years ago, there have been clients that approached us and asked us to build a community for them, like major corporations. So they thought, okay, this is a process of 2 weeks, and then we have an online community. But still, I have the feeling that's, often we did not really fully manage to get rid of that kind of thinking. It still it still sits in ourselves and in the systems we are part of. So it's this illusion that just, with the right, social media strategy and so forth, you will manage then to build this family, this cocoon around you, whatever you're going to do with it. But it's an illusion. It's a complete illusion. And if you look at this large industry that sells online courses and webinars and tutorials on how to, become better and more effective on that, I think it's quite striking to unlearn a lot of these things, and just looking at the white paper you came up with, I could take it and rephrase it, and I would give it a headline of a curriculum of unlearning. Classic economics. That would be like my it would be my proposal, or the way I would look at it, and that's exactly what makes it's so difficult to comprehend and to, to just allow to make space for that and to discuss that publicly, because it's often, it's very much, it finds, the discussion we are having is always in danger of being, belittled or, called utopian or, so there's always this tendency to just take it and wrap it inside the utopia package and then put it elsewhere, because it can't be like that. We know that it doesn't work. And my first reaction was, yeah, but it can't work when people are in trouble of making a living, right? Because that's the core assumption, that making a living is a struggle, right? So yeah, this is just, all the sorts of things that I just want to feedback, and maybe you want to take some of it.
I'll just add that all of that thinking just goes on all of the levels, though, right? So there is that top level of, we couldn't have planned this, right? And the people that we needed arrived when we needed them, and you couldn't plan that. No. But it goes down to the very basic operations, right? We don't have deadlines. We don't have agendas for the meetings. We might have, a general topic that we want to discuss, but there's no agenda items. So
and there's no, finishing time for the meeting. We just continue
until it's over. So by operating in that way across everything, I think, gives you the experience that things can work in that way. And as you do that more and more, you gain confidence in that way of working, and you know that it's going to work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, and I want to say also from what you said there about the utopia, again, this is not theory, right? It's the opposite. We didn't write a manifesto that sounded great and then went and did something conventional. That's, as you always see. We actually went and did things. We're still doing them. Anyone is welcome to join us in this process. And we're trying to understand what works, because it works. And so it's funny when people say it's a utopia. Well, it's not a utopia anymore because it is actually real, but it's also that to think that the market and the way we do things, to continue to do things just with a new technology, will somehow result in different outcomes. That, if you think about it, is delusional. Like, there is no evidence that it's going to have a different outcome. All the evidence is that over and over is always going to reproduce the same outcomes, which are extreme inequality, concentration of wealth, concentration of power. And we see it in the crypto art world. We see it in the blockchain in general, plutocracies and all of that. And it's like this denial of what is so evident. And so utopia versus delusion, I would say that what we're experiencing is actually something close to what we will call utopia, but it's real.
And just to follow up with that, the other thing that I think we needed to know in our bones, know through intuition, was not correct, because we've, had this reaction again and again from other people saying, well, everyone knows that artists can't make a living by making art, right? Everybody knows that. And so just having the, guts, having the gumption to challenge that belief that what we're doing, what the artists have been doing on data for the last 5 years has created value and has value is a challenge to all of the systems and all of people's preconceived notions. And I think that's probably one of the biggest barriers to face in people's minds. And the biggest thing to overcome is that what I'm doing is worthwhile.
Mm-hmm. I think that also during like a pandemic, I've seen several, people post a similar thing and saying, oh, there is this time I found out I don't really need like restaurants or new shoes or something to live. But I found out I really cannot live without art, without music, without culture. But then, of course, you think, okay, but because it's great to make art and the artists love doing it. So you think, oh, they're already getting their intrinsic rewards because it's so great to make. And at the same time, it's something essential that people actually cannot live with. And that creates this false idea that is not worth it, but it has immense value. It's actually priceless.
I think there is one more question that it keeps me busy, and it also keeps someone else busy here in the chat. And that's also something we should redefine. And I guess that's the classic notion of ownership. So how do you consider ownership, and how do you consider, the exchange of ownership of a digital artwork that is being exchanged on your platform? What is happening if I pay? Am I the owner, or what's my position then?
Right. So no, actually, we want the art to be owned in commons.
Okay.
And I think someone put in the chat that something about resale. And actually, we don't want resales. We came to the conclusion. We studied a lot this whole this whole point of the royalties, that was like the first platform to come up, and it was 40% royalties at the time. And then there was all this study that actually, to really, as a group for artists to, if the resales happen and there are royalties, I forgot what it was, but it was quite high percentage that it had to be so that the artists as a group will actually keep the value during all this resale.
I think it was 90% or something.
Yeah, it was almost, I don't know if it was kind of 90% almost. And there's a really nice, we have, Massimo is like the researcher that did this data analysis from crypto art markets for us and established like these trends and calculated the Gini coefficient for inequality between collectors and artists, and both as a group into this crypto art market. It was really interesting. But basically, we came to the conclusion that we don't want resale. So basically, most of the characteristics of ownership as we see it now, we actually don't want for this experience. But at the same time, some characteristics of ownership, we see collectors as having a connection with the art and the artists, and creating a history and a conversation by minting the artwork. So they don't own it, but they are part of its history and process and the conversation.
Mm. But I would like to ask, to add, in terms of, it's very, ownership is really tricky, and we use the words interchangeable. So there's private property, which is not necessarily all what could be ownership, but there is also possession. And so you can think of, for instance, what we buy in Web 2, the digital things that we buy, like in iTunes or Audible or things like that. We think that we own them because we purchase them, but we don't own them. It's more like a long-term rent, because it's not, you don't have it, it's in somebody's server. You have a lot of restrictions if you want to put it in an editing software, let's say, and you can give someone your audiobook, right? So it's interesting to really go deep into what ownership actually means in a lot of these things. So in crypto art, ownership means that you get it, you buy something and you have it in your wallet, and now you can do anything you want with it, right? Transfer it, gift it, and sell it. So in our case, a collector contributes to the ecosystem by minting. We have over 130,000 artworks. So we need to start minting them, and that's actually a big contribution. So the collector mints makes this artwork into this new existence, let's say, and he can keep it in a wallet or her wallet, right? So in that sense, they'll be able to gift it, they'll be able to transfer it, they'll be able to trade it. Let's say I can trade artwork with Sparrow, but they don't have the right to burn it, to destroy it, or to block anyone from seeing it, or even from using it, because we're a big in supporters of remixing and really, give completely freedom to art and the artistic process. And because we're all about collaboration, there's going to be a lot of remixing. And so collectors, in that sense, are really more like stewards and protectors, let's say, of that. Now, the exit, because you can't sell it, and the beautiful thing is that you can actually get to collect, to keep the art, which is not the same as investing and trading. We don't consider that collectors. That's extrinsic motivations, and that's actually a different thing. Our collectors collect because they have an emotional attachment to an artwork and they keep it. So we're giving back that opportunity to collectors so they can keep it and at the same time exit through the data token, because when you mint and contribute by minting, you earn tokens. And so your exit is in the data token. The transfer of that economic value goes into the data token, and we only have the actual intangible, priceless, say, value of the artwork for the collector to just enjoy.
I wanna thank you so much for this super strong and positive messaging at the end of this conference day. For me, it was re-energizing. I mean, the whole day was giving me a lot of energy because I fully enjoyed it, but that instead of becoming tired, it sort of energized me, and hopefully also many others who listen to you. Thank you so much, Lenara and Bea and Sparrow, and everyone who would like to be in touch with you and interact with you. You can join Dada Art's Discord server. Everyone who has signed up for the conference should have been given the link. The link is also on our website, moneylab-berlin.de, and we'll also make sure to publish it once again on the Discord server so people find their way to the Dada server. And the Dada website, Lenara, maybe you could share also the link. Also, here in the chat, everyone, Rachel, you were asking, so here is the link to the Discord server here in the chat. I will also copy and paste it into our Discord, and maybe also the website, because there was a request. Just pasting it here.
I think that I pasted the Discord, so you can join the Discord, and there in the Discord there are links. The dada.art website is mostly a place for drawing, really. There's not much words there, mostly images. So if you actually want to find words, I think the Dada Medium account has everything published so far, and all like the videos for the working groups that we've done so far are all in the Dada Medium if you're looking for words. And the Discord server, is also a really nice place to find information there as well. I put the link on the chat.
Okay, cool. Thank you for pasting the links in the chat. And yeah, I really hope to see you again and to be in touch. Good luck with everything. And thanks so much for taking the time and having the conversation with us. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ella.
Yes, thank you. It was wonderful to be here. I hope to stay in touch.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'll just say a few closing words for everybody. So thanks for being with us throughout this second day of MoneyLab Berlin. It's been a pleasure to see you in the live stream, but also in the chat on the Discord server. So we are very happy to just see people interacting, asking questions, leaving notes. If you look at the Discord server, that's slowly becoming a really interesting resource for feminist economics, NFT, and crypto art, but also other topics related to MoneyLab. So just make sure to take a look at the Discord server and feel free to ask me if you think we should have another channel on a specific topic. I'm happy to create one. And yeah, I hope many of you will join Dada Art for some collective drawing. This is now the moment to say goodbye for today, and we'll meet again for tomorrow for our last day of MoneyLab Berlin. Please bear in mind that we have a transition into the summertime. So from tomorrow on, it's not CET anymore, but CEST. For those of you from other time zones, just bear in mind. We will start at 11 a.m. CEST, and I will just give an update about everything that happened, similar as I did this morning. And then at 11:30, we have our friends from the Economic Space Agency providing a session on how to play organizations into being, facilitated by Pekko Koskinen and Akseli Virtanen. And then we will, under the motto, Organizing for Resistance, we will get to know a couple of really interesting initiatives based here in Berlin. It's one of them. We will introduce you to Jonathan Miller, and he's part of or co-founder of the Tech Workers Alliance. And together with me, he will explore the question on how Amazon became the Death Star of the COVID-19 crisis. And this conversation will be followed by another dialogue or conversation I'm going to have with Rabea Berfelde from Expropriate Deutsche Wohnen und Co. Super interesting initiative for a more balanced and fairer housing system here in Berlin. And then ultimately, I'll have the joy to be in a conversation with Rachel Yuva from School of Machines, Making and Make-Believe. And we will sort of do a follow-up of a class we've done together last year, which is all about tools, reimagining the world a better place through tools of collaboration. And we will talk about that, and we will share our learnings. And there is a workshop taking place tomorrow, facilitated by Ailey Rutherford, the String Figures Workshop, the ties that connect us. And then we'll have the closing at 5 p.m. tomorrow. So I look forward to seeing you again tomorrow morning. I wish you a lovely evening or a good day, depending on from where you're following the live stream. And I hope to see you again tomorrow. Bye-bye.